9FM presents More Clever Words from Restate. Expectations. Based on real truthful stuff, they'll say what your place is worth and how to get more for it with lower fees. Setting expectations. Nailed it, Carl. What's our prize? A cucumber?
So we're here with Troy Wheeler in his bright yellow truck. How much racing have you done before, mate?
I've been racing for 20 years.
So with the truck racing, obviously it's very different to a car. How do you adjust your driving to suit a track like this and a truck like that?
You mean in regard to driving a car?
Yeah, just how does a truck work, really?
Yeah, a truck's obviously a lot more of a handful than a car to put around a track. You've got a lot more weight for a start. We're a bit over 5 tonne, so obviously they don't like going around corners and they don't like stopping.
They're still obviously very fast down the straights and stuff, so you guys must be running quite a lot of power. Is it hard to get that power to the ground?
But it's all to do with setup. We're running 1600 horsepower, and yeah, it's just all to do with your setup and tyre pressures, track conditions obviously.
And how much of adjustability would you have in a truck like this?
There's a fair bit. There's a fair bit you can play with, yep.
And in terms of this weekend, obviously there's a good field of trucks here. What's your plan over the next 2 days?
Oh, well, I guess the plan over our next 2 days, how we've started the season off and try and keep ahead of our points and keep our reliability up.
Cool. And what's the schedule for this weekend in terms of racing and qualifying and all that?
Yeah, well, we've just had a scrub session. Just before lunch we have qualifying, and then later in the day we'll have race 1, and then tomorrow we have race 2 and 3, and then the end of the day we have a flying farewell, which is a non-points race.
Excellent. Well, best of luck for the weekend, mate.
Thank you very much.
Your frown and it's like looking down the barrel of a gun and it goes off. And how come all these words? Oh, there's a very pleasant side to you. decide how much prefers one bit. Laughs and jokes around. Remember cuddles in the kitchen, yeah, to get things off the ground. And it was up and away. Oh, but it's really hard to remember that on a day like today when you're all argumentative and you've got the face on. Now the money boom, oh, I'm in trouble again, aren't I? I thought as much, 'cause you turned over there, pulling that silent disappointment face, the one that I can't bear. Well, can't we just laugh and joke around? Remember cuddles in the kitchen, yeah, to get things off the ground. And it was up and away. Oh, but it's really hard to remember that on a day like today when you're all argumentative and you've got the face on. And yeah, I'm sorry I was late, but I missed the train and then the traffic was a state. And I can't be asked to carry on in this debate that reoccurs. Or when you say I don't care, but of course I do, yeah, I clearly do. So laugh and joke around. Remember cuddles in the kitchen, yeah, to get things off the ground. And it was up and away. Oh, but it's really hard to remember that on a day like today when you're all argumentative and you've got the face on. When I looked in her eyes, they were blue.
records up to date? Because what if something happened to you and they needed to check them? Not trying to creep you out. This is simply a public service announcement.
Okay.
From Brian FM.
Trying to get some good times out of it now.
And I went for a wee hot lap with you yesterday. It's an absolute animal to get around this track. How does it feel to be driving it?
Oh, it's just the best thing you can do. We've really enjoyed it. We're doing it for over 25 years now, and we come back and we do it again every year. We love it.
What do you find most difficult about this track?
Probably top of the hairpin and lack of passing. When you've got to do some passing, it's sometimes a little bit squeezy. So yeah, you just got to be careful what you do. Yeah.
And this will be one of the tighter tracks in New Zealand, especially for these trucks. Where do you find the best opportunities to overtake somebody?
Probably corner 2 is probably our best corner, and corner 3 is not too bad as well, without giving too much away.
And where do we hope to end up by the end of the weekend?
Well, we hope to be on top, but the competition's pretty stiff. Troy's doing a good job out there, so certainly going to try and keep him honest.
Best of luck for this weekend, mate.
Thanks for coming.
Get the jet ski or boat out to check the battery is good to go, so you don't look like a dork at the boat ramp. The battery shop at Newlands, test them for free. Brian FM's favourite price. you're sick, then maybe you should cook them longer. Brian FM.
Dwayne Ingley is right in behind him with the 109. Rod Heyman with the 109. Grant Sissons the 110. Michael Eden the 111. Brendan Mason the 111. Some of these boys will definitely speed up. Mike Baldwin, Bruce Tinley, Tony Denson, Greg Donaldson is the one that surprised me, only a 115 at the moment. But yeah, so we've got some timing up, so hopefully it'll carry on. But Rob Lewis at the moment is sitting on pole. But I'm thinking Brendan Mason's going to come through with some fast times very, very shortly.
Rob Lewis just goes to the top, a 108.07.
Yeah, last year I popped out just a low 105 here in the Old Monaro, so the track might be a little bit slipperier at this meeting perhaps. Rob Lewis then just dropped another time down to a 106.2, so he's starting to get on the case this time round.
So Brendan Mason, that's the ex-Grant Dalton car. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And Rob Lewis is driving his ex-car, so yeah. And we saw that ex-Dalton car here last year in Mason's hands, and he's capable of high 105s very easily around here. So I think he's just warming himself up, and he'll get into it. Probably looking for a clear run, which he's got this lap. So it'll be interesting to see what he pops out.
Bit of dust being kicked up the north end of the track there. Someone just put a wheel out.
Yeah, the ripple strip there has dirt underneath of it, like once the grass goes, and now that with this week's sun, it's dried things out compared to what it was 2 weeks ago here at the bikes. It was very green, and it's just buried off. So yeah, you don't actually have to be right offline, just very close to the track, and you're getting a lot of dust there at the moment.
That's right. In fact, a lot of people use that ripple strip as a form of grip around through that corner. Rod Heyman just being balked a little bit by Michelle Clark through Power & Co. Rod Heyman in there as well. Rob Lewis.
Brendan Mason shoots up to second place with a 106.313. Rob Lewis still at the top of the ladder with a 106.267. And Dwayne Ingley in a 109.3 in third place. Mike Small with a 109.4. And then Rod Heyman, Grant Sissons, Greg Donaldson, Michael Whedon, Mike Baldwin, Bruce Tinley, Tony Denson, Barry Morgan, Pete Templeman, Greg Cuttins, Michael Bushell, Ross Wade and Michelle Clark at the rear of the field in 17th place. So we have 17 pretty cool muscle cars out there, and they sound good, don't they?
Everyone loves a V8, Johnny.
Even the greenies, I reckon, secretly do, eh? Tony's got work commitments this year. He's like very, very busy with his job at LTTA, which is certifying hot rods and that sort of thing. And I think he's been caught up trying to help NZTA out if that's ever possible, but with the trucking side of things, with draw beam certifications and put some programs in place to help them. So his workload's been pretty hard. At the end of the season, he was stepping down as president anyway, which is a shame because he's done such a good job for the class. But yeah, so we're looking for a new president for our class, and it's a cool class. And Tony's done most of the hard work now, so it's more of a PR role going forward. So yeah, hopefully someone will step up and do it.
See Rod Heyman down in the pit lane there, just getting a few tyre pressure checks going on. Perhaps take a half a pound out here and there. But it's good to see Rod finally start to have a decent run with him. I don't want to put the mockers on him, but
yeah, he's got Dave helping him from, he normally runs a 6-cylinder Tirana. He's been helping him out the last few weeks, but Dave unfortunately blew another engine, so he's dry sumping that 6-cylinder Holden, but unfortunately we may not see it until next season. Parts are very hard to get for anything at the moment around the world and stuff like that. It's just, yeah, real hard to get. Brendan Mason's just jumped to the top of the tree there with a 106.1 that last lap, so he's just put Rob Lewis by 1/100th of a second.
Pretty close at the top there. Yeah, I know what you mean, Johnny. We'd ordered some parts for the Formula Ford back in October, and they only just arrived in Timaru on Thursday, so it's taken that long to get everything through.
They'd managed to muck that up too. They'd isolate those parts with some that have just come into the country, so they could be contaminated. Nice to see that sun out today, but the temperatures are quite cool with that snow that comes through on Thursday night. So if the trucks don't drop too much diesel on this track, it could be quite fast later on today, although it's possibly a little bit dirty because we've had all that hot weather and all the dirty stuff comes to the top of the circuit and hasn't had a good wash off. But this track's always faster when it's a bit cooler.
Yeah, well, like you say, the old track won't know what's going on at the moment. We've had a couple of mid-30 days, and then I was up in Mount Cook the day after. Up there, she was cold, but nonetheless.
I told my pilot not to fly away on my helicopter without me, but he has.
Perhaps he's looking for you, Johnny, or just reminding you.
I wish.
I'm waiting. If you are wondering about the helicopter, we are live streaming all around the world. We'll get the link up for you for that, so our commentary is running through it. So if you're in a spot where you are struggling a wee bit, you'll be able to pick it up on your phone.
Yeah, so this stage in the proceedings with probably only about 3 minutes to go, I don't think too much will change, to be honest. We've got Brendan Mason, Rob Lewis, Dwayne Ingley, Mike Small, Grant Sissons, Rod Heyman. Greg Donaldson needs to pull his finger out a little bit. He's better than that. And Michael Whedon, Mike Baldwin, Michael Bushell, Bruce Tinley, Barry Morgan, Tony Denson, Pete Templeman, Greg Cuttins, Ross Wild, and Michelle Clark at the rear. So, yeah, the tyres would have had the best by now. So they're probably just, you know, unless they're trying to find a setup or something like that, they're probably just waiting on in, to be honest.
So just under 2 minutes left in the session, so still time for someone to put a quick one in. You see Barry Morgan come down across the line in car 55. Mike Baldwin goes through, jumps up to 8th, a 1:10.3.
These boys are all making a liar of me with their not being able to do faster times near the end of the session, but good on them. They must be just slowly wearing into it. Some of them didn't practice yesterday either, so that will help them go a bit quicker, I dare say.
It's the old saying, Johnny, seat time. The more laps you do, the more comfy you feel.
Yep,
just
exactly.
that little bit quicker you're going to go. It's all about seat time.
They're all starting to come into the pits here now, all slowing down.
We're probably just about call that now, I think, Johnny. It doesn't look like any more cars are out there on a hot lap. Barry Morgan just coming through. Might be the only one.
Doesn't change. He did his best lap of 1:11 there before in 11th place, so all the 11s for him. So Brendan Mason it is on pole position, Rob Lewis in second, Dwayne Ingley third, Mike Small fourth, Grant Sissons fifth, Rod Heyman sixth, Greg Donaldson seventh, Mike Baldwin eighth, Michael Eden ninth, Michael Bushell 10th, Barry Morgan 11th, Bruce Tinley 12th, Pete Templeman 13, Tony Denson 14, Greg Cuttons 15, Ross Wild 16 and Michelle Clark 17. So that's it until after lunch, so I'll leave you fellas to it and I'll see you there.
John Hepburn, thank you very much for your expert comments. And we'll catch you for race 1 for the Mainland Muscle Cars after lunch. Just a bit of a note to any of the stewards out there on the middle of the course. We have lost a GoPro out there on track somewhere. So if you keep your eagle eyes open for a GoPro. And then come and see us here up in the commentary box. And we can get it back to its rightful owner.
Yeah, 15-minute qualifying session for the SS Cup, so with a full grid of 38 cars, this is going to be very busy.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Brendan. I think it's probably the first time they've had a full field of cars, 38. Would have... You all right there, Mitch? Righto, so SS Cup brought to you by Dry Ice Blasting this weekend. So big thanks to Dry Ice Blasting. 38 cars, all sorts of makes and models. Come from all over. We've even got someone from Auckland down here, Martin Irvine, BMW. And quite a few locals to keep an eye out for.
We've got the reigning champion, car 1, Phil Gurney in the Honda Civic. We also have some... probably ringers in this weekend. Watch out for car 20, Jared Parmenter in the RX-8. His car knows its way around here. I think Jared could probably just about close his eyes and still put in a pretty good time.
So it's been told by Mitch that Tim Dossett also late entry. So he'll be right up the pointy end. And also too, an interesting one for me, Mark Leonard in the 24 Red Racing Honda Integra that is owned by a former local, Chris O'Driscoll, up there in the North Island. Mark just coming out onto the track now. Great to see Mark back in a saloon car. He's done a lot of rallying and rally sprints and stuff since his pre-65 days, but good to see him back in a sprint, in a saloon car race. Car number 171, Matt Moore in the Altezza. Jared Carnegie can probably fill us in on what's going on in that team. So Jared, a few new competitors this year for the SS Cup?
Yeah, mate, we're having new competitors at every round at the moment. Like, we had 5 or 6 on the waiting list, and we had a few retirements yesterday, just with new cars not quite being ready and so forth. So, which gave the chance for Tim Dossett and Paul Sayer, who was in the top 10, who actually missed out originally. So he's out there now. So that's good.
So she's going from strength to strength now. The SS Cup. As I say, the first time you've had a full field.
Yeah, it makes a lot of work for the committee, but this is enough for us. We'd like, to be fair, we're a wee bit nervous with the amount of cars out there when we've been used to sort of 25-ish cars. So yeah, it should be a busy old day.
Oh, look at that Nissan Bluebird getting down the back straight.
Yeah, Ross
many a lap of town in Timaru in my youth in a vehicle like that. Probably not quite as quick as that one.
Ross Melhop from Christchurch. Ross has done all sorts of racing over the years, pre-65s many years ago, and a Datsun Brendan, a Datsun Bluebird, all those years ago. Eddie Araya going through as well, a lot of locals out there. So Carmen Leinberg this year, she's driving Jim's car, the MX-5. It's the brown one. So I expect her to be pretty quick as well. But like 2K Cup, Jared, she's going to be pretty hard to put in that one lap.
Yeah, it is, mate. I'm sort of a wee bit nervous about dealing with SS and then jumping straight into the car tomorrow anyway, straight out of the tower into the car for 2K Cup tomorrow. So it's going to be a busy weekend.
That's right, getting the late call up yourself.
Yeah, unfortunately, but it's got to be done. Somebody's got to fill the seat, don't they?
I think it's about time Greg Hull got his arse into a seat.
We tried. We've been trying all year.
So a couple of the White Horse Motors entries there in the form of the RX-8s. They were here doing testing earlier in the week. And a lot of these guys won't be used to this thing called finding a clean lap. Phil Gurney just going through in car number 1, the current champion. Stepped up from the 2K Cup category as well. Car number 216 out there is not in the program. That's Josh Ward. Oh, you know he is in there. All the way from Blenheim. Another one of these nice looking wee Hondas.
Just had car 414 Trevor Morse cross the line. He was the poster boy for SS Cup in the media during the week.
Car 900's an interesting wee car, Jared. Chopper Stevenson, the Asterion. Tell us a bit about that car. Yeah, initially had a few issues with it, but seems to be going pretty good.
Yeah, so Chopper currently 5th fastest in car 900 on a 1:12.286, but leading the timing charts at the moment is car 20, Jared Parmenter, on a 1:10.767.
Yeah, not too far away though, Phil Gurney on a 1:10.8, just a tenth between the two of them. Jim Leinberg 3rd fastest. Eddie Araya, Chopper Stevenson, is top 5. Then Josh Ward in that little 216 car, sitting there in 6th place. So what's the cut-off time? They do run to a cut-off time, the SS Cup as well. So just looking where Mark Leonard's sitting, he's currently 12th fastest on a 1:13.9 in the 24 Red Racing Integra.
That's what I thought it was. Not getting check. Oh, Matty Moore. Big lock up. Is he?
So Jim Lindbergh's just gone fastest, car 350 on a 1:10.278. Yeah, so what are your breakout rules in qualifying? Can you go faster than 1:10 in qualifying, or that's still the time?
If you go faster than a 1:10 in the A-Class car, you'll get relegated further back the field depending on how big the breakout is.
Yep.
If you go too fast, then we just ask you to leave the class. Go Oscar, it's Oscar.
Okay, Phil Gurney, car 1 crosses the line again. His fastest so far is a 1:10.822, a 1:11.054 on that lap. Still a long time to go in the session though. We're just halfway through.
Jim Lindbergh in the wee Mazda MX-5 car 350. Still at the top of the timesheets there, a 1:10.278. Chopper Stevenson. Actually, we just got Tim Dossett goes through, 1:10.1. Goes to the top. Jim Lindbergh second, Chopper Stevenson third fastest so far in the stereo. That's a good effort from him so far. Young Chopper.
That is a good time for Chopper.
Yeah.
He's been doing consistent sort of 1:13, so he's just knocked the fair swag off.
Yeah, and then we just got... Oh, sorry. Still Tim Dossett it is at the top. 1:10.18 the time to beat. She's getting pretty busy up round through Castrol there.
Okay, car 25, Eddie O'Reilly just broke out with a 1:09.899. We've got car 910, the Nissan Bluebird of Ross Malhop in the pits. Gesticulating quite vigorously there he is. Gesticulating, that's the better word there, B2. Tyre pressure check. Throw a new cassette in, because, you know, I'm sure we had a cassette player when we were bopping around town in a Bluebird like that.
Yeah, she might be the old self-changing one. Auto reverse.
Still got the black number plates on it, good to see. Okay, we just had the number 20 car of Jared Parment across the line. On a 1:10.552.
She's getting pretty busy round through Par & Co and Castrol now. Chopper's just starting to come up on the back of that grid as well. She's a big long freight train. The one with the best track position at the moment would be the Gold RX-7 just coming down down the front straight now, the 111 car. So Tim Dossett's still the man to beat at 1:10.18, and it's only just 2/10 of a second back to Jordan Ray in car 61. And in fact, Jared Pike just goes through, but goes under the breakout time, so it doesn't count. A few of them going under. Paul Blasby's also broken out.
It's car 4, the Datsun 1600 from Osgiel.
Mark leaded in and back out again pretty quick, being looked after down there by Chris O'Driscoll and Peter Sprague. Johnny 5 down there as well. So it's still Tim Dossett from Jordan Ray. Jim Lindbergh 3rd, Jared Parment 4th. Chopper Stevenson 5th. Phil Gurney's the next one. So all the sort of heavy hitters are up around that area. We've had 3 cars go under the 110, which means that that time does not count. Dossie's in, and the car at his tyres, Honda Civic. Happy with where he's sitting at the moment. Done a lot of development work on that wee car over the years. Rebecca Lineberg just going through in car 43. She's sitting down there in about the 6th place. So about 2.5 minutes left in the session for the Dry Ice Blasting SS Cup. Oh, the wee Starlet just taking to the grass there through Power & Co. Getting a wee bit close to Bradley Dawson there.
The 2 Dawson brothers from Invercargill, there's no love lost there, and you'll find they'll be stuck to each other's bumper all weekend.
Nothing better than an inter-family feud on the track. Eddie Araya just going through on one of the White Horse Motors entries. Dean Cook out there in car 95, another one of the X2K Cup guys that has sort of stepped up. Phil Gurney being another one. Paul Crowther. So we've got Jared Parmenter gone through in car 20, a 1:10.056. He goes to the top. So Jared Parmenter just gets it with about 1:12 remaining on the clock.
It's going to make for an interesting first race with Dossie and Jared at the front. 2 very quick wee peddlers, so it'll be a good race.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Car 14 just going through Ryan Tinley from Christchurch in the big Monaro. He's way down just outside the... Well, he's actually sitting 13th. Or 10th actually, if you take the top 3 off, so it's not bad effort. Getting the top 10 of the big Monaro. So Jared's into the pits. Andrew Brunton down there doing the tyre pressure checks. Both these guys run this car.
It's been a busy wee week for those two actually after Mr. Brunton sort of decided he was going to go for a wee sideways excursion into the tyre wall on Friday. So they've been busy repairing and getting it ready for looking spick and span again.
I wouldn't expect anything less from those guys.
Yeah, Jared's got
a case pretty quick.
Jared's got a pretty cheesy grin on leaning out the car. He's obviously very happy with his efforts so far.
Certainly is.
Yeah.
All right, checkered flag out. Ends that qualifying session for the Dry Ice Blasting SS Cup with
still sitting at the top, Jared Parmenter, 1:10.056. Tim Dossett second fastest.
Then we have Jordan Ray, Jim Lindbergh, Flynn Mitchell, Chopper Stevenson, defending champion Phil Gurney, Jeremy Dawson, Cameron Davies, Ryan Tinley, Sam Bushell, Josh Ward, Ben McConaughey, Gerald Hargreaves, Mark Neville, Callum Stocker and Carmen Lindbergh in position 17. Off 4.
Yeah, so Mark Leonard finished there 20th, 1:13.992. So about mid-pack for him. He's going to be right in the middle of it.
Graham Liu, another local, Graham in the 99 Black Nissan Pulsar. He did a 1:14.7 as his fastest time. So he's 22nd position.
Old Morsey there obviously having a few issues. This class there is in 35th, just doing one lap, 1:19, so he's got a bit of work to do. He should have been up a lot higher than that. But congratulations to Jared Parmenter taking that pole out, a 1:10.056 over Tim Dossett. That'll be an interesting race. And then you got the likes of Jordan Ray and Jim Leinberg starting off the second row. Flynn Mitchell, Chopper Stevenson the third row. Phil Gurney will line up beside Jeremy Dawson. And then rounding out the top 10, Cam Davies. And that RX-8, he'll line up alongside Ryan Tinley. It's your top 10. For the Dry Ice Blasting SS Cup, big thanks to Dry Eye Blasting.
Okay, next up we have a 10-minute qualifying session for the Kumo Tyres Pre-65 class. And looking at the program, we've got a reasonably good field here today.
Yes, Brendan, been around a long time, the Pre-65s. Good to see the class still alive and running, and as you say, numbers looking pretty good once again.
Yeah, so as Paul mentioned earlier, Michelle Clark, car 100, the Holden from Mosgiel. She was in the Mainland muscle car class, also running in Pre-65s as well. Getting her money's worth out of that lovely motor vehicle.
Yes, the Pre-65 is brought to you once again by Kumo Tyres. Kumo being a long time supporters of the Pre-65s.
Yeah, unfortunately we just had car 122 of the Dry Ice Blasting SS Cup field, Mark Neville and the Impreza, come in on the end of a string, so hopefully it's something they can sort before the first race later in the day for those guys and girls.
So speaking of long-time campaigners, we've got Jono Michelle in car number 18 on the list for the Pre-65s. He was racing way back in the days when I was racing Pre-65s, Brendan, so that's going back over 30 years ago.
Yeah, big Dick Johnson fan. Jono and his brother used to have a pair of Cortinas done in the Dick Johnson racing colours.
That's right, and I've even got a picture of at home of the Viva in front of one of them.
Were you being lapped?
In actual fact, no, it wasn't. Car number 42 needs no introduction. Corey Ross, former class winner, won many races, a few championships. That car used to belong to Manny Sim. It may still belong to Manny Sim.
I'm very fond of that car 98 N Perry Sunbeam Stiletto, which is like a fastback Hillman Imp. I don't know if you'd say that to someone because you might get a smack in the chops, but it's a very cool looking wee car, that Sunbeam Stiletto.
Yeah, you're right, Brendan. Ian Perry, he likes his different sort of stuff. I think he's got an Imp as well. And he's got another couple of things that are a bit different in the shed too, so he likes his different sort of things, and today he's got the Sunbeam Stiletto here. Good to see a few more Anglias in there. John Mackley all the way from Wallistown, car number 91. Paul Whiting in car 71, and then Piers Mingham, car 47. He'll be one to watch. Was very quick here at the last meeting. And Tim McCulloch, car number 25. And it looks like just the one Cortina, but I haven't seen that out there as yet either. So it'll be 2 or 3 laps before the time they wind the big V8s up there. John Smolinski just going through in car 27. He'll be up the pointy end. Barry Morgan doing double duties in the 55 already. We've got a spinner down there, the wee A40 Farina. Car 40 Pete Fitzgibbon. Bit of a cold tyre spin there through Parenco. Car number 77, Wayne Tuffley in that big Mustang. Another car that's won many championships. Looks like it's number 11, but it's actually 77. And car number 44, Gary Shaw, and his car that's about a year or two old. So Michelle Clark just going through in car 100. She's doing double duties in the EH this weekend. Also running that car in the Mainland Muscle, and then also to Barry Morgan out there in car 55. He's doing double duties in both cars, not this car, this one and the Mustang as well. So in the Mainland Muscle. Wayne Tuffley just goes through. We should see him getting up close to the top of the timesheets. Oh no, you put the mockers on him, Brendan. Car 98 Imperi, the wee stiletto. She's just pulled out into the grass there halfway down the back straight.
Looks amazing though, Paul.
Still looks, yeah, you're right though, Brendan. Doesn't matter how fast it goes, as long as it looks pretty good. And hopefully he might be able to get that off the other side of the track. Doesn't look like he's going to. So we should see a safety car or a red flag or something come about very shortly. Or perhaps they might just leave him there, but not too bad a position really, if it's just for qualifying.
Okay, so Corey Ross, second lap in, does a 1:12.7. Gary Price, car 55, is on a 1:13.6. John Smolinski, car 27, a 1:15.2. Gary Shaw, car 44, a 1:16.7. And fifth fastest, Pete Fitzgibbon, car 40, a 1:19.3.
Here comes Tuffley across the line now. We'll see what he does. Third fastest, still doesn't go any faster. Still the man to beat, Corey Ross. A 1:12.7.
Okay, a 1:10.25 is the lap record for pre-65 from Paul Clark. Corey Ross just went through that time on a 1:12.11. Of course, in qualifying, the times don't count towards lap records. That needs to be set during a race.
Yeah, that was set back in November 2016. Paul Clark in the big Mustang. A 1:10.257. Corey Ross goes through a wee bit quicker. A 1:12.1. Here's Wayne Tuffley again. Can he go faster? No, he doesn't. Still a 1:13.6 his best. Half a second off that time. And no sign of John O'Michelle out there in that Cortina. Obviously had thoughts of it. So one thing with a field of this size is it's pretty easy to get a quick lap in, not being held up too much. Here goes Corey Ross again, down through the kink onto the front straight. And comes through, goes faster, a 1:11.5. So time's coming down for Corey Ross. Barry Morgan, what can he do?
Car 47, Piers Mingham, goes over the line, a 1:17.79 in the Anglia. 71 is Paul Whiting, a 1:18.8. That's his fastest so far.
Yeah, Piers Mingham, the quickest of the 4-cylinder or the B class.
Okay, John Smolinski just goes over with his fastest time so far, a 1:12.2.
You're still holding that second place, Smolinski. Still got a bit of work to do though to catch up to Corey Ross. 7/10 of a second between the two of them. And 1:11.5 the time to beat. Here goes Gary Shaw again. He jumps up a spot there. Goes up to 4th, a 1:13.36. Demotes Wayne Tuffley down to 5th. Tuffley goes through, doesn't go any faster again.
We've just had Gary Price in the Ford XP pull into the pits down the top end there.
Gary Price currently sitting 3rd. 1:12.87. So about a minute and a half left in the qualifying session for the Kimmo Tyres Pre-65s. 12 cars out on track. Obviously, M. Perry still sitting on the side there, down the back straight. A few issues with the wee Sunbeam stiletto. Corey Ross just going through, just about identical to the time to the lap he set previous, 1:11.51. 1:11.52, so keeping it very consistent. Here comes Gary Shaw again in the 44. What can he do? He's got to find a second or so. And he jumps up to 3rd. Puts Gary Price down to 4th.
Okay, so we've just had the checkered flag come out for the end of that qualifying session for the Kumho Tyres Pre-65 field.
Oh, bit of a rear lock up there from Tuffley. Doesn't want to run on the side of the A40. Michelle Clark just coming through. Right, so we just about call that now, I think, Brendan. Corey Ross, he will take the pole for the Kimmo Tyres Pre-65s, a 1:11.514. Plays John Smolinski, a 1:12.29. 3rd fastest, Gary Shaw in car 44, a 1:12.8. Yeah, Smolinski just goes through there, doesn't go any faster, so stays 2nd. 4th place, Gary Price in car 55, a 1:12.87. 5th is Wayne Tuffley. I thought he might have been a wee bit quicker than that, Wayne Tuffley, at 1:13.69. First of the 4 cylinders, Piers Mingham in car 47, the wee Anglia, a 1:17.09. And Pete Fitzgibbon doing a good job there in the A40, 2nd fastest of the 4 cylinders. He will start 7th, a 1:17.4. Then it'll be Paul Whiting, Michelle Clark, John Mackley, who must be having issues there with the wee Anglia, and also Cliff Brunning. He pulled out halfway through the session, a 1:22 for him, so he's a wee way off his best time. And of course M. Perry stuck down there out on the back straight. In fact, he's underway again, so coming around on his own steam.
Hopefully it's a problem that can be sorted for Ian and we can see him in the first race for Pre-65 later today.
So up next we've got the NZ6 Mazda 7s and 8s.
and that's a qualifying for 15 minutes.
Yeah, got good numbers too in the Mazda side of things, and also too the NZ6s is the most that both of them have ever had. Well, for a long time for the NZ6s anyway.
Definitely a good field of rotors there, Paul. Look at them all. Warms my heart.
Yes, I know, Brendan, you're a Mazda man from a long way back. In fact, I think you've still got one tucked away somewhere.
Yeah, got my RX3 when I was 21. It's still sitting in the back of the shed.
Just don't let the wife know how much it's worth.
Oh no, unfortunately she does know how much it's worth. It's a bit of a problem, really.
Oh, well. Maybe it should have been one of those cars that was tucked away in another shed somewhere.
Yeah, that happened to a few friends over the years.
Hiding cars all around South Canterbury.
Tony Foster, one of my motorsport mates from Ashburton, in his single days he had a Triumph Herald that he used to whip the roof off and cruise around town and pick up the ladies. And of course when he got together with the lady that he ended up marrying, she hated it of its course, probably because of its history, so he told her that it was sold. Actually, it wasn't sold. It was sitting at a friend's place, and when he went away on his honeymoon, his good friends pulled it to bits and put it back together in his lounge, so it was sitting there waiting for him when he got home.
Oh, that'd be a good wedding present for him.
I'm sure Carmen was over the moon, as wives can be, because they've just got such good senses of humour, most of them, haven't they?
Especially when it comes to cars, Brendan, yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say exactly the same thing, Paul, when it comes to cars.
Yeah, but what a lineup of cars here it is, though, for the Camo Tyres Pro 7 and Pro 8 racing, and also the Ryco 24/7 NZ6s. We're going to put them out there together for their qualifying session. Good number of NZ6s there as well. Be good to see Justin Ashwell back. Car number 11, Cody Welsh, 22. Tony Herbert, all the way from Omakau. Famous for the Vodafone ads. He's in car 24. Steve Gordon's in 27. Wayne Christie, the President of Motorsport New Zealand. Great to see him out there still getting his fix. He's in car number 42. 69 will be Dave Morgan. 81, Lawrence Anthony. He's been around a long time, Lawrence, in the NZ6s. Probably just about be the oldest campaigner out there. And Mike McCarthy, that's a name I haven't heard before. He'll be in car number 812. And then, of course, Craig Padden in the 911 car and Alvin Frew. So, good list of the Ryco 24/7 NZ6s.
I was going to say, did someone call a taxi? But we don't really see Falcon and Commodore taxis anymore, do we?
No, that's right. Normally they're a Prius or something. But known for being taxis, these cars, the Holden Commodores and the NZ6s. And in fact, actual fact, I was up in Auckland there a few months ago, Brendan, and we called for a couple of Ubers, and we were all having bets on what sort of cars would show up. And there's 8 of the 10 fellas had picked Toyota Priuses, and that's exactly what showed up. So I lost out on that one, but never mind.
What was your pick, Paul?
My pick, I can't even remember what my pick was. It might have been a Hi-Ace friggin' 11-seater or something like that, but it definitely wasn't a Prius. So a few of these Mazda guys are in a bit of a hurry to get things underway. A couple of slower, the NZ6s just taking their time wallowing around.
Okay, in the program it says car 14 is Chris Mackey, but on our timing screens, car 14 I should say, it's Jared Parmenter. Andrew Brunton is in the 20 car that Jared was running earlier on in the SS Cup qualifying session.
Two of the White Horse Motors cars there in a bit of a hurry to try and get through on the big Holden down there at the back straight. She's 3 wide sort of into John Jones Steel. Want to get that track position. And once again, the field's getting the sizes that they have to start worrying about track position, because the last couple of seasons they've been pretty well strung out and haven't really had to worry about getting a clean lap in, but now that's what it's going to be all about. She's busy coming into the Parenco hairpin at the moment.
And running close, both classes together is also a good opportunity for us to get more vehicles out on track.
Well, that's right. Then once these numbers do get up to a point they can run their own class again, then that's probably what will happen. But the Mazda class is definitely one that is growing, so we should see them in the, they've got enough there at the moment to run their own field.
Yeah, good to see all those Japanese classics out on track. Fastest so far, car 17, Ben Tiplady on a 1:12.510. He's in the Batman RX-7 from Kaiapoi.
Car 42, Wayne Christie just going through. It's a car he's had for a number of years. His son's been in and out of it a few times as well. So as a few of these cars start reeling off a quick lap, we'll start to get a true indication of who is where. As you say, Brendan, a 1:12.5, the quickest so far. Ben Tiplady, Jared Parmenter second fastest. Justin Ashwell, the first of the NZ6s.
Jared was doing 110s earlier on. Well, he's just done a 110. There we go in the number 14 car, a 1:10.24. And Ben's gone faster also, a 1:10.235.
Just had number 50, the red RX-7, pull into the pits. Who's going to be the first to try and pronounce that?
Estienne.
Surname?
Bastianzi.
Bastianzi. I want to say it with a bit of flair, I think.
Sounds like someone should be driving a TRS, but it doesn't matter. RX-7 will do.
Or cooking my meal at a French restaurant.
So first of the NZ6s, still Justin Ashwell, 1:13.5. Then we'll go back to Steve Gordon, second fastest there for the NZ6s. But at the top at the moment, still Ben Tiplady, a 1:10.23. The time's coming down. Jared Parmenter, a 1:10.24. Only the two drivers. Oh, we've got Ben Tiplady going through at a 1:08.6. In car number 17, he's just going in through Castrol now. 1:08.6.
He's got that Batman RX-7 singing.
Yeah, Jared Pike goes through, second fastest, a 1:09.3. So the time's starting to come down now. We'll see what Jared Parmenter can do from that third place at the moment, a 1:10. He's a second and a half off that pole time. Justin Ashwell still hanging on to that pole position for the Ryco 24/7 NZ6s. Andrew Brunton sitting 7th at the moment in car number 20. Well, there's the sound there, Brendan, of the old rotor changing down through the gears.
Red flag.
Red flag. So we've got something going on out there.
Awful lot of dust up the top end of the circuit, guys.
So someone off. We'll get Brendan on the binoculars and see what's going on. But red flag. So under red flag conditions, obviously line up down the front straight here. Not too sure what Andrew Brunton's doing. They should all stop on the line. I think Wayne Elliott's the only one that followed procedure. So someone has gone off up the top end of the track. Yeah, so with 8 minutes 24 seconds left on the clock, Ben Tiplady is your pole man at present, a 1:08.6. from Jared Pike, 109. Jared Parmenter third fastest, Flynn Mitchell fourth, Cameron Davies fifth, Ben McConaughey sixth, Andrew Brunton seventh. First of the NZ6s, Justin Ashwell, 113.5. Inspector Cody Welch now is up to P2 for the Ryco 24/7 NZ6s. So it looks like we've got the Hilton Haulers truck heading on up there. Someone must be in the gravel trap, or if it's up around that area, normally you're in the wall. And I know they've put some gravel traps up there around through the Jura McKissick curve on the first wee left-hander going into that corner. They've put some gravel traps in there, but really you've only got like a 6 metre runoff to the bank, so you're going to hit the thing whether there's a gravel trap there or not. And that's probably the closest point of the track where you get to the bank is up round through there. Go down the back straight through John Jones Steel, then up that straight where the Hilton Haulers truck is going at the moment, and that first wee left-hand kink, if you don't get that right, you can get yourself into all sorts of trouble and end up out in that wall on the right-hand side. We've seen a number of TRS cars go in there a few years ago, about 3 or 4 in the same session went in there, and that's because they were all using the ripple strip through that fast left-hand corner, getting some air under the car and just going straight ahead and into the bank. So lesson learnt, if you're in something with ground effects, stay off that wee ripple strip. Not so bad if you're in the 2K Cup car or whatever, you can soon put a wheel out over there. And like I say, there's only about a 5 or 6 metre runoff there from the track to the bank. And she's all over Rover. It looks like the one that is where the truck stopped at. Looks like that would have gone in the bank on the left-hand side there as you come out of John Jones Steel. You can get a wheel out on the grass there and get a bit of a tank slapper going on. And before you know it, you're heading to the inside there if you've tried to overcorrect it. And we'll side swipe that tyre wall on the left-hand side. So that's about where that car is sitting. There was a wee bit of runoff there through John Jones Steel out on the right hand side. We see a lot of dust being kicked up there today. You can actually get a fair bit of grip out there on the ripple strip. If you can use that to keep the power on out of John Jones Steel heading up towards McKissick, you can actually stick a wheel right out there on that ripple strip quite nicely.
A lot of marshals around John Jones there, Paul. Obviously something's happened there, sprinkling a bit of dust around, cement.
And the hairpin there.
Yeah. Oh, it's a hairpin, is it? Yep.
Yep. And they'll just be looking for anything that's there. A few of the sweepers going on there down through the kink as well onto the front straight. The old south end guys down here are a bit more relaxed. So yet to see who that is that's in the wall. Mr. Tupai there. Well, he probably won't be doing much, I wouldn't imagine. Yeah, like you say, a wee bit of cement dust there just coming into the hairpin. And you can attack that either two ways. You can come into it in the middle line there and sort of leave your braking till late, and then you've got to power out of the corner, or just tried recently braking a little bit earlier, coming in that hairpin and staying up high on it and then turning in so that when you've got the power on, you're diving down into the hairpin. So a couple of different lines you can take into there. And the way these corners are banked too, that once you get a couple of wheels over the off the tarmac onto the grass, it sort of sucks you in. We've seen Brent Collins go in there, coming into the hairpin. That was something else related though. But once you get over that crest, she's a downhill slide, especially if it's a bit damp, into those tyres. And it's the same there up through McKissick curve there. Corner's very banked. Get a couple of tyres up over the side of the track and it'll suck you off and into the bank. Yeah, looks like it's one of the RX-7s. Brendan Nichols will be away on the case. Here he is. He'll be able to fill us in. Well, no, maybe he's just been for a pit stop himself. That's what he's done. Changed the tyres. For 6, Simon Wheeler it is. Down there on the back of the Hilton Haulers truck. A big shout out to the Anderson boys there. Everyone else involved, Hilton Haulage. Do a great job here with these trucks, the big Pell finger lifts, getting everything off the track nice and quickly.
Yeah, Hilton Haulage have helped us out at the track a lot over the years. The Jim Thickett Memorial Race at the end of the day for the trucks. Jimmy was a long-time driver from Hilton Haulage and was out here many, many times over the years.
Yeah,
top bloke too, and a real character.
You're not wrong there. I've come across him through my job a few times. I've been up on the Pell finger lifts, hanging out of a bucket many a time. In fact, the last time I went up on one was just about the only time I've just about say that'll do. And that was out at the Home Station Homestead with the Bruce Harris when he had the new big long reach one. I think it was something like 44 metres up in the air. And that was about hair racing, but I've got a good video of it anyway, but never mind. 44 metres. Yes. In actual fact, a 2-storied house I worked on down at Seaview there, they could drop me on the basket on the lawn over the back side of the house. So they're pretty amazing what these things can do. So lifting a racing car up on the back of a trailer is pretty much easy peasy. And once again, a big thanks to Hilton Haulage. I know they've got the old curtain siders over there this weekend. There'll be a crowd of them over there, no doubt a few lies told over the weekend. So we'll just wait on the restart there. Shouldn't be too far away. Number 6, a bit of damage down the driver's side there for Simon Wheeler. He's done exactly what I said. He's overcorrected, come back left across the track, and when you come back across at that speed, you're going to hit it sideways. And he's had the big tank slapper gone in there, the old front rear version. So he's got both one side there that is completely buggered, and the rest of the weekend. Bad luck for him. Simon Wheeler all the way from Lincoln. So everyone's been told to fire back up once again.
Okay, got the green flag out once again for this session. There's 8 minutes 24 left on the clock for the qualifying session for the NZ6s. Ryco 24/7 NZ6s that is, and the Kumo Tyres Pro 7s and Pro 8 Racing South Island classes.
So time to beat still Ben Tiplady in car number 17, a 108.61. And he's got 7/10 over Jared Pike in car number 29, a 180 for Jared. Then we've got Jared Parmenter in third, a 110.2. So you've got a bit of work to do, Jared Parmenter. And first of the NZ6s, Justin Ashwell, 113.5.
So probably take a lap or two to get back into the groove. It's now overcast, so the surface temperature of the track should be quite good for a good time.
I would say it's always the overcast conditions here at Levels. we will see the best times, but the track's probably not cool enough. So she'll be reasonable temperature in there with a bit of sun being on there already today. And we'll get the session underway again. So Chris Mackey, or we think that's Jared Parmenter actually in behind the wheel of that one, just having a wee bit of a rear brake lock up, getting all out of shape just in the Power & Co. was Jared Parmenter. In actual fact, looks like he's got an issue. Slowed right down after that, and in fact pulled up round the outside of Castrol there very slowly. So maybe an issue there for Jared Parmenter. In fact, slowing down on the start of the back straight. Hopefully he can get out of the way. He'll be trying to get across the other side of the track if he can. In fact, here he comes now across the side of the track, so a bit of an issue there. Under braking, perhaps might have broken an axle or something. Either way, parked up.
That's not good for Jared, but they do have their workshop just down at the end of the Pleasant Point Highway, and many a time over the years Jared's been able to nip back between races and get his machine back in top shape, so hopefully it's something they can address.
There might be another 2 or 3 cars sitting down there too, Brendan, I'd imagine. I know Trevor's got one down there, sitting down there somewhere. So a bit of dust being kicked up down the top end of the track. Still being in front, car number 17, a 1086. Oh, spinner down here, Craig Padden it is, the lawyer from Dunedin, locking the rears up in the NZ6s.
Wasn't me, Your Honour.
Looks like he's underway again though. In fact, has he got a problem as well? He's heading for the infield. Probably not quite a change of undies, Brendan. Perhaps just a wee spillage going on in there somewhere. And he's decided that's enough. So it
One
looks
of the
like
White Horse Motors cars pulling into pit lane.
yeah, Cam Davies. And Cam's up there. He's currently sitting 4th. One of the White Horse Motors entries, and he's just coming through here just slowly. Not too sure what that's all about. And he'll come back out onto the track.
Number 50, Sebastian Bastians, pulled into the pits here again, Paul.
You've got that name down, Pat. Brendan, I think he's yours for the weekend. So Sam Wallace running in car number 8, just going through Castrol. Doing a lot of heel and towing under brakes at the end of the front straight. Sounds rather impressive. Wayne Elliott in car 48 going through as well. He's currently got a fair bit of work to do. Still Ben Tiplady, the one to beat for the Ryco. For the Kimmo Tyres Pro 7s and Pro 8s. 1086. Still a lot more dust being kicked up the top end there. Everyone's stretching the limits of that curb up there. What I was talking about earlier on.
Yeah, it's looking pretty slippery where that cement dust has gone down on the hairpin too. There's a lot of people coming out of there a bit wobbly and taking some different lines.
Yeah, well, it's quite amazing how much just throwing a bit of cement down will actually slow a driver down just purely through the look of it. You know it's there for a reason. There'll be something slippery underneath it. So no one going any faster. Time's still staying as they are.
Yeah, just under 2 minutes left to go in the qualifying session.
Justin Ashwell and still leading the Ryco 24/7 NZ6s. Cody Welsh currently second fastest for them, then Steve Gordon. Yellow flags over here. We've got one of the Holdens by the look of it. Stopped up there in Castrol. And he's in quite a dangerous wee position there. It's a Falcon, is it? So that's going to put paid to any fast laps from now on. Looks like sitting down pretty low in the rear, that Falcon. So yellow flag, so you see a few cars pulling into the pit lanes already. They'll know that things aren't good out there with the double yellows waving. So inside the 2 minutes. Still Ben Tiplady in car 17 holds the pole position for the RX7s and 8s. Sam Wallace, it sounds pretty magic at the end of the front straight, I must say. Changing down a gear or two. So checkered flag is out.
So Ben Tiplady, pole position for the RX7s on a 108.615. Jared Pike, second at 109.337, and Jared Parmenter was third fastest on a 110.249. But as Paul noted, there was some mechanical problems there for Jared, so we'll have to see if he rejoins us later on.
And like the man he is, he's already been out having a look under the front of it. Probably knows what's wrong with it already. So Ben Tiplady will take that pole position at 108.615. Jared Pike will sit second at 109.33. Jared Parmenter third. Cameron Davies fourth. Flynn Mitchell fifth. It's a good battle between those two guys from Waimate and the White Horse Motors RX8s. Ben McConaughey sixth, Andrew Brunton seventh, Justin Ashwell sits eighth overall, but he's the first of the NZ6s, so he'll start off pole for them. Then it's Sam Wallace, Greg Wilson, Cody Welsh, Steve Gordon, and Mel Waters, Simon Wheeler, Alvin Frew, Wayne Christie 16th, James Askew 17th, Paul Wallace 18th, and then Tony Herbert rounds out the top 20, obviously with both lots starting together. So big thanks to the Ryco 24/7 filters for bringing us the NZ6s, and also Kumo tyres once again for supporting the Pro 7 Pro 8s.
So next up we have the 15-minute qualifying session for the South Island Formula 1600 field. We saw them have their practice session earlier on this morning. We have been handed a list of the points to date for that class after 4 rounds. James Penrose, as Paul mentioned earlier, is making it his own. He's won every race so far, collected maximum points, so he's on 908 points. Second is Jack Noble Adams in the number 1 Stealth on 670. Third is Ethan Anderson in car 70 on 757 points. Fourth is Zach Christensen on the Ray GR20 579. And fifth is Cameron Freeman, car 19 on 541 points after 4 rounds.
So a couple of cars under tow there, car number 22. And also the 14 there of the Harcourt's RX-8, Jared Parmenter driving it. So it's going to be a good qualifying session for the South Island Formula Fords, or Formula 1600s as they're called these days. A 15-minute qualifying session for them. And once again, it's going to be so far, bar I think 1 or 2 corners, which he soon got in front of, but he has won every race, and it's been just a standout season for him so far. Car number 98, James Penrose. So I think we're going to see a battle between him at the front. Shane Drake, he's going to be up there in the top 3 or 4, I'd imagine. It might be see a surprise from Bo Hill or someone like that. We'll just have to keep an eye on it. Zach Christensen's in the mix as well.
Of course, we've got a couple of locals there for you to support. We've got car 83, Thomas Flynn in the Swift SC92 car. He's from Timaru. And Daniel Brown that Paul was talking about earlier, car 87 is in a Swift SC94, and he's from Geraldine. Previously a 2K Cup competitor, has moved on to Formula Fords.
Yeah, he's done a wee bit of other club sort of stuff over in Australia as well. He did the Aussie driver search and finished remarkably well on that. I think he finished about 18th out of 300 and something drivers. And he's a bit of a thinker. And certainly 2K Cup, he performed reasonably well. And so far in his debut season in the Formula 4, doing a good job. He's had some good results considering the amount of lap time, seat time he's had in one of these cars. But just look at all those different makes and models, Brendan. Van Diemen obviously very popular in the mix there. All sorts of chassis years, RF81, 82, there's the RF88. Simon Spencer Bauer, car 48, there's an RF8 93. Grant Campbell in car 50. It's an RF03. So out they come onto the track now. 15-minute qualifying session for the South Island Formula 1600. Keep your eye on Ethan Anderson as well. Got a bit of a point to prove. And interesting to see how car 55 Bree Morris goes in the wee Ray Formula Ford. First time at levels for her. So James Penrose, he's the first one to start a hot lap. He's got the track position right at the moment, and we should see him go for it straight away and post a quick lap time. I'm guessing probably about lap 3. He'll have one in the bank by then. A little bit of a brake lock up there from one of the wee stealths going into Par & Co. You see Shane Drake there's got some clean air. He's got Ethan Anderson tucked in behind him though. And these two, Ethan Anderson just has a look up the inside. He wants to get clear of Drake and have a bit of a go. Shane lets him go. Great to have Shane Drake back in a single-seater. And another one to watch will be car number 17, I think it is, Dylan Petch, grandson of Mark Petch. and only his second ever race meeting. In fact, he's only finished one race down there at Teretonga. He had a few issues, so only one race to his resume.
Red flag
already. So we've got a red flag out. Someone would have gone off up the top end of the track, I'd imagine. Red flag's waving. Of course, with these things being so low, they're a bit hard to pick out exactly where they are.
Yeah, so we've got all the cars making their way back to pit lane where they'll line up and wait for a clearance. Hopefully the driver and vehicle aren't too bad. Paul's just gone upstairs to find out what's happening. We can see Mr. Two Pies racing to the unsided part of the circuit. Okay, just got the number 1 car of Jack Noble Adams here in the pits, the Van Diemen Stealth. Just
it's Steve Donaldson.
Checked. Okay, Steve Donaldson's had a moment up the top in the new Ray GR20 car.
Yes, of course, brand new. It's only done a couple of meetings. There's a sister car to Zach Christensen's car, number 21. So yes, so Steve Donaldson, car 34, the Ray GR20. Won't be wanting to bend that thing up too much, I wouldn't think, but Steve's a long-time campaigner over the years, and he owns lots of cars, Brendan. Had the privilege of being in workshops up there in Christchurch, and a number of Formula Vs, Formula Fords. He's got the old Typhoon sports car there as well, and also a old Formula Pacific car that Hiro Matsushita ran here many years ago in the Panasonic colours. He's got that sitting, well, hanging from the rafters somewhere as well, as long as numerous other cars. So somewhat of a car hoarder is Steve Donaldson.
Yeah, the Pacifics were a very successful class in New Zealand in the late 70s, early 80s. We did get a lot of up-and-coming single-seater drivers come out to New Zealand to race in those vehicles, as they do now for the TRS cars. Probably not so much this season with things that are going on around the world, but previously we've had a lot of future superstars come out to New Zealand.
So no time's been set as yet. Just a couple of minutes into that session, and Steve Donaldson is in the wall up around through the McKissick curve again. I was just talking about that previous. In fact, yeah, it looks like he's underway again.
It's coming into pit lane rather than into the pit, so we'll take that as a very good sign.
I would say.
Must have just been stuck somewhere.
He looks a wee bit dusty.
Seen Formula Fords with Sherpas on them and mud flaps, Paul, so you know they're quite a versatile vehicle.
That's right. We'll just have to one day probably get one road legal will be the thing.
Okay, so they'll be a bit disappointed. There's a couple of minutes gone in that qualifying session they've wasted.
Yeah, Steve Donaldson's team there just checking things over. Don't have any stones in any of the. In fact, he looks like he's a bit of a tow out, perhaps in the No, they're going to empty the radiators out, so the radiators have been full of gravel, obviously, from where he's gone in. And of course, with the radios on the side there, these things run no fans in them, so you're really cooling the motors down by the air going through the side pods, cooling the radiators down. And if she's full of stones in there, you don't need to be a brain surgeon to realise that something's going to overheat. So crew down there frantically digging some shingle out of the radiator pods.
And the engine temperature is also very critical to the horsepower these cars make. They can't get them too hot, otherwise the horsepower drops off quite quickly. And when the cars are so evenly matched, that's very important to your performance.
So James Penrose leading the list of drivers there as they go through Castrol. Just had one of them duck out over the ripple strip there, and no doubt he's got a bit of a crook back after that wee excursion.
So Steve Donaldson in car 34 is just making his way down pit lane now, ready to get back on the track.
Yeah, that was Mark Doran just having that wee off up through Power & Co. You don't really want to be driving over the centre of a ripple strip on one of these things. There's only about an inch to the bottom of the car, and driving over one of those ripple strips can certainly give you a bit of a crook back for a wee while.
Yeah, the suspension's not very forgiving either in these machines.
Car 21 just going through. That's Zach Christensen in the second of those new Ray GR20 cars. Brand new out of the container. So he should be up there in the time sheets as well. So we're just starting to get some times coming through. So we'll take a quick look. We should see that it's James Penrose just goes through now, a 106.6 for him. And in fact, Shane Drake just goes through a 106.5. So at the moment, Shane Drake holding the pole position there in that Marlborough car number 92. He's just going through Castrol. He's the fastest so far. Then it's Penrose, a 116.6. Then it's a second or so back to Ethan Anderson, who's done a 107.1. He's got a wee bit of work to do. Daniel Brown's up there, fourth place at 107.5. And Bree Morris, the young girl, a 107.8. That's a pretty good showing for her first time here at Levels. She's currently sitting fifth. Thomas Flynn from Timaru, sixth. So some good results there so far during the qualifying session. 9 minutes to go. Still plenty of time left. But at the moment, Shane Drake at the top, a 106.5.
So Zach Christensen in that other new car, car 21's gone through third fastest, a 106.6 in the Ray GR20.
So James Penrose, he's jumped back up to the top there at 106.2. He's got a tenth and a half over Shane Drake. Then it's Zach Christensen, Jack Noble Adams, Jacob Douglas up to fifth. Then Ethan Anderson, Daniel Brown now down to eighth.
Zach Christensen's just jumped up to second, ahead of Shane Drake. 106.
Had Bo Hill from Mopua trundle through the pit lane.
So look at that, top 5 cars all in the 106 second bracket.
He's Penrose just put in a 105.7.
105.7. Still half a second away from the lap record. I know it doesn't count during qualifying, but there or thereabouts. So it's Penrose, Douglas, Christensen, Shane Drake down to fourth now, Jack Noble Adams fifth, Ethan Anderson sixth, Bree Morris seventh, Kim Croker, good to see him up at the top 10. He's at eighth, and that's Daniel Brown and Alex Crosby rams out your top 10. They're pretty well evenly spread out too. They're not no one's really holding anybody else up, I don't think. Not from the fast guys anyway. Car 24 just going through. That's young scholarship driver Bo Hill. He's done a lot of go-karting. Most of these young guys seem to come from the go-kart era. So James Penrose, the only man in the fives, a 105.7. And then we've got 5 cars in the 6-second bracket. In fact, 3 of them just covered by a 10th. So going 2 or 3 spots on the grid just by a 10th, then you'll carry on and give it a shot. But it dust being kicked up the top end again. We're going to see that all weekend.
An interesting fact to point out is James Penrose is actually running in a Class 2 car, which is for older vehicles. So he's doing very well, topping the time charts.
Yeah, if you have a look at the top 4 or 5 drivers, Brendan, most of those cars are back from the 93 sort of era, 92, 93. Of course, they've had updates in that over the years. Some of the older cars have been made into these stealths. The stealths obviously there was an upgrade package from Van Diemen. It changed the whole look of the car altogether.
Okay, Harry Wilson, car 47, the red Van Diemen from Invercargill, just pulling into the pits, having a chat to his engineers.
So just under 5 minutes to go. Penrose still attacking and goes through quicker again, a 105.3. So he's still right on it. He's been held up a little bit now by some of the slower traffic through Castrol. He's got Bo Hill tucked on the back of him.
Yeah, the top 4 have all just set their fastest laps of the session so far.
So it's Penrose, Noble Adams, Christensen and Shane Drake, Jacob Douglas, your top 5. The local lad from Timaru, Thomas Flynn, he's down in 15th at the moment, a 107.7. And there's a whole raft of cars there in the 107 second bracket. So if you can find a couple of tenths, you can make up a half a dozen spots. Car 95 just going through, Greg Inwood. That's a Van Diemen RF90. Oh, and he's just had a spin, so I'll just put the mockers on him. Round he goes.
Someone off at the hairpin as well.
And a spinner up at the hairpin as well. Underway again. So just starting to push the limits of the Formula Fords. The Avon slick, groove slick tyres will be probably just a little bit too hot now. Car number 1, Jack Noble Adams back in for a bit of a tyre pressure adjustment on the front.
So Jack Noble Adams has just been in for a wee bit of an adjustment, going out once again, but there's only 2.5 minutes left in the session.
We've got Zach Christensen in the Ray, just come in for a chat with his crew and a little bit of tyre pressure checking.
So how long left there, Brendan?
We've just gone under 2 minutes, Paul, left in the qualifying session for the South Island Formula 1600 cars. Still everyone chasing James Penrose on a 105.345.
Yes, he's got 4/10 of a second back to Jack Noble-Adams. A pretty safe wee bumper there at the moment, with a minute and a half left on the clock. The likes of Ethan Anderson down there in 6th place. He's got a lot of work to do. He's got over a second to find to get up to the pace of Penrose. Penrose comes through again, doesn't go any quicker. In fact, Ethan Anderson is just pulling into the pits, so Zach Christensen. Mark Doran going through in car 85. He'll be in the Class 2 with the older vehicles. That's an old Ray, that one, from about 1987, I would say.
It's been a busy morning here at Timaru. There's plenty of action on track. We've had 2 red flags in the last 2 sessions, so one major crash for an RX-7, which was disappointing, but hopefully you caught it on our live stream. Out on track right now, we have the Formula 1600s, a tough field in that class, with James Penrose leading the way. Following this, we have the Oscars, which we will put on the stream, 2K Cup, Mini 7, and then these big trucks come back out. Very tight in the trucks this morning in the scrub session, with the second covering 2nd till 5th. So should be all on for qualifying in just under an hour, and we're really looking forward to it.
I don't think we've seen such an impressive run from anybody in any category ever, except James Penrose.
Yeah, that is pretty dominant, isn't it, so far? 2 rounds left to go, including this one, round 5, and then we've got round 6, for those that do math.
Right, so the checkered flag is out. Big Gavy's down there having another romantic weekend out with his wife. Down there on the flags. And here comes James Penrose again. Can he go any faster? No, he doesn't. A 105.6 that time through. Still a bloody good time. But that will be about it. Qualifying session for the South Island Formula 1600s. So it's going to be James Penrose will take it, a 105.34. Jack Noble-Adams second fastest, a 105.7. Zach Christensen third, a 105.8. Shane Drake, good effort from him. He'll start off the second row and 4th, a 106.1 for him. Jacob Douglas 5th. Then Bree Morris, she ends up 6th. So a very good effort from her as well. First time here at Levels, a 106.3. And Ethan Anderson 7th, Bo Hill 8th, Alex Crosby 9th, Kim Crocker just inside the top 10. Daniel Brown doing a good job there in 11th. Then it's a local lad, he jumps up to 12th, Thomas Flynn, which he was only 17th or 18th there a couple of laps ago, so he's put a lap in late. In fact, his last lap it was a 107.24, and he'll start 12th. Simon Spencer Bauer 13th. Steve Donaldson, the man who had the red flag out for earlier on, will start 14th. And
I can hear some V8s again there, Paul.
We can hear some V8s down there, mate.
V8s. It's the Oscar class.
It's the Oscars.
15-minute qualifying session. So the Lucas Oils and Cobra Batteries Oscar field. Good field of vehicles here today. An eclectic mix once again, as it always is for the Oscar class.
Yes, big thanks to Lucas Oils and Cobra Batteries for bringing us the Oscar Series here this weekend for the Thunder Down Under. And good to see a huge field of cars there. And this one's going to be harder to pick than the old proverbial broken nose too, Brendan. We've got Chris Brown in there, Pierre Neem in the old Mustang, Jared Hansen. Good to see Jared back. Andrew Gibson there as well. And Jim Lineberg in that very quick little Mazda MX-5 doing double duties this weekend.
So Chris Henderson in the Toyota GT86, that's a very cool car. Chris normally doing the endurance series, but it's a very smart looking machine. Built new for the recent endurance season after having destroyed his A86 bodied endurance car. Also one of my particular favourites, Bruce Davidson in the Chevy Corvette from Alexandra. It's a very smart looking vehicle.
Yeah, you're right about Chris Henderson. Of course, had that huge accident down there at Teretonga a couple of seasons ago and had to have a season off and built up this GT86. And talking to him about it, it's pretty much got everything that was out of the old car put into it. There's only a couple of things that really couldn't reuse out of that big crash. But he had a good comeback, finishing third here, I think it was, for the 1 hour race back here in October.
So car 43, Evan Munt. It's a very famous surname for this Oscar class.
His number, 43.
Yeah.
Good to see the 43 back. Of course, his old man, Ian Munt, all those years ago, used to run that scary Capri. Brendan, I remember his kids standing beside it and fire the thing up and it would just about give you a heart attack as a kid. I was pretty shit scared of those thundering V8s as a young kid. Definitely feel the old kidneys rattling around inside. But not too many of those big bangers in the Oscars these days. But still the old one or two. Pierre Neem in there, the Mustang from Winton. Car 58. Chris Henderson's obviously V8. Chris Brown in that very rapid Nissan R32. Car 42, keep an eye on that. As you say, Bruce Davidson in the Corvette. Yeah, this is the second of the Corvettes.
Car 25, Neville Stoll in the Nissan Skyline from Timaru. Actually lives just down the road there at Seadown. A very successful campaigner in jet boats and also motor vehicles over the years. Was very successful when we used to have the Sports Saloon series running Nissan Skylines.
Yeah, he was a series champion in there, Brendan. So interesting to see. We might not see car 14 out there. That's entered for Chris Mackey. That was the car that Jared Parmenter just had that DNF during qualifying. So whether it was an easy fix or not, we may not see car number 14. Tony Carstairs out there in car 63, which will be the Toyota Altezza. Something pretty close to your heart, Brendan, but from what I hear, they're pretty heavy.
They're a very heavy shell. They're a nice road car, but if you look at even the door pillars and things in them compared to other vehicles of the time, like your 2K Cup car, for instance, the Honda Integra, the Altezza shell's very sturdily built.
Should be a good qualifying session. Andrew Gibson, of course, he's had a bit of a rebuild going on as well. Had to straighten out yet another chassis rail after having a bit of hitting some oil down there at Teretonga and putting it in the bank. A couple of odd ones in there as well. Martin Irvine in the BMW 325, car number 415. Another RX-72, Danielle Hurst, car number 41.
Danielle's the secretary for the Oscar class. also enjoys going out and giving her RX-7 a good hiding.
So out they come onto the track. It's the Corvette of Bruce Davidson, the first car out. Done a lot of endurance work over in this car, or it may not be this one, it might have been the older Corvette they had. Nonetheless, always a very smart looking Corvette. Tucked in behind him, Jim Leinberg, car 350. Then Evan Munt and that famous number 43. Back out there in the form of the wee Toyota Starlet. Tony Carstairs in the Altezza. Gary Duncan from Temuka, car 26. He'll be another one to watch up there as well, car 10. Not too sure who car 10 is there, Brendan. We'll have to see who that is.
Late entry. If you don't get your entry on time, unfortunately, we can't give you the credit that you deserve.
That's right, car number 5, Steve Ross. He's another one that's not in the program, in the Jaguar.
Great taste in motor vehicles, that man.
I'd say she'd be a wee bit faster than your Jaguar, Brendan.
Yeah, I don't know if the aircon works quite as well. Probably doesn't have the old CD stacker in it either, Paul.
I wouldn't think so. Got a CD stacker. I thought she'd still have the tape deck in it.
Have a tape deck. Mine was sort of the crossover model.
Righto, so we're underway, qualifying session for the Oscars. And it's going to be Bruce Davison gets the session underway. Jim Leinberg will be hassling to get past him pretty quick. Evan Munt, he wants another warm-up lap. And there's a bit of a line up in behind him. So take a lap or two to get the heat into these things. Some of them run pretty big tyres. Obviously the Jaguar. Chris Brown there in the Nissan as well. Run some pretty big feet.
So car 10 is Anthony Donaldson.
So it's good to see Jared Hansen back out there in car 87. He's undergone pretty much a rebuild in that car, new motor. And big thanks to Ryan Austin for helping him out. If it wasn't because of Ryan, then he wouldn't be here today. There's a bit of a fairly big rewire job going on the wee Datto.
That car's been around for lots of years, Paul. Previously, Bill Brown, painted like the Bumblebee. But Jared was very fast running it in the SS Cup class.
Ooh, Steve Ross having a big lose coming out of the left-handed sweeper.
Don't you mark that Jaguar, Stephen?
Very lucky not to put it in the tyre wall there, just short of the kink. And he should be underway once again. As I say, these big cars with the big tyres, they take 2 or 3 laps to get the optimum temperature back up on them, and he's only really done 2 laps in the thing. And no doubt he'll have a nice big flat spot and a good vibration going on there already.
I must say, car 222, that Nissan Silvia of Paul Brooks, doesn't that body kit look fantastic?
So Jim Leinberg comes through to reel off a lap. Let's see what he does this time through. He should go up near the top, and he does, a 1:10.9. Here comes Gary Duncan. What can he do? He goes second fastest. Or third fastest now. Donaldson goes through in a 1:05.7, would you believe? That's car number 10, just going through Castrol now. So Gary Duncan sitting second, Jimmy Leinberg third. In fact, it's changing all around the show. Neville Stoll jumps up to third, a 1:08.8. Chris Brown sitting fourth at the moment. So early days. Here goes Gibbo. What can he do?
Got the 94 car of Gareth Evans in the pits. Right, Daniel Hurst, car 41, just crosses the line.
Looks like Steve Ross is on a hot lap now. that car would be capable of going quickest. Now, I think Gibbo must have had a wee bit of an issue down there at Parenco, a bit of a spin down there for him.
So Anthony Donaldson fastest once again, a 105.164. Gary Duncan a 105.443, and Bruce Davidson third fastest at the moment on a 106.695.
Here goes Neville Stowell. He'll be one to watch as well. Jumps straight up to fourth with that lap. Chris Brown up to third. Pushes Stowell back down to fourth. Anthony Donaldson still the man to beat, a 105.16. So Jared Hansen still really yet to get up to speed in the wee Datto. A 109's his quickest. Here goes Steve Ross. What does he do? Goes sixth fastest, a 106.6. So he's still got a wee bit left in the tank in the Jaguar. Bruce Davidson goes fastest, a 104.9. First one in the 104 second bracket in the Corvette. So Donaldson down to second, Gary Duncan third, Chris Brown fourth. Then Stowell. Looking down through the list, Jimmy Lineberg's down to ninth now, Jared Hansen 10th. Here goes Stowell again. And he jumps up, does he? No, Paul Brooks goes faster.
104.55 for Paul Brooks, car 222.
That's that Nissan that you like, Brendan.
The mockers on him too much though.
The dirty big wing on the back of it. You're getting lots of downforce in the rear of the car. Looks nice and stable as it heads down the back straight. Here goes Steve Ross again. What can he do this time? Goes to the top of 104.1 in the Jaguar. That's a good lap from Steve. Got 3/10 back to Paul Brooks. So Gibbo's back underway again. He's got a wee bit of work to do. He's sitting down there on 14th at the moment. He do this time. Can't do anything about it. Paul Brooks still 4/10 to find to get up to Steve Ross. Car 17, Ben Tiplady, currently sitting 9th for him on 107.7. Here goes Steve Ross again. What can he do? He goes slightly faster, a 104.058, so he's found a half a tenth. Tucked in behind Jared Hansen.
Bruce Davidson goes through, a 103.846.
Great lap from Bruce Davidson. First one into the 3-second bracket. And we've got the BMW coming into the pits, Martin Irvine. Into the pit lane, same with Gary Duncan. Still got 6 minutes left in the session. Here goes the 222. Got to find a wee bit now. He's down to third. He's a second and a half off Bruce Davidson and a half a second off Steve Ross as Paul Brooks. So we've had a warning out for Jim Lineberg for curb hopping. Steve Ross again going through. Doesn't go any faster though. 103.8 still the time to beat in the big Jaguar. Ex-Trans Am car. Got a few cars in the shed too, is Steve Ross.
Yeah, he's got a good shed full of treasures. So we're just coming down 5 minutes to go left in the qualifying session for the Lucas Oils and Cobra Batteries Oscar Field. Jimmy can read, we'll see.
They deny everything. Still Bruce Davidson on 103.846, the time to beat. Neville Stoll just going through, doesn't go any faster, he stays 5th.
Got the 222 car of Paul Brooks just coming into pit lane now. Currently 3rd fastest.
It looks like that's his session over, Brendan. Steve Ross goes through again. Still doesn't go any faster. Still Bruce Davidson. It'd be a good pole position for him to get against this good competition. Steve Ross obviously has got to find a couple of tenths. Car 10 going through, jumps up a spot. Anthony Donaldson jumps up back up to 3rd. Pushes Paul Brooks now on the 222 down to 4th place. Andrew Gibson comes flying through. He's sitting 12th on a 1:10.6.
That's his fastest lap so far in this session.
Jim Lemberg into the pits.
Stoll just going slowly there across the line in car 25. 5th fastest at the moment on a 105.427.
Bruce Davidson just trying to get that time perhaps a couple of tenths lower than that. Steve Ross, he's only 2 tenths behind and is very capable of getting it on the last.
So we've got the
lap.
Evan Munt car pulling into the pits, as is Jared Hansen. So they've finished their qualifying sessions. Just under 3 minutes left to go.
Yeah, Hansen currently sitting 10th, 108.6, which is a very quick time for a wee Datsun, even though it's got something else under the hood. So Steve Ross just looks like he's buttoned off there coming into the hairpin. He might just be trying to have a lunge with 2 minutes to go. He's still got a wee bit to do. The team will be on the radio terms. Here he goes. Winds the big Jaguar up down the front straight. Keep an eye on him down through Parenco there. So he's effectively got two goes at it. Should get round to get another one in. You see him braking just before the 100 metre board there on the big Jag. Should be all anchors out. Neville Stoll into the pits as well. Same with number 10, Anthony Donaldson. Donaldson sitting 3rd at the moment. So lights are blinking. So under 2 minutes, a minute and a half to go. Here comes Gibbo trying to get up another spot or two. Still stays 12th. Goes slightly quicker. 10-1. So here goes Steve Ross. Can he get Bruce Davidson this time as they come down across the line? What can he do? He does. He gets him to the end of 103.3. So he's got him by 6 tenths. Here comes Davidson. Can he do anything? No, he does a 104 this time. So that was a good lap from Steve Ross.
So this will be the last lap if they want to go faster.
Looks like he's still on another one as well, Steve Ross. 6 tenths is a lot. Looks like Davidson's pulled out of it. So I would say that Steve Ross will have the pole for the Oscars. The Lucas Oils and Cobra Battery Oscar class. Bruce Davidson will take 2nd. So it'll be front row start for him. 2nd row is going to be Anthony Donaldson and Paul Brooks. As Gibbo goes through, doesn't go any quicker. Oh, he does in fact, a 109.7, but stays 12th. Here's Steve Ross again. Does he go any quicker? He goes quicker again, a 103.041. So at the end, he's got it by 8 tenths of a second over Bruce Davidson. Carry on down that list there. 5th place will be Chris Brown. 6th will be Neville Stoll, 7th Gary Duncan, 8th Gareth Evans, 9th Ben Tiplady, Jared Hansen just inside the top 10, Jim Lineberg 11th, Gibbo 12th, then it's your favourite car, Brendan, the BMW there, Martin Irvine 13th, then Tony Carstairs, Evan Munt and Danielle Hurst will round out the field for the Lucas Oils and Cobra Batteries Oscars. So all signs pointing towards a good battle there at the front.
Yeah, they've got 3 or 4 cars that are very close to each other in their time, so we'll be looking forward to some action from that field after lunch. But next we have the 2K Cup South Island field, which was a capacity field of 38 cars. So we'll be looking forward to some excitement there. Obviously, as with SS Cup, with such a big field and the 2K Cup field, they'll need to be getting out here and trying to get their times on the board before they start catching other vehicles.
And a big thanks to Digital Fusion for throwing their name behind this class.
That's right, 2K Cup qualifying, 38 cars, it's a blimmin' nightmare. Let me tell you. You'll probably find there's a lot of teammanship going on down here when they line up. There's normally they would let the left row go first, then the middle row, then the outside row, but depends who's on the gate. So if you can park in the right lane and you flick Wendy $20 or a packet of Rothmans or something, she might let you out first. So we've got some real good drivers back here this weekend. David Booth, obviously the reigning champion. He hasn't done any of the other rounds, but he's here today. He'll be the one to watch in car number 1, obviously.
And we'd like to introduce this morning raconteur from Christchurch, Victor Catamol, long-time 2K Cup competitor in the Mercedes Love Machine. Welcome, Victor.
Thanks a lot, guys. Nice to be here. Great weekend of motorsport, obviously. Crowds building up around the bank.
Excuse me, just while I mention it, they obviously are stuck to the left-hand side. You will see the top teams there all coming out in the top 10 or so. First car out is the Boost. Obviously, if they come out first, you know that the right row's gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyhow, it's going to be a real battle when it comes to qualifying, Victor, isn't it? Just trying to get that one lap in.
It is. Yeah, the what you see there is David's trying to slow everyone down so they don't catch up all the tail guys as they're coming out. Probably wants to get the tyres warm, and it's hard to work out a strategy for qualifying with such a full field because it's hard to get a clean lap. And 2K Cup only gets a 10-minute session where the others have had 15 minutes. So
it's pretty much a 5 or 6 lap to go with it, and if you're lucky, you'll get one, maybe 2 clean laps. So.
Yep.
But just look at this field, ladies and gentlemen. 38 cars. There's about 6 on standby.
They're still coming out onto the track, Paul.
Yeah, that's why you see David Booth travelling around up the top there very slowly, or the first guy's out.
Yeah, he'll be happy to let 1 or 2 of the quick ones past, as long as he's got some clean air in front of him. He hasn't been competing for the whole season, so he's got the gloves off today. We have a set of breakout rules, obviously, and he's been asking the question, well, if I break out in every lap, what happens? You'll still win the race, but you won't get any points. He goes, that suits me. So expect to see some quick driving from that little 2K Cup car that's in second place coming around Castrol now.
Yeah, and you'll see they're coming through Castrol now, starting their hot lap, and if you look halfway down the back straight, you've still got the cars going down there, so you're going to catch them real quick.
Yep.
So it is a real battle to try and get that first hot lap in. You see Will Kitching there in car 76 is the first one, and he's going to come across a whole lot of cars there through John Jones Steel.
Yeah, so these guys aren't going to get a great first lap because they're just caught up with a bunch of cars that are still warming up tyres. So qualifying could be anyone's, really.
That's right. It's all about track position.
Yeah, if you've got the answer to how to get a fast lap in, there's a few guys who'd like to know.
That's right. And there could be a few there. It's good to see Carl Forbes back once again in car number 199. He's got a new car this year, the Honda Integra. That's an ex-North Island car, as I understand. Be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah, the car looks really nice as well. It's really well presented, and Carl's excited. He's when he took a bit of a break for a while, and he was quite happy to be staying home with his wife and doing stuff, and then he realised, actually, I'm quite missing this, and she's driving me crazy. So so he had the opportunity to get a car, and he said he just loves being here because it's such a good feeling in the pits with all the guys as well. It's very social, So
David Booth went across the line doing a 120. Will Kitchen a 121.
Yeah, they'll all come down the next lap or two, Brendan. You'll see Warren Reynolds. Now he's going to be another one to watch. I've had a couple of good battles with him during qualifying. And Jeff Polder, he's there at the moment. But you're talking about 2K Cup, Victor. I first met Carl Storm 2 or 3 seasons ago. Of course, he's driving one of the waistcoat cars. He didn't know a thing about motorsport.
No.
Just decided that he was going to give it a go, and perhaps something that him and his son could get into. And
now they're top 5.
The top 5, they both had a front row start here the last time they were here, and it's just sort of the thing that 2K Cup's about, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. The interesting thing now, also, 2K Cup's been here 6 or 7 years, and so it's starting to mature. It's the entry level, obviously. If you're interested in getting into motorsport, this is the place to start because it's relatively affordable. But now we've got 38 cars on the grid. Probably find 25 to 30 of them have got 2 seconds apart in the race, so it's close, exciting racing as well.
118.005 for David Booth on a second lap, and a weight 118.506 for young Will Kitching.
Yeah, young Will's driving really well, isn't he? You can see if you've got a bit of spare money throwing around and you want to invest it in some motorsport talent, young Will Kitching would be worth a look.
Would look rather good in one of those Formula Fords there, Mr. Catamol.
Are they listening?
No, you did right though. He's in the right spot. He's driving a car when he shouldn't be driving a car, but he hasn't done anything wrong yet.
No. He's driving superbly well.
In fact, was actually quickest yesterday in practice. So
yeah. I'm better than his old man. He
is. He was a second faster here the other day. The two of them were here having a practice.
His father would normally be racing, but he's having to look at retirement now because he just can't compete.
I think we might see Will in an ECS Cup car next year, perhaps. Here comes David Booth. He's trying to get through, but
Will's passed him by the look of it.
Both David Booth and Will Kitchen have gone into the 117s.
Oh, Will just taken to the grass, so he's had to long shot there through Parenco.
Yeah, you can qualify faster than the breakout. Yeah, so there's no penalty for breaking out during qualifying. So
3 cars under the 118s already into the 17s. David Booth, Kitching and Matt Ryan. Harrison Storm 4th fastest. Graham Reynolds 5th. And Warren Reynolds 6th. So it's all about that track position.
Yeah, so the top 20 cars there, you can see there's about 2 seconds, a bit more than 2 seconds over the whole front 20 so far.
Just looking at Carl Forbes' best time, he's down in 17th here on a 120.5. We'd like to see that at least another second and a half quicker than that.
Yeah, Carl's struggled to get down to race weight. I don't know if you've seen him in the pits. He's still carrying a bit of Christmas lunch around.
I think he's borrowed your seat, Victor.
He's borrowed my seat. Yeah, it's pretty cheap shot for me to be commenting, isn't it?
Nonetheless, she's busy times. It looks like Booth just sort of getting himself into a wee bit of clear air there now. Just the one Toyota in front of him, the old Ed.
Less than 3 minutes to go in this 10-minute session, Paul.
Yeah. Michael Gunstone out there this year in a new car number 7, the Honda Tornio. Pretty quick in a straight line, but it's a lot heavier too, so it's not that quick through the corners.
Yeah, it's got a bit more horsepower than a lot of those cars out there as well. I think they're something like 195 horsepower. So on paper, it should be a good little car. And Michael, if anyone's going to get it to go well, Michael will, because he's quite a good little peddler.
He's one of the older guard now, isn't he, in the 2K Cup. So Carl Forbes just going through. Car number 199. He's got shot up to 13th, down to a 19.7.
And David Booth was
Oh, we've got a spinner
round,
down here
17.2.
through Par & Co. I think it's car number 121. Not 100% sure on that one.
Oh, he's still going again. Oh, 171, that's Jared Carnegie.
Oh, it is
Actually,
too.
it's supposed to be Phil, but Jared's been pulled in at last minute.
It's old cable tie Carnegie.
Yeah, he should know better, shouldn't he?
Probably.
So obviously just ran out of talent.
Probably a cable tie broke off on the brakes or something.
Probably his little short legs can't reach the brake.
Yeah, it won't be his fault anyway.
No. It'll be his
car's
problem
fault.
in the pit, car or someone else in the pit crew.
No, he's a hard man, is Jared Carnegie. But good to see him back in the category again, filling in this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely.
So still it's David Booth at the top, a 17.2. Will Kitching a 17.5. Matt Ryan a 17.9.
So just very quickly, because they're coming to the end, there's a car coming around Castrol now, 316. It's the Haybro car, and I'm going to talk about that a bit later on today and tomorrow. So this car has been sponsored by Haybro, which is there's a Facebook page, and it's a support group for men, basically. You can get on there and talk with other guys about any problems you've got, and it's all about propping up guys that are struggling, feeling depressed, or you've got issues with how to communicate with your wife or whatever.
She won't let you buy a race car.
I'm ready.
Anything like
but
that.
no, seriously, it's great that they're supporting that car, and that car's being used to support that Facebook page. There's about 3,500 guys on there. It's a South Island thing, I think. So if you're on Facebook, hey bro, search that, join the page, because it might not be that you need help, but you can help someone else that's struggling somehow. So good to see that sort of stuff in motorsport, and great to see that those guys have thrown that on their car.
That's Jason Lambert,
Yeah, Jason, yeah.
So getting near the end of the session,
Yeah,
the checkered flag is
out.
We'll let them all cycle through, and we'll see where they all end up at.
So
looks like Matt Ryan's still on another lap.
Pretty close at the top, 3 in the 17s. There's not much in it. It's a bit like kissing your sister, really.
That's right.
What's that like, Victor?
Yeah, wasn't anything in it.
There was nothing in it, despite trying, like 2 minutes, maybe. Right. Okay, so that's 2K Cup.
Yeah, thanks, Victor, for your ever so expert comments.
Yeah.
David Booth looks like he's going to take it out on the 17.2.
I'm being ejected from the
Here he goes
commentary
again.
box.
He goes faster again, a 17.08. So not far off the 16-second bracket that time for David Booth. Michael Gunstone just coming through as well, currently sitting 5th. That's where he's going to stay.
He's right on the money though. Look at Graham Reynolds at 18.006. So that's 1.8. 118 is the breakout. So, yeah, perfect time. So it's going to be close in the race. For Michael Gunstone, Graham Reynolds, Harrison Storm. They're all there or thereabouts.
That's right, and good to see Forbes. He just making it inside the top 10 there with a 19.2.
Yep, he'll be happy with that, and he did a best of a 18.8. So, so he'll be really chuffed. So, going to be an exciting race later in the day for 2K Cup.
Just having a look to see where Cable Tie Carnegie ended up. Can't actually see his name on there anywhere.
We have to see it scrolls down a
22nd, a 120.4 for Jared, running in car 171.
120.3 is the best time on the left there.
20.3.
Yeah, but yeah, 22nd. Not too bad, middle of the field. Just behind Kelsey Gager, which is, she's the only young lady racing in 2K Cup, but very capable young racer as well. So worth watching. So Mini 7's coming up next. Thanks for having me, guys.
No worries, Victor. We'll look forward to catching you later this afternoon for race 1 with the Digital Fusion 2K Cup.
All right, the New Zealand Mini 7 Championship. Great racing to watch as they can go around the track about 6 abreast.
I tell you what, Brendan, back here in the November race meeting, we had another absolutely couple of cracker races from these Mini 7s. We only had like 6 in the field, but the first 3 all went over the finish line all at the same time. It was only 0.2 of a second between the 3 cars, and that was 2 races in a row. It was absolutely fantastic stuff from the Mini 7s, and in fact they're probably the most favourite car to commentate too is the Mini 7s, just because they're changing all the time. But what a lineup it is too. Great to see so many cars there, and not many from the North Island. In fact, only a couple there. Greg Gordon in car number 7, all the way from Auckland. Then you've got Evan Thompson in car 47. So the 2 7 cars there are the Auckland cars. Hope they did quarantine for at least a week anyway before they come down the South Island, Brendan.
To check their passport.
Yeah. So, and just having a look. Just the one car from Hanmer Springs this weekend, John Donaldson, car 23. There was a time there where 4 or 5 cars out of Hanmer Springs.
Looking forward to going up there in a couple of weeks, actually, Paul, going up to the Motor Fest. It's a great weekend of motoring in the lovely Hanmer Springs.
Oh, you don't forget your shades, Brendan.
Oh no, you've got to have your shades on at the hot pools for sure.
Mick Bartley will be one to watch in car 24. Justin Neal, 68. Adam Box, he was involved in that one of those 3-way battles I was talking about just previous. No Dougie Drake again though. But not often you see a mini race with no Doug Drake in it. Car number 32, Steve Scobie's the first man to come out from
Very smart
Christchurch.
in the gold colours.
One of the wee R&D Motorsport minis. Yeah, there's a few different types there too. You've got the Austin Mini, you got the Leyland Mini. Have to have a look at car 7. It's got Mini by Otbury, whatever that means.
Yeah, B2 and I were just talking about that, Paul. We'll have to see if it looks anything special.
Well, it should be that wee black one, I'm guessing. Number 7, or Greg Gordon, or Gregorius as he sometimes calls himself, just going past us now. Car number 52, that's a cool looking colour scheme on that one. Daniel Lamb all the way from Kaiapoi. Murray Lamb as well on car 65. I presume that's father and son.
Now, if you look at car 51, Brendan McKenzie's Mini from Blenheim, it's a rather hot rodded looking machine with the chopped nose on it, the big wing on the back.
Yeah,
the Mini Sprint.
The wee Mini Sprint. He should be way out in front and win this race, but of course I don't think he'll be in a different class compared to these other ones. A lot of Austin Minis in there, a couple of Morris Minis there, the 52 and the 65. It's been around for years and years and years. Back in the heydays, be 30 odd cars on a grid. So Steve Scobie, the wee number 32, he's going to be the first one to get away on a hot lap. Then it'll be Greg Gordon, Nick Bartley. Then you got 23 John Donaldson, Benison, and the 47 Evan Thompson. But we 52 going through there. That's a pretty cool colour scheme. The old Dayglow yellow on matte black. Car number 98 going through. That's the ex-Dougie Drake car, Andrew Johnson, driving it this weekend. I don't know if Doug sold it or whether Andrew's just here peddling the thing this weekend.
An awesome effort, Paul, to go from 6 cars last round that they had at levels to field of 13 today.
Yeah, that's pretty good. There are a lot of minis still lying around. We know that the logging guys up in Hanmer Springs, they've got 3 or 4 amongst them, the Gavin family. Of course, Mark Gavin was very fast in the series champ. The old man wasn't too bad either.
All right, Steve Scobie, car 32, a 121 on his first round. Greg Gordon, 119.5. Nick Bartley, 119.8. John Donaldson, a 122.7. Paul Benenson, 122.6. Brendan McKenzie in the mini sprint, of course, 115.6. But that is a much modified vehicle, just as you can tell by looking at it. Daniel Lamb, car 52, a 127.9. Evan Thompson, 124.9.
Yeah, and these things are pretty quick too, Brendan, sort of around the 118s, I think the 119s. When you think about it, they're still getting up to averaging over 100 kilometres an hour around the track. That would be a track average of about 118.
I remember being out there on the track with them, and the thing is, you'd go down the straight and you'd catch them, and at the corners they just didn't seem to slow down.
No, they would just carry on. Of course, they do run the slick tyre too, so they do have plenty of grip. Here comes a wee mini sprint down to reel a lap off. Should be one of the quicker ones, I'd imagine.
Yeah, so Brendan McKenzie in the modified mini, of course, a 114.1. Greg Gordon, car 7, 118.1. Nick Bartley, car 24, on a 124.4. Steve Scobie, car 32, a 121.1. And Paul Benison, 5th fastest at the moment, car 19, on a 122.7. Box just jumped up to 5th on a 121.8 in car 15. Okay, 1:17.12 is the lap record for Mark Donaldson. Of course, set during racing conditions. Okay, Greg Gordon just goes over on a 1:18.9, slightly slower than his fastest time.
Yeah, Mark Donaldson, the 1:17.12 was set back in November 2009. So it's been held for a wee while.
Wouldn't be many families in New Zealand that hasn't had a Mini in the garage or the driveway over the years. My mother's first car was a early Mini with the push button start on the floor and the sliding windows and the drawstring door handle.
Yeah, my dad's first car was a Mini as well, which a few years later my mum kindly wrote off for him.
The one they drove under a Chev Impala.
Yeah, that'd be the one. Well, yeah, I think the Chev Impala drove over the top of the Mini.
So Brendan McKenzie in that wee super sprint, a 1:14. You really want to forget about him. He's sort of not really in the championship, I wouldn't have thought, but Nick Bartley just goes fastest, a 1:17.97 from Greg Gordon, a 1:18.1. Justin Neal, 3rd fastest, a 1:19.7. Then Murray Lamb, the first of the North Islanders, a 1:21. Yeah, so these wee front-wheel drive cars, you're pretty much just driving off the front two wheels. The rear of the car is pretty much just a trailer, really. And with the wee slick tyres on them, they get plenty of speed going through these corners.
Yeah, it's really the car that put the world on the transverse engine front-wheel drive layout, which is used by most cars around the world today.
Yeah, normally through the hairpin there you'll see the left rear wheel depart from the ground zero and will trail around the corner pretty much, sometimes for at least half of the corner. 24 Nick Bartley goes through again, currently sitting second still, goes quicker, a 17.4. Greg Gordon a 17.8. And then Justin Neal a 19.7. So pretty much those two guys, Nick Bartley and Greg Gordon, are the ones battling for the pole position. Brendan McKenzie obviously in the mini sprint. He's 4 or 5 seconds quicker than the rest of them. Justin Neal just having a big lunge under brakes on car 23. John Donaldson goes through. Wants a wee bit of the clearer air. It's the drafting with these things that makes things so very interesting.
Yeah, and coming into the last lap, you need to be in the right place in the queue, don't you?
Yeah, it's like a game of chess, really. And set yourself up for the last move.
Like watching NASCAR.
Yes, right, Brendan.
So Brendan McKenzie and his mini hot rod. The mini sprint just goes a little bit faster once again, a 1:12.8. Nick Bartley, fastest of the true mini sevens on a 1:17.3 that lap. 1:17.384 for Nick Bartley. Car 7, Greg Gordon on a 1:17.392. So nothing in it between those two peddlers. Checkered flag. Session.
Right, I'll just see, Brendan, if anyone else goes faster, but that might be the way it's going to stay. Adam Box is going through. Currently he's 5th on a 1:20.4. Barry Wilson there in the 9 car. He's 6th fastest. See how the North Island guys are going. They're pretty much car 52 going through. He's currently the slowest of the 14 cars there. Here comes Greg Gordon. What can he do now? Try and get over Nick Bartley. Comes across the line. And he doesn't go any faster. So he'll start off second. So Nick Bartley will take the pole position there for the NZ Mini 7 Championship. He'll start alongside Greg Gordon. Second row will be Justin Neal and Adam Box. Third row, Barry Wilson and Murray Land, the first of the North Island cars. Then it'll be Evan Thompson, Steve Scobie, and rounding out the top 10, Paul Benison. It's 14 cars. It's a good number. We've, like I say, I think the last time there was only 5 or 6 cars here for the NZ Mini 7s.
So now we have the premier class of the weekend, the Super Trucks back out. They had their scrub session first up this morning. Well, now they've got a 20-minute qualifying session. So let's see how fast these big monsters can go.
Yes, of course, Brendan. Big thanks to Trust Aoraki and all the associated partners for bringing the trucks here this weekend. Hilton Haulage obviously do a hell of a lot of them behind the scenes with the loan of workshops and any sorts of bits and pieces that may need over the weekend. Also Alloy Petroleum, big thanks to them. Jackson's Transport, Brian FM, Tamuka Transport, and HDPS Heavy Diesel Services. So thank you very much to all those sponsors, and of course Trust Aoraki, who've been on board with the car club for a number of years now and bringing the Super Truck show to Timaru. So I'll just get the marshals off the course. As you were saying, Brendan, you wouldn't want to be tucked away out in one of those marshal posts with a 4 odd ton truck coming at you sideways. So we do get them all out of the way.
Put them safely in their concrete bunkers.
They'll be away for an early lunch. So very good, pleasant conditions here at Levels Raceway today. A bit of a mixed up week, but pretty good here at the moment. Could do with probably a little bit more sun for those of you outside.
Yeah, at least it's not 37 or 38 like it was on Tuesday. And then we had Richard Brown from Auto Parts posting pictures on Facebook on Friday, was it, with a frost? So both ends of the spectrum this week in Timaru.
Dead right, Brendan. Been down in Waimate a couple of days this week. If that wasn't...
what was happening in Waimate?
That wasn't hard enough on its own. It was 35 odd degrees down there, but I was working up in a roof space installing a log fire, so you can imagine 70 or 80 odd degrees in the roof.
Get you down to your ideal race weight?
Down to a set of shorts. That was about it, Brendan. And then on Thursday I was up at Mount Cook Station doing a job up there, and it was about 8 degrees, and the chilly breeze going sideways right down the valley, so it was pretty cold up there. Been saying that I missed all the thunderstorms you guys got in Timaru on Thursday, so nevertheless. So the first truck coming out is multiple New Zealand Super Truck champion number 1 of Troy Wheeler. Dave West in that Freightliner Argosy tucked in behind him. Brendan's just gone for another inhaler. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, still a couple of trucks to come back out, and that will be the Team Little. Malcolm driving 66, and we should see Alex in the 14 truck. Car number 47 this year being driven by Gary Price. It's been around a long time, this old truck. I think that might have been the ex-Ash Hay truck that used to spend a lot of its time going sideways in the 05. So it should be interesting at the top there. Alex Little just coming out. Remember a few years ago Dave West had that big prang down at Tiratonga, tore the cab off the chassis and everything. And it bounced back pretty good in the Freightliner Argosy. I think he's going to be right up there with it.
Yeah, the roll cages in these are very, very impressive. It's big bits of steel.
So you see Malcolm Little getting on, sorry, that was Alex Little getting on the rev limiter about a third of the way down the back straight. You see where Troy Wheeler hits it, pretty much about the same spot, and that's 100 miles an hour. As soon as they get sort of halfway down the back straight, the thing sounds like it's missing and fart, and doesn't sound like it's running too good. That's the governor coming in. That's where they had 100 miles an hour. And then by Integra, I'm really not hitting 100 mile an hour till probably about 150 metres, I suppose. You see the 100 metre board down there, sort of halfway between there and the 200 metres. You'll hit 100 mile an hour, but not in these things. It's down the other end of the track. Bit of a lock up there for Malcolm Little, getting a wee bit out of shape.
Yes, we mentioned earlier, Troy Wheeler, 1,600 horsepower and probably enough torque to pull the Titanic up the slipway down at Caroline Bay.
Yeah, that's the ex-Bob Middleton truck. It's won plenty of championships over there in Australia and New Zealand, when we used to have the Trans-Tasman Challenge all those years ago.
So we've got some lap times being posted now. Troy Wheeler's just wheeled off a 1:19.621 for P1, and Tony Brand and Dave West 1:21.
So Paul says 1:18.24 is the lap record for the Super Trucks. Currently a 1:19.6 qualifying lap for Troy Wheeler.
Gary Price just kicking up a heap of dust up the north end of the track. You just hear the tyres chattering away there for Troy Wheeler under brakes. Just get a bit of a lock up in the rear, trying to pull the big thing up. Haven't been for any hot laps in one of these yet, Brendan, but
I imagine it would be an unusual feeling.
Yeah, been sitting up so high from the track, and of course going through the left-right corners, you get thrown around a fair bit, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think a cab over engine one would be a bit of an unusual sensation. You've got nothing in front of you.
That's right.
All right, we've got the
so who's winning?
truck.
Who's winning the Battle of the Bedfords here, Brendan, so far?
Well, we've got Brent Jones just went over with a 1:24.7 in truck 10 and truck 8. Tony Brand is currently second fastest overall, a 1:21.3.
Yeah, well, that's pretty good so far, isn't it?
Pretty good so far. So Malcolm Little just went through second fastest on a 1:21.006.
So still a 1:19.6 is the time to beat Troy Wheeler. The only man to go into the 19-second bracket. Second place, Malcolm Little at the moment on a 1:21, so he's a second and a half back. Tony Breen third fastest, Alex Little fourth. I thought Alex Little might have been a little bit quicker than that. I see we've got Tim Wheeler in there at number 47. Now, I just mentioned him, and he's just having a big cross-up as he goes through Parenco. Complete lock left-hand side, then chucked it, complete lock the other way. Wouldn't be surprised if he's just about thrown an elbow out in that wee manoeuvre. Managed to keep it on the track, though.
So 1:24.9 for local boy Brent Jones that time in the KM Bedford.
So it's Tim Wheeler in the 47, not Gary Price. Here comes Alex Little. Let's see what he can do this time. He's got a wee bit of work to do. He jumps up to second, a 1:20.4. Malcolm Little up to third.
And Troy Wheeler just staves off a little more time, a 1:19.4 that time.
Got that gap out to a second between first and second. Here comes Dave West. What can he do? He doesn't go any faster.
Yeah, Malcolm Little's stationary in the pits at the moment. He's having trouble shutting his driver's door.
Yeah, none of the team look to be going out to give him a hand at all either. Yeah, maybe they're not allowed out there. So how many minutes to go? Still 12 minutes left in the session, so a long way to go yet.
Malcolm Little coming into the pits.
You probably have to come in to try and fix that door, and then I'm guessing that we'll see him come out and try and get another couple of hot laps towards the end of the session.
Apparently third fastest time from Malcolm behind Alex. So a 1:19.4 for Troy Wheeler, a 1:24 for Alex Little, and a 1:21.0 for Malcolm Little.
So Alex Little coming into the pit lane as well. Just listen to the big Freightliner Sentry wind up as they get up to 100 mile an hour, and then she's reach over for a sandwich.
Be a pie, won't it? Be a pie for a trucker.
Here's what's in the sandwich. Be a half a chicken in the sandwich.
Or a Fairly Bakehouse pie.
No, it'd be too much weight. So Brent Jones just going through. He's still 8th there, Brent Jones. A 1:24.7. Here goes Troy again on his hot lap. Does he go any faster? No, he doesn't. He does a 19.7 that time.
So coming on down to halfway through the timing session. 10 minutes gone, 10 to go.
Yeah, Troy Wheeler doing it comfy at the moment. Got a second over Alex Little. A 1:20.4 for Alex. Malcolm a 1:21 flat. Tony Brand a 1:21.3, so he's not far off stepping up into that third place there, Tony Brand. And the first of the Bedfords. David West sitting 5th, 1:21.8. Ken Rowe a 1:23. So no sign yet of Malcolm Little coming back out. Still parked up down there.
Troy Wheeler's just cruising around now.
Yeah, be cooling all the systems down, I'd imagine. Letting the brake discs cool off a bit. As I was saying earlier, the brake discs get that hot that they do have a tendency to just explode. And they've tried all sorts of things over the years to keep the brakes cool in these things. You can put as many ducts in as you want. I think the only way that they can do it is actually have wee jets that spray water onto the discs. So I just had a text through from a mate of mine out there on the track, old Dunny. He's down there having a look at Malcolm's truck, and you're dead right, the driver's door won't shut on it. Sometimes it's the smallest thing that can get in the way. Nothing about 100 mile an hour tape won't fix. probably go and see Jared Carney and borrow a couple of cable ties. We'll keep the door shut. So at the moment, apart from Malcolm Little and the old saga of the door that won't close, everyone's still out there going around in circles. He's pretty busy through Castro at the moment.
Gary Price has actually just pulled into the pits, Paul. He's sitting down there, idling away. In pit.
Yeah, I think that's Tim Wheeler behind the wheel of that one.
Apologies.
Okay, Brent Jones goes over once again. Fastest lap for him. Still 8th, but down to a 1:23.7.
Yeah, he's slowly picking a wee bit of time out of there. It's pretty close between those few at the back there.
Yeah, he needs 3/10 to get ahead of Tim Wheeler, currently 7th in truck 47. As B2 just mentioned, he's in the pits. Ken Rowe, 6th fastest on a 1:23.1. Dave West, 5th fastest in truck 26, a 1:21.8. Tony Brand, 4th fastest in truck 8 on a 1:21.3. Malcolm Little, 3rd fastest, truck 66, a 1:21.0. Alex Little, truck 14, 2nd fastest, just done his fastest lap on a 1:20.2. And Troy Wheeler still leading at the charts in truck 1 on a 1:19.4. Just over 5.5 minutes to go. Troy Wheeler coming into the pits.
Yeah, there's no real need for Troy to go and wear the truck out. He's a second up at the moment. Alex Little's got a wee bit of work to find that second. He's just coming into the hairpin now. Kenny Rowe goes through. Just suffering with a wee bit of understeer there, Ken Rowe. Trying to get the thing to go around the corner. Looks like Alex Little slowed up just a little bit. Try and cool things off and have another run.
But Alex is on to a 1:19.6 now, so he's only 2/10 behind Troy Wheeler. That was a good effort.
Yeah, that might make the Troy Wheeler team think twice about coming back out again. So we've got time enough to come out for another shot. Ken Rowe still trying hard though as he comes through. And the Delo Oils truck.
Yeah, fastest lap for Ken, a 1:22.8.
Oh, we go even faster this time. He's just shot straight off the end of the front straight across the grass. Ken driving the Volvo NH.
So Brent Jones, truck 10, coming into the pits. 8th fastest at the moment on a 1:23.7.
Tony Breen still circulating. And the
truck 14, Alex Little also pulling into the pits.
Tony Breen in the wee V8 Bedford with the two big twin turbos on the back of it. Take a lot of maintenance, these things. He's been around a number of years too, and in fact Tony's had this for a number of years. So the numbers slowly dwindling out there at the moment. How long have we got to go in the session there,
Just
Brendan?
under a minute and a half, so we're probably not going to see a whole lot more action.
No, we've got Tony still
He's going to cross
circulating.
the line. He's got time for a hot lap if he wants one.
Dave West too. I thought he might have been slightly quicker than what he is at the moment as well.
Yeah, 1:22.4 for Dave West that time. His best so far is the 1:21.8. Fifth fastest. And truck 26.
I think we could just about call that, Brendan. Run through the times for us for the NZ Super Trucks.
Okay, yes, as Paul mentioned earlier, thank you very much to Trust Aoraki. But we have truck 1 in first position, Troy Wheeler on a 1:19.435. Second is truck 14 of Alex Little, 1:19.611. Third, Malcolm Little, 66, 1:21.006. Fourth, truck 8, Tony Brand, 1:21.389. Fifth, number 26, Dave West, 1:21.856. Sixth, truck 12, Ken Rowe, 1:22.816. Seventh, truck 47, Tim Wheeler, 1:23.440. And cool boy, Brent Jones in truck number 10, a 1:23.735.
So Tony Brand comes through. That reels off this morning's qualifying sessions. And we're going to take a quick 30-minute odd lunch break now. So it'll be the time to duck away to the shop or something like that. I'm coming to the pits to have a bit of a look round. The PDL Mustang is on display over here, the PDL 1. If you want to get a photo of that, it's pretty cool. If not, we'll catch you back here in about 30 odd minutes for the first race of the race weekend for the Thunder Down Under here at Levels. And we'll get that underway with an 8-lap race for the muscle cars.
Does your roof need a facelift? Get New Zealand colour steel from Canterbury Long Run Roofing Timaru. They crank the stereo on Brian FM in their workshop. So we love them.
Hey, little girl, is your daddy home? Did he go and leave you all alone? I got a bad desire. Oh, I'm on fire. Tell me now, baby, is he good to you? And can he do to you the things that I do? Oh, no, I can take you high. Sometimes it's like someone took a knife, baby, edgy and dull, and cut a 6-inch valley through the middle of my skull. At night I wake up with the sheets soaking wet and a freight train running through the middle of my head. Only you can cool my desire.
So Malcolm, third fastest in that session, how did it go?
Well, it's, the first half of that was alright until the door wouldn't keep shut. I couldn't hold my driver's door shut. So one hand outside the door, one on the steering wheel, and then I had to try and do the gear lever. I was like, this isn't working very well. I'll try and get a quick time if I can, pick up what I can out of here, because we can't do anything about this. So it's a bit of a situation to be in, yeah.
Are those just racing driving success because your son is going out faster than you?
Yeah, probably.
Is there going to be some family dramas tonight?
No, we need to be both doing as good as we can. So the idea behind two trucks is you learn off each other. So if you can teach the old man something, then it's fantastic. So far, everything he knows has come from me, so I'm still taking the glory for it.
And so starting off the second row for this first race, how are you going to get past the two in front of you?
I'm just going to make sure my door stays shut. That's going to be a key for the success of this next race. And just follow the guy in front and just try and, find a gap really. Yeah.
Good luck, mate.
Alright, thanks guys.
Alex, second fastest in that session. Must feel good to beat your dad.
Feels good. We've had a lot of issues this weekend so far. I've been trying to chase the lap time and also been trying to get this new engine sorted out, but it's pretty good. Just managed to put all the dots together and we did a pretty awesome lap. Still got a few issues. Still trying to work out with the engine. But yeah, it's pretty good.
How's the track developed since you started this yesterday morning?
It's mainly just trying to fix stuff. We had issues with a turbo. It was badly damaged. We had to replace that and just trying to sort out turbo stuff. But I think it's getting better. Each time we've been doing a little bit more and getting a bit closer.
And how are you going to get in front and stay ahead of Troy this afternoon?
We'll just have to see what happens. Just anything's out possible. Just to see how they go and just go from there.
Cool. Best of luck, mate.
That's what it is. Thanks.
been a pretty good lap to put down.
Yeah, the track was actually slippery there. I had a bit of moisture on the track from the truck in front of me. But yeah, we managed to get this qualifying, so happy with that.
So you're telling me there's more in it?
There should be a little bit more, hopefully, yeah.
And what's the plan for this afternoon? Obviously, to stay ahead of those two behind you.
Yeah, well, obviously we'll be off the front. Alex will obviously be right behind me. There wasn't much in that qualifying time, so if I can stay ahead of them, we should be right.
And with these big rigs, it must be pretty easy to block sort of the passing.
Yeah, we're obviously not allowed to block, yeah, my plan is to stay ahead of them for today, and then obviously tomorrow it'll be reverse grid, so it'll be a different story. I'll have to get past them.
So, mate, beautiful day for racing out here. How are you enjoying it?
It is a good day, mate, but I actually fell over on Thursday, so they put me on race for a couple of weeks, so I got a little bump on the head, but not too bad, mate. It's still a good day. I put Timmy Wheeler in the truck and he's going pretty good, so no, we're going all right, mate. Everything's doing good. The weather's playing a part, and I'm pissing down rain, and it's going pretty good.
And it's always good to have this class field of trucks out.
Oh, it is, mate, and it just brings the crowd. Have a look at the crowd. They've got 213 entries, which is about a record, you know, so it's good for the people. The people are just everywhere, you know. But no, the old trucks do bring them out, you know. Like, we're here to put on a show, and we normally do, you know. Just piss me off I can't be driving for that thing. I bought a car up too to run 365 also, but so I've got Timmy Wheeler in here and I've got Paul Clark driving 365s. What can you say? Price Racing's doing his part for what we can, but just piss me off that I can't jump on myself. This is what it is.
And obviously Price Racing has supported the live stream today.
Yeah. No, we always get behind that sort of stuff because it allows people to see something that they haven't seen before, you know? No, it's pretty cool, eh? It is pretty cool.
It's probably the best part about the trucks as well, and it is so different to everything else we see in the motor racing scene.
Oh, it is, mate. Like, it's 5.5 ton, you know, and you're doing 100. It does 13.2 down the steering floor, mate. It takes a bloody good V8 to beat you, you know. So it's good fun. There's no about that. It's an old 1982 truck, so the basics are there, but some guys like bloody Paul and those boys that work on it, they know their shit, you know. That's what it's all about. Like, got a new guy that had me here, Tony 74 Yak. He's never never been to truck racing before, right? He's just buzzing. So we got him hooked. He's hooked. So that's what it's all about. How do you go to hook one or two people each time, mate, and they just enjoy life. It's all about living, mate. You fucking die tomorrow. Gone. All right, get in and play. Hey. But anyway, mate, no, so that's what it is, eh? So it's, there is plenty going on here. Like you get the toy wheelers and that, but just and the littles, they put so much into it, you know. They shit run, but every now and again they'll have a good run, you know. We're just lucky we've got a reliable truck now. I bought that Ash Hay, we've probably had it now for 5 years. And we've probably done about 5 motors where we've got it right now. We've lowered the compression and taken some of the boost out of it, some of the fuel out of it, and all of a sudden shit, we're on the money, you know. So we're going around here at sort of 122, so that's quick enough. Quick enough when you got to stop there some bastard road. Anyway, here's old Timmy. This is the guy that's driving it. Come here, Timmy. Come here. Come here. This is the favourite Timmy. He's the pedal of the day, so yeah. I was just asking me about what it was like. I said, well, ask him. I said, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah, okay, it's pretty good. Plenty of boogie. Quite hard to handle around a tight turn like that. No, it's not too bad. It was a bit slippery up in the last one, but yeah.
It's all about drifting, mate. It's about getting the crowd going. That's what it's all about.
Just crowd pleasing all weekend.
Oh yeah, that's right, right. And that thing can drift right around the whole thing. Goes pretty good. But he'll get the hang of it in the last race on Sunday and we interview. But anyway. Alright, so what else do I know? Is the beer cold?
Yeah.
You gotta have cold beer, mate. Yeah. Cold beer.
Not a bit pit, so we're
Nah.
responsible.
Cool. We'll leave the green beer alone. We'll just stay with the brown stuff. All right, cheers. All right, mate. Good boy.
Thank you.
All right. See you later.
Radio, welcome back everybody to the Thunder Down Under, brought to you once again by Trust Day Iraqi. I'm Paul Lancaster, getting into the 20th season this year, and Brendan into his second. Is my sidekick beside me, Brendan Nichols, and then beside him, Brendan Cooney. It's your commentary lineup today.
So just call us B1 and B2, just to avoid the confusion. God, 20 years, Paul. I was at primary school when you started.
That's correct. Way back in the old building, back then.
Back in the olden days when the police still had HQ Holdens.
That'd make me not born.
No, that's right. 20 years, so...
Congratulations there, Mr. Lancaster. That's a very good effort. Supporting the club.
Gets me in the gate for free, Brendan.
Gets you a lovely air-conditioned office and the second best view in the track.
We were having that exact discussion this morning, Paul, about how long you'd been doing it. My wife asked me, and I figured it must have been around about 20 years, so not far off the mark.
Anyhow, up next, it's the first run of the race weekend here at Levels for the Thunder Down Under. It's the Mainland muscle cars.
And they do definitely put some of the thunder into the Thunder Down Under. Awesome machines.
Been an 8-lap race for them. Ideal conditions. Perfect, in fact. Been a bit of work by the marshals just after those drift cars have been out there, spitting a bit of shingle around the place. Just heard one of the drifter guys down there saying that he did one set of brand new tyres in that run.
Yeah, a friend of ours owns Goodyear Auto Service Centre, and he does like the drifters as customers.
Hello, they've let Mad Mike back out there on the tractor again, which is normally a bit of a mistake. He hasn't got the phone in the hand this time though. Having a quick look at Tinder, but surprising they let him on the thing. Welcome back on up, Johnny Hepburn. Of course, not racing this weekend, but up here and letting us know what's happening within the muscle cars. Everybody happy down there, Johnny?
Yeah, I think so, which is good. Makes my job easy, run. So, haven't had a race yet, so we'll see what happens at the end of this one, eh?
Should be a good one, 8-lapper.
There's a lot of people in the nines there together, so from third place through to about 10th is going to be pretty tight. Even 1 and 2, they've got a wee bit on the rest of the field, but yeah, it's going to be a close race between the two of them.
He's talking with Rod Heyman just before. He's starting about P6, I think, and his first mission is to get past that big number 77 of Dwayne Ingley. Well, making sure that he's in front of it by the first corner.
Yeah, good luck with that. Dwayne's got the bit between the teeth, the athlete that he is. Go down and see him there. He's a sparring athlete.
He is a big unit, isn't he?
Definitely is. He's staying at home, and I know what he can drink, so yeah, he's definitely a big unit.
Righto, so out they come onto the track for the first race of the race weekend. First car out, Mike Small in that beautiful Mustang. Number 16, Mike Baldwin, and the 42, then Dwayne Ingley in that big Dodge Challenger we're just talking about. She's definitely a beast and a half. Michelle Clark doing double duty this weekend in the 100. Also running it in the SS Cup. 165 Mike Eden, 216 Tony Denson, and the 351 there, the big Falcon mate of Michael Bushell.
So on pole we should have car 135 of Brendan Mason, and then beside him 70 Rob Lewis, 77 Dwayne Ingley. Car in fourth position 16 Mike Small, fifth 13 is Grant Sisson, 56 Rod Heyman, 46 Greg Donaldson, 42 Mike Baldwin, 165 Michael Eden, 351 in 10th position Michael Bushell, 11th car 55 Barry Morgan, 12 local boy 4 Bruce Tinley, 13 car 05 Pete Templeton, 14th 216 Tony Denson, 15 car 117 Greg Currants, 16th 177 Ross Wild, 17th is 100 Michelle Clark and the EH Holden.
The cool thing about this is Brendan Mason, Rob Lewis, 200ths of a second between them off first and second on the grid. And then between Dwayne Ingley and Greg Donaldson, you've really got less than half a second between third place and seventh place there. Mike Baldwin's right in there as well. And Michael Eden was out there betting and brakes, so he's definitely in that Falcon, is going to be a menace to some of these guys, as we all know he can be. Just warming up their tyres now up the top end there. It'll be a bit slippery after watching those drifters throw some dirt and rubber and stuff all over the track, which is cool for the crowd, but not so good when you're the first race up after lunch.
So what rules you got in the way of tyres, Johnny? Just open slather, or?
Pretty much, you can run what you like, because as I said, with the time capping, it takes care of all that. And I was going to check up on some times, and I never did. I'll do that before the next one later on, if I get it right. But yeah, so tyres are open, but as everyone's aware, with this world disease going around, it's very, very hard to get product into the country at the moment. So a lot of guys are very, very short of tyres, so they're running on older tyres and stuff like that, because like Hankook, for example, there's containers all around the world, but not in ports in New Zealand. So it's it's becoming a bit of a worry, this pandemic.
Yeah, I think 2K Cup's pretty much in the same boat. They've been borrowing tyres off people that aren't running and things like that. So it's going to be mid-March, I think, before any tyres come in for them. But at the moment, they're just forming up out there on the grid.
Yeah, and that's without shipping delays, and unfortunately, like, a lot of the stuff comes into ports of Auckland, which haven't been very handy lately with the staff shortages and all sorts of things. So, and some of the boats ships are bypassing New Zealand altogether. So, yeah, it's a double whammy for us as Brendan Mason pulls up onto pole position.
Yeah, that's the ex-Grant Dalton car. Very nice, well-presented car.
Wonder if we can see it foiling.
So up beside him, car 70, Rob Lewis. Should be a good drag off the line between these two. Second row, good start for Mike Small there. He'll start off P4. And then Dwayne Ingley, let's see how long it takes him to get the Dodge off the line. So waiting on the lights now, 3 lights, 4 lights, ready, set to go for the Mainland muscle cars, and away we go. Good start off the third row from Grant Sisson in the 13 car. But they put the pedal down and head down towards Parenco, and still side by side the two of them, but Rob Lewis has had to lead him through, and it'll be the 135 car Brendan Mason that leads him into Castrol for the first time. Lewis, then Mike Small.
Mike Small got a good start, wheel tramping off the line, and then he went round the outside and turn 1, which sets you up for turn 2 and 3. But here comes the power from Dwayne.
That's right, you see him just pull up the inside there of Mike Small as they head down towards John Jones Steel, and he'll go through up to that third spot. Good pass and move there in the big Dodge Challenger.
Greg Donaldson, the big mover too, got one in front of Rod Heyman, but a dust kicked up there by Grant Sissons. He'll be next on.
Someone's actually gone round there. Looks like it might have been Rod Heyman. He's been pretty lucky there. Had a spin, come back across the track, and I think he's just stopped inside that tyre wall. But he's underway.
Something's happened to
No,
Rob Lewis,
no,
actually.
well, it was Rob Lewis, in fact. I knew it was a red one. There's Rod Heyman back there in about the 6th spot.
That could have been a bit of tyre rubber from the drifters or just cold tyres.
It's probably cold tyres, I imagine, John. It'll take a bit to get the temperatures up. And these, as Mason leads them across the line for the first time. Then it's back to Ingley, then Small. Sisson's hanging on to that 4th place from Donaldson. So it's in actual fact, it's Rod Heyman has dropped a couple of spots on that first lap. Michael Eden up one. As the rest of them come through, and a little bit more dust being kicked up there through Power & Co. But a good lead at the moment for Mason as he heads down the back straight.
Rob may have done some damage or something, because I don't think he's come back through in there. I haven't seen him. Oh no, I have, sorry. He's just a long way back. Sitting there, he's just picked off Barry Morgan coming up the straight.
And we've got the big True Blue Falcon coming in.
It had a lot of wheel spin off the line, so maybe he did some damage at that stage.
And next or something. So that's played into Brendan Mason's hands. Out to a healthy lead at present.
Michelle Clark there in the only 6-cylinder car in the field.
So Mason out of the hairpin. He's got a good 2 or 3 seconds back to Ingley. He's got a handy wee gap back to Small. They're all sort of spread out, those top 3. And a big gap back to Sisson. He's got Donaldson chasing him. Now we've got Rod Heyman all over the back of Eden as they come through the kink. Rod actually got held up a wee bit there mid-corner, I think. He had a bit of a run on, had to stop. But here he goes again, but he's not close enough to force a move. And it's line astern through Power & Co. So Mason still leads them down the back straight. 2.5 seconds to lead back to Ingley in the big Dodge. He's got that wound up. Just opening up a gap back to Mike Small now. Sisson going to come under some pressure very shortly from Donaldson, who's closing down towards John Jones Steele. Good showing from Sisson there, Johnny. Normally he's sort of back towards the rear of the field, but he's up the pointy end this weekend.
Yeah, he's always been a very good driver. He's had a few engine problems, and the engine that he's got in their car at the moment, they've actually put a liner in there because it had a bit of a hole in it. So very lucky to be out there, and it's probably not the fastest. So Greg's certainly got a lot more horsepower, but he actually spent a bit of time and money on some suspension products, and it certainly shows that it makes a difference. So
he's still maintaining a healthy wee gap between himself and Donaldson anyway, so holding his own, sitting there in 4th place. So Donaldson and Michael Edlin in that big Falcon. He's trying to get on the back of these other two. They're fighting amongst themselves. And just starting to close that gap a little bit, I think, Dwayne Ingley.
Fastest lap, Rob Lewis, car 70, a 108.396.
Yeah, well, he's coming up on the back of Rod Heyman now, so it'll be interesting to see how long it takes for him to clear these cars. It's going to be harder for him from now on, though, Rob Lewis.
give him a bit of practice for later on in the reverse grid race, passing some of these guys. So, but yeah, don't these soul cars sound cool out there? V8's roaring their heads off.
So we just had Ross Wild just tootle across the line in car 177.
So Brendan Mason back into the hairpin. You see that gap's closed up considerably back to Ingley. Should be down to about a second this time, I'd imagine. A lot of dust being kicked up the north end of the track. Down through the kink to reel off another one.
Mason will just be playing with him. He's popping out 109s and he's way capable of doing sixes, low sixes, even fives around here.
So let's see what Rob Lewis can do now. He goes around the outside of Heyman. Heyman's going to have to lead him through. A good passing move there. And he's got the big Falcon and Michael Eden to try and get past next. He's going to run out of laps, says Rob Lewis.
Michael Eden's his next in line, and he certainly will not make it easy for him. He's always a hard charger and hard to pass in that old Falcon, which has sort of been rebuilt from a massive accident there in Pukekohe a couple of years ago.
Barry Morgan having a good wee battle with the Falcon towards the rear of the field there as well. So some battles going on all round. And Mike Small now all over the back of Ingley. It's going to be pretty hard to try and get past that big thing. He's right on the back of him now as they come through the left-hand sweeper, down through the kink.
Ross Wild's got a bit of an issue with his car, so hopefully he pulls over and lets it through up the straight. But I say Dwayne might have used up a fair amount of tyre, and if careful, Mike Small will get him up the top end next lap round. Because Mike's a wise old fox. He's been doing this a long time. Former HQ champion and runner-up several times in what is now part of Oscar, I guess. Yeah.
So he's not too far behind Ingley, but you just see it down the back straight. The Dodge Challenger just pulls that gap out to about that 10 car lengths, which is enough to make it pretty safe for the rest of the lap for him. And it looks like we've got through on Michael Eden. The two there is Rob Lewis. Goes through on the Falcon as we've got that lap traffic there with Ross Wild.
Obviously with an issue with that Holden. Coming up on
Here
Michelle
we go.
now.
Mike Small still over the back of Ingley coming into the hairpin. Just can't stick with him in the straight line stuff though. Coming up on some more lap traffic in the form of Michelle Clark in the EH Holden. 2 laps to go. Got a flag out for car 96, black flag. So now we've got Rob Lewis all over the back of Greg Donaldson through Parenco. He might try and sneak up in the braking area, he's not close enough. Still Mason leaves it down the back straight again from Angley.
That flag's out for car 56, Rod Heyman, the Pontiac Firebird.
A black flag out for Rod Heyman it is, car 56. Could be for noise perhaps. More dust being kicked up the top end of the track.
I reckon Barry Morgan should take up motocross. He looks pretty good at it up there, eh?
So leader out of the hairpin, should get the last lap board this time. For Brendan Mason, he's doing it pretty easy out in front. Down through the kink. Last lap board out this time. Ingley still hanging on to that second place. Small nowhere near close enough to force a move through Parenco. I guess who will have be Rob Lewis. Can he get Grant Sisson on the last lap? Get himself back up another spot. Here we go down the back straight. Ingley now has got up the inside. A drag down the back straight between the two of them, but Mason's just playing with him. Puts a foot down, the way he goes, makes it for exciting stuff. Now we've got Rob Lewis all over the back of Sisson there as he head up the straight towards the McKissick curve, and up he goes, up another spot.
Up to 4th place, which is pretty good effort from being upside down and round the circles on lap 1.
That's right. He'll be pretty happy with a 4th, I'd imagine. So leader in the hairpin for the last time.
Watch Mike Small here, he's going to have a big dive. He's trying to go around the outside and he'll try and square it off to get in the inside of the next corner, but I think Dwayne's got him covered off. Yeah, it's a big wide charger that'll dodge to pass too.
Yeah, even going around the outside, and just the power of it as they come down to get the chicken flag. Brendan Mason's going to take the race winner from Dwayne Ingley, and it looks like Rob Lewis might have just got Mike Small on the line. He didn't.
No.
Ooh.
Yep, the transponder tells no lies, and Mike Small by 0.0002 of a second. That's very, very close.
Nonetheless, a good drive through from Rob Lewis as well. Be a bit wild with himself. Finished 4th is pretty good. The rest have come through. Bruce Tinley, Barry Morgan, the 3.51 there, and Michael Bushell. Great stuff from the Mobile 1 Mainland muscle cars. Good win there in the end of Brendan Mason. Come through again, so perhaps they didn't realise it was race over.
Now if there's a Robert Svev right out there in please forgive me if I'm not even close to pronouncing your surname, Robert. An item of yours has been handed into the Secretary's office, so you might want to pop into the Secretary's, Robert, and pick that up.
So Mainland Muscle will be back later this afternoon, second last race out, and it's reverse grid handicap, so then the carnage will start happening. So yeah, make sure you hang around for it, and there's only one truck race after that, so be well worth hanging for. And also don't forget our merchandising test for Mobile One Muscle Cars is up the top end of the pits here, just past the pits up on the bank, so come up there, there's t-shirts and all sorts of stuff for sale, and by all means go and have a look at the cars. The guys are really helpful. If you've got kids, I'll let them sit inside and that sort of thing, so yeah, make sure you come and have a look around the pits. Thanks guys.
Johnny Hepburn, thank you very much. Rightio, up next it's the Dry Ice Blasting SS Cup. Big thanks to Dry Ice Blasting for sponsoring the SS Cup this weekend. Watch that one, Brendan.
Okay. So for the SS Cup, we should have car 20, Jared Parmenter in the Hadley and Brunton Mazda RX-8 on pole. Beside him should be Tim Dossett in the Honda Civic, car 119, 61 Jordan Ray third, 350 Jimmy Lindbergh in the Mazda MX-5, then fifth 18 Flynn Mitchell, sixth 900 Chopper Stevenson, and then 7th reigning champion car 1 Phil Gurney, 8th car 52 Jeremy Dawson, 9th car 147 Cameron Davies, 10th car 14 Ryan Tinley, 11th 84 Sam Bushell, 12th car 216 Josh Ward, 13th car 12 Ben McConaughey, 14th car 751 Gerald Hargreaves, 15th car 122 Mark Neville, 16th car 363 Callum Stocker, 17th 415 Martin Irvine, 18th car 38 Carmen Lindbergh, 19th car 910 Ross Melhop, and rounding out the top 20 local boy Mark Leonard in the 124 Honda Integra.
Yeah, looking forward to see how Lenny goes. Great to see him back on the track, and all the families here today, and a bit of a display going on there at the PDL1, and good to see Leo at the track as well. And of course that beautiful new mural up on the back wall of on the west side of the building sort of makes out for a pretty good weekend for the Leonards. So no, a huge field. First time we've had maximum 38 entries in for the Dry Ice Blasting SS Cup. And once again it'll be harder to pick than the old broken nose, Brendan.
11 cars doing 110s in qualifying, so it just goes to show you we should be in for some very good action. Making a very good start and getting away cleanly is going to be very important. Yeah, 8 laps for the Dry Ice Blasting SS Cup.
Jared, you're a bit nervous. First time that the class has had capacity field, 38.
Yeah, mate, to be fair, it's been playing on my mind all week, so it's a bit nerve-wracking.
Hopefully we get through it with not too much damage.
Yeah, we're going to have 3 fast cars at the back too. We had 3 disqualifications with heavy breakouts in qualifying, so you got Eddie Araya, Paul Blasby, and Jared Pike. So starting right off the back, so they'll be busy coming through too. So.
Yeah, it makes it pretty hard when you're only a tenth or two just under that breakout time, and therefore you go to the back of the queue. A good result for Chopper though, off the third row.
Yeah, Chopper will be stoked, mate. Like he just knocked 3 seconds off his lap times in qualifying, so he's absolutely wrapped. I don't know what he's done nothing to the car. Maybe it's just a bit of attitude, you know, just driving it like he stole it a wee bit.
Chopper obviously in that Starion, well, probably one of the older cars out there.
Got to look after that Japanese classic.
There's not too much Mitsubishi about it, let's be honest.
What sort of power plants are you running in that thing?
FJ with he's downsized the turbo a wee bit, so he's just trying to keep it reliable, and smaller turbo, so boosting all the time, so making plenty of power still.
So this is going to be a good battle off the front row, isn't it? Jared Parmenter, car number 20, and then Tim Dossett. Dossie's a very hard charger, and so is Jared, so it's going to be interesting the first corner down there at Parancoesis.
And then you add Jimmy Lindbergh in the mix, who will take any gap there is possible. So they'll have to be on their game.
So hopefully the real drive cars with weight transfer should be a little bit better off the line, but we'll wait and see.
Rightio, just still a wee way to get them set up. That's 38 cars for the Dry Ice Blasting SS Cup. Good to have dry ice on board this year.
Yeah, dry ice. We've also got James Marshall Motorsport, who's been massive help, and local Timaru Signs and Graphics, which have been amazing for us this year. Can't thank them enough, to be fair.
Righto, waiting on the start, 8 laps. All got a jumper there from the second row. Old James Ray, was it? So he's going to be in for a time penalty, but like you say, a good start from Jimmy Leinberg. Couldn't get past Tim Dossett though, and it's going to be Jared Parmenter who leads him down into Castrol for the first time. Looking back through parts, 2 abreast through there, everyone being pretty ginger for the first lap, as they should be, but Parmenter's going to lead them down the back straight for the first time from Timmy Dossett. Then Jim Leinberg, here he goes. He might have a dive up the inside of Dossett as they head down towards John Jones Steele. He's nowhere near close enough though, and it's a pretty light wee Civic there under brakes, so Dossie hangs on to that second place. Look at this down the back straight, just about 4 wide there towards the back there, and in fact down the braking zone at the moment she's still busy down towards the pack, and some more dust being kicked up as the leaders come back round the hairpin. Dossie all over the back of Parmenter. See who's got the legs down the front straight. Round down to the kink. Here comes Dossie. Can he go around the outside? He starts to close a little bit. He gets it down. He has a wee look. Parmenter comes across and says, no, you can't do that. And Dossie tried. Locked the left rear up and got a wee bit out of shape. Managed to hang on to the second place, though, from Jimmy Leinberg. And so already trying to have a wee look on Jared Parmenter was Tim Dossett.
Paul, car 61 time penalty showing on the screen.
Yeah, Jordan Ray it was. He'll be kicking himself from that second row start. Phil Gurney going through now on the 147. Cameron Davies goes up another spot, the series champion. So she's busy all the way down. Look at this, the wee Datsun threading the needle there between Mark Leonard and the Altezza. The wee Datto went straight through the middle. Let's just have a look at these times. Just a tenth or two between the first 2 cars. He looks like the gap's just starting to open up a little bit now, Parmenter. See if Dossie can get on the back, down the front straight here under brakes. He's probably have a bit of a vibration going on the back of that car, I'd say, Dossie, after that big lock-up. So Leinberg holding 3rd, Gurney's up to 4th, and is that? So it's Flynn Mitchell that's up to that 5th place. Then you've got the wee red Honda there. He's going to get a time penalty. So then it's pretty much back to Ryan Tinley in the big Monaro. Cameron Davies now under a bit of pressure from the wee starlet, number 52. That's Jeremy Dawson. Dawson having a wee look up the inside, no way through though. Pretty wide those XR8s. Mark Leonard having a good wee battle there with Jeremy Dawson. So leaders into the hairpin. Dossie's a wee bit closer this time. Parmenter just pulls out a couple of 3 car lengths out of the hairpin. And gives him a good safe wee gap. Coming down through the kink and onto the front straight again to reel off lead another one. Leinberg still chasing hard there in third. Bit of a gap back to Gurney. He's going to have a lonely race there at the moment. Flynn Mitchell. Then it's Tinley, Davies, Dawson, and Chopper. Chopper's lost a spot or 2 after starting 6th. He's down to about 10th, so he's lost a few spots, Chopper.
Yeah, he got swallowed up on the start line. I think he sort of might have made a wee bit of a meal of that.
So good to see Trevor Morse out there again. He had troubles in qualifying, which is why he's down a wee bit further than what maybe he should be.
Yeah, he's still having troubles. We're actually looking for a dizzy to get him through tomorrow. So we've changed the VTEC solenoid, but it's a dizzy issue, we think. So, yeah, hopefully we can track one of them down. Mark Taylor, if you're out there, get in touch.
Dossie now, only a couple of car lengths. Still not close enough, though. He might have a dive down the other side. Parmenter comes across again. Dossie has a look under brakes. They touch and Dossie goes around. He tried the old late brake around the outside again. Come across in front of Parmenter. 2 of them have come together. And Dossie's been hitting the driver's door. And Parmenter's still continuing. So Parmenter's still leading the race. It's Leinberg now up to second. Dossie's underway again. But he'll have more than one flat spotted tyre after that one. He made the move, just didn't quite have it pulled off. So, action there. Be interesting to see if Parmenter's got any damage to his car. Leinberg might be able to pounce on the situation. So we'll see Dossie drop way down the list. Still continuing though. And it doesn't look like Leinberg's getting any closer to Parmenter. We'll have a look at the car as it goes through. Seems to be all good. So Leinberg up to second now. It's Gurney up to third. Flynn Mitchell up to fourth. The wee red car, he's going to get a time penalty. So Tinley sitting in 6th, Cameron Davies 7th. Here goes Dossie now trying to make amends. Doesn't look like there's too much damage there. Just about took the front off another car there. Won't be long before he's on the back of Chopper. The rest of them are line astern down there, the BMW, the wee Sentra. Dale Kirby there and another one of the wee Civics. So here comes the race leader down through the kink. Still Jared Parmenter leading. Doesn't seem to be any damage at all whatsoever to the front splitter. Leinberg now, he's only a car length or 2 behind. Through Par & Co they go. Leinberg just had a wee look up the inside there, wasn't close enough, lost a bit of momentum then. Try and get it down the back straight in the wee MX-5. Phil Gurney back there in that 3rd place, pretty lonely for him. Tinley up to 4th, so good drive for Tinley. Then you got the 2 White Horse Motors RX-7, Team Waimati, and here they go having a drag side by side, and it's Cameron Davies has got through on Flynn Mitchell, his teammate. Then you go back to car 122, Mark Neville. So just opening that gap up a little bit more now, I think, Jared Parmenter, as he comes out of the Carter's valuation hairpin. Here we go. Last lap board this time for Parmenter. What can Lineberg do? Probably not much. Coming up on some lap traffic though. Might be able to help him out a wee bit. Phil Gurney's through there in that third place, and it's Tinley. Forget about the wee red Civic. He's got a time penalty, is Ray. Then it's the two White Horse Motors RX8s. We'll get a wee bit out of shape there, Cameron Davies. So let's see what Davies has got left in the tank. Probably not much. There's the rest of them come through. Leonard now all over the back of Paul Sayer, I think it is, car number 32. Lenny having a good battle with him. Then Matt Moore, Carmen Lineberg coming through. Dean Cook. So leader just about coming through the kink now to take the checkered flag. Good win from the start there for Jared Parmenter. Having a wee coming to with Tim Dossett. Lineberg will take second. Gurney, reigning champ, will take good points at third. Tinley will come through for fourth, and then it will be Cameron Davies will get a fifth out of it. And Mitchell will take sixth. And then the rest of them come through, some good battles there. Eventually Dossett just coming across the line there. Brendan Wedley finish up about 9th.
11th, but Jared Parmenter and Jim Lumberg both broke out and went under the 110 breakout time for this field. So they'll get pushed further back down the field. So the winner on corrected scores, you could say, is probably going to be Phil Gurney, defending champion. So well done, Phil.
Paul Say just coming through in front of Mark Leonard, so he wins that wee battle there amongst that lot. Carmen Lamberg, and then car 44, Mel Waters it is, in his new car, the RX8. Then it's Dean Cook, the 751 of Gerald Hargraves in the Altezza. And a good battle there, car 67. Steve Prentice in the wee E30 BMW, and Dale Kirby.
Dale all the way from Winton, an ex-2K Cup competitor that's moved on to SS Cup. I know his father quite well. He's a Timaru lad that's in the Shaguar Car Club with me. So now we have pre-65, and hopefully I didn't put the mockers on Ian Perry earlier on. Car 98, the lovely little Sunbeam Stiletto. We hope that's out there this time.
Yeah, race 1 for pre-65's 6th lapper. Good start.
Okay, up next, as B2 mentioned, we've got the Kumo Tyres pre-65 field. On pole we should have car 42, Corey Ross. Then 27 beside him on the grid, John Smolenski. On the second row we have car 44 of Gary Shaw, and beside him in 4th position, Gary Price. Then on the next row back we should have car 77 Wayne Tuffley and 47 Piers Mingham in the first of the 4-cylinder cars. And then the next row back we should have Pete Fitzgibbon in the A40 Farina and car 71 Paul Whiting. Then in 9th we've got Michelle Clark in the EH Holden having yet another few laps of the track. Then we've got 91 John Mackley, 64 Cliff Brunning, and hopefully 12th will be car 98 of Ian Perry in that Sem Stiletto. So just waiting for the last of the SS Cup field to pull into the pits. Got Kurt Snook coming in on the end of a string by the look behind Mr. Tupai's double cab truck. And then 6 laps of action.
Yeah, Brendan, I've just been down and seen the guys doing the live stream down there having a couple of cold ones, and you can find a live stream of this event if you go to YouTube, put in NZ Super Truck Racing. You'll be able to live stream this to your device if you have trouble hearing any of the commentary or anything. Or if you've got someone that's not here that wants to watch it, put a link up. YouTube, New Zealand Super Truck Racing.
Okay, B2's found it on YouTube. Thanks, B2.
Yes, a big thanks once again to Kumo Tyres for bringing us the Pre-65s here this weekend. Just be a 6-lap race for them though, so it really is a sprint. Car to look out for will be car 42, Corey Ross, and that championship winning Mustang. Manny Sim raced this car for a number of years. And Corey doing a pretty good job behind the wheel of it at the moment. Car 44, Gary Shaw. So good to see good numbers back in the Pre-65s once again. One missing off the card there, car 18, John O'Michelle, and the what would have been the only Cortina in the field. No sign of him here at the moment.
And unfortunately we must have put the mockers on Ian Perry earlier on because he's not out there in the sunbeam either. Back in the day there used to be 2 fields of Pre-65. When it started out it was a very popular class. Of course Cortinas and Angulars were a bit more common then and a lot cheaper to buy.
Yeah, I did 3 seasons, Brendan. 86, 87, 88. Way back then. In the old HA Viva. As a young 15-year-old. And she was pretty like a premier class back then. The likes of Mark Leaded and
I remember him in the pink Cortina.
Yeah, Nigel Barclay in the Anglia. A number of Anglias. Big fields back then.
Yeah, 1965 is a long time ago now. The cars that they build these out of are now worth a lot of money. So, yeah, it's still a privilege to see them all racing still. It's great.
That's right. Keep an eye on the 3rd row there, Wayne Tuffley in the yellow Mustang. So, waiting on the lights. 3 lights, 4 lights, waiting on the start. Bit of a creeper from the second row. It might have been Gary Shaw, I think. However, we've got the power down to the floor, and it's going to be Corey Ross who wins the drag down to the Parenco S's from the 27 there of John Smolenski. And up through Castrol they go. That's how it's going to stay. Barry Morgan there in third place. Won't be long before Tuffley's all over him. He's got through on Gary Shaw. Here goes Tuffley now. Trying to have a wee look on Morgan. Side by side he goes. Gary Shaw's going to try and go through with him and get the toe as they head down there. And a very gentle through there on the brakes first lap, Corey Ross. Tyres still won't be right up to peak heat. And looks like Wayne Tuffley was just having a dive up the inside there too of Barry Morgan, but Morgan still hangs on. Up round through McKissick Curve they go, back into the Carter's Valuation hairpin. It is still Corey Ross. Leads from Barry Morgan. From John Smolenski, sorry. Down through the kink they come. You see the power of the big Mustang. Just kisses the inside of the kink as he comes through. And he's got a good wee gap. Back to second place there, John Smolenski. Morgan coming under all sorts of pressure from Tuffley. Tuffley's managed to get through on Gary Shaw. And then it's a big gap back to the 4-cylinder class. And it's 47 Piers Mingham leading the way at the moment. But the A40 Farina there doing a good job. Pete Fitzgibbon doing a very good job there to have a couple of anglers tucked in behind. And we've got a stopper over there at Castrol. So double wave yellows. And that's the 27 of John Smolenski from second place. He's got out wide over there at Castrol and looks like he's out in the kitty litter there.
Yeah, the big winner out of all that was Wayne Tuffley, who's now up into second, coming from fourth.
That's right. In fact, he come from the third row of the grid right from the start. So he's had a good fight through. At the moment, it's double wave yellows. Down here into Parenco. So she's still racing at the moment. And Corey Ross got that big lead at the moment. Let's have a look and see what the gap is back to Tuffley now. In fact, safety car has been called. So with 3 or 4 laps complete, how many laps is that, Brendan? 3?
4 laps to go, it says, so we've only completed 2.
Right, so we might be down to a last minute dash, last lap dash perhaps. Depends how long it takes to get the big Falcon out of there. I see they've got the quad over there to try and tow it out. They might need more than the quad perhaps. In fact, here comes Mr. Tupai. And in fact, this morning, run into Mr. Tupai at the shop. And looking forward to a big weekend. He was, and he's back in the thick of it already.
So that pretty much nullifies Corey Ross's lead. Also, quite interesting battle was forming between Michelle Clark and Cliff Brunning in the 2.8 EH Holdens at the back of the field. Yeah, in the 6-cylinder class, they're keeping each other very good company.
And it looks like they're calling for the Hilton Haulers truck. So it must be something mechanical that has broken on it. Which therefore I might think this might just about end up under safety car this race. We'll see how long it takes the Hilton Haulage boys. They're going to get a bit of a ribbing when they go over there. With the old curtain siding over there and no doubt a few beers under the belt by now. Be able to watch these two clowns here and see what happens. So John Smolenski over there, just something mechanical. Oh no, looks like they're bringing the, they've left him out there. They might just carry on racing, I think. But the lights aren't out on the safety truck yet, so I have to do another lap behind the Jackson's Transport Ute. He's going to run a local yellow, I think. So Corey Ross it is that leads at the moment. He's going to have it all to do with Wayne Tuffley. Barry Morgan's going to have his mirrors full of Gary Shaw. And then, of course, you've got the battle going on between the four-cylinder class there. Getting a bit hot, the old EH. Needs a bit more airflow through there, car 64. Cliff Brunning, he's another long-time campaigner in pre-65s. He's run all sorts of cars. The A40 Farina having a great run here to be in front of a couple of the wee Anglias. Of course, many years ago there used to be another Farina run in the pre-65s. Paul Jones used to run one. And that was in the Langley's Bacon and Ham livery. That was rather quick in its day too, just had trouble stopping the thing. So like you say, that back in the heyday, Brendan.
Well, I remember Bob Driver being rather quick in an EH Holden in the day, sponsored by Wins. He was the local Wins rep at the time.
Yeah, that's right. That was a very quick car. He ended up in the North Island, I think, for a number of years. Could even still be up there. But a lot of these cars will be lying around sheds. I know Gareth Hall, I think, has got 2 or 3 Anglias. Lots of them tucked in sheds all around the place. So here we go, safety car in, waiting on the restart there. It's in the hands of Corey Ross and the 42 Mustang. Keep your eye on the big yellow beast tucked in behind. Here we go, put the foot down. Down towards Parenco they go, no one's going to pass anybody. Be line astern through there because she's yellows. So pretty much Corey Ross can go as fast as he wants through this section here. There'd be no passing, he'd be under no sort of pressure till he gets out onto the back straight there, right about that point there. And away they go. Let's see what Tuffley can do. Getting a slight toe as they go down the back straight. Gary Shaw goes through on Barry Morgan up to 3rd place. Good move from him. It's Gary Shaw's new car. He's had it about 2 seasons, but it's pretty much a brand new built car, like an absolute magic car to look at. And he's up to 3rd, so he's showing some good speed. Into the car's valuation hairpin. Should be a couple of laps to go this time through. Tuffley not close enough yet. Morgan though still all over the back of Gary Shaw. Down through the kink they come. Has Tuffley got a run down on the front straight? No, he hasn't. Nowhere near close enough. It'll be line astern through there. Last lap borders out. Morgan might have a wee dive up the inside. No, remembers it's yellows. He'll try and keep the pressure on Gary Shaw as they head up towards Castrol. Oh, we just see the 40 of Pete Fitzgibbon go up the inside of Pierce Mingham, right on the entry to Parenco, which is under yellow. So we might see him get a penalty for that as the leaders head down the back straight. He's just there but not close enough, Wayne Tuffley. So Pete Fitzgibbon lets Pierce Mingham back past. So he might get away with that penalty by doing that, letting them back through. Might have just had a brain fade that it was under yellow perhaps. So leaders into the hairpin for the last time, still Corey Ross. Car number 42, all the way from Christchurch. Going to do it easy in the end. Through the left-hand sweeper. And down across the line to get the checkered flag for race 1 here for the Kumo Tyres pre-65s. Wayne Tuffley will take 2nd. Good result starting from 6th. Gary Shaw will take 3rd. Barry Morgan 4th. And then the first of the 4-cylinder class coming through. Pierce Mingham and car 47 will take a race win from Pete Fitzgibbon. And then it should be the 71 of Paul Whiting. And in the end, car 64, Cliff Brunning managed to get in front of John Mackley. And then Michelle Clark comes through to round out the field for the Kumho Tyres pre-65s. Rightio, up next it's the NZ6s and the Mazda 7s and 8s. Huge field of cars here as well, running the two classes together.
So 6, 7s and 8s you might say there, Paul. So the 7s and 8s supported by Kumho Tyres for the Pro 7 and Pro 8 Racing South Island class, and Ryco 24/7 supporting the NZ6s. Okay, the RX7s and 8s supported by Kumho Tyres. We'll have to see if Jared Parmenter does front up to the grid, as he didn't finish the qualifying session earlier this morning. We have in first position should be Jared Pike, car 29. Jared, if he fronts up, is second in car 14. Then we've got 147 Cameron Davies in row 2 with 18 Flynn Mitchell beside him. Then car 12 Ben McConaughey beside him on the grid. Car 20 Andrew Brunton, that's the car that Jared was driving earlier in the SS Cup race. 7th on the grid we should have car 23 Greg Wilson. 8th car 44 Mel Waters. 9th 88 Paul Wallace. Car 10 71 Hyman Johnson. 11th car 17 Ben Tiplady. 12th 11 Justin Ashwell, who is the first of the NZ6s. Then 22 Cody Welch, NZ6. 27 Steve Gordon, 77 Alvin Frew, 42 Motorsport President Wayne Christie, then 124 Tony Herbert, 81 Lawrence Anthony, 69 David Morgan, and 812 Mike McCarthy rounds out the NZ6 field.
No, it's good. It's a new class, the Kumho Tyres Pro 7s, Pro 8s. racing together within the two different classes.
And just the last driver profile was Alvin Frew in car 77, who tells us he's 69 and retired from Karatane, 7 years racing in saloons.
So it'll be an 8-lap race for these guys. Ideal conditions, be a wee bit slippery out there now, the sun coming out. Should bring the oils to the top of the surface of the tarmac and just be a wee bit more slippery than what it was before. Great to see such a huge crowd here for a Saturday. No doubt tomorrow there will be even more. And weather's looking pretty good for tomorrow as well. So
the weatherman did tell us it was going to be a lot nicer tomorrow actually than today, but today's not turning out too bad.
So it'll be an 8-lap race. They'll start them off in two different grids, I would imagine. Let the Mazdas away first, and then wait for a little bit and let the 6s go. So as you said, Jared Parmenter, looks like they've sorted that problem out.
Number 14 Harcourt's RX8.
Looks pretty smart out there beside Jared Parmenter starting off.
Jared Pike.
Jared
car
Pike,
29.
sorry.
Two Jareds and the two Mazdas.
He's ready to go already. Number 88 down here in the pit lane, Paul Wallace. He's got a bit of a problem with something. So he might have to start from pit lane now, I'd imagine. And we go back to the 6s just getting themselves sorted out up there.
Starting from pit lane, Paul. SVG didn't do a very bad job last weekend with it. A few more laps, however.
So hard luck for car 88, Paul Wallace, just pushing him out the back. So waiting on a start now. 4 lights were away. A good start from pretty much everybody as they head down towards the Parenco for the first time. Side by side, Jared Parmenter, Jared Pike, and it's still side by side halfway through Parenco, but Parmenter's got that inside line and should hold that all the way up to Castrol. And in the end, Jared Pike has to lead him through. So it's going to be Parmenter leads him down the back straight for the first time from Pike. Pike's right on the hammer now, getting a good tow down the back straight. Pretty much evenly matched for speed, these two. Then you go back to the two Whitehouse Motors cars, White Horse Motors, and they head down there into John Jones Steel. Parmenter hanging on. NZ6 is underway. We've got one of them at the back there blowing a fair bit of smoke. Not looking too good there. I think that's the 71 car, no. He's pulled off the track anyway. Hopefully he hasn't dropped too much oil. Looks like there might be a good stream going right down the left-hand side of the track there from where I'm standing. So lots of oil on the track from where we can see here. As the leaders come down through the kink for the first time. Jared Parmenter in car number 14 will be the leader across the stripe the first time from Jared Pike. Then it's back to Cameron Davies. Car number 12 just having a look up the inside. Ben McConaughey goes through on Flynn Mitchell. First of the XR6s, it looks like Justin Ashwell still all over the back of one of the RX8s. And just look how much he's opened up a gap already. Back to Pike. Half a dozen odd car lengths. Heading down towards John Jones Steel makes it a pretty safe sort of corner for him. Good battles going on all the way through. Wayne Christie out all on his own. Then it's Lawrence Anthony, Dave Morgan. Bit of dust being kicked up the top end there once again. Wouldn't want to live down that part of Kerry Town Road there. B2.
Nah, my end's all good, mate.
Through the kink they go. Through the left-handed they go, I should say. Looks a wee bit closer this time, Jared Pike. But still not close enough to put any pressure on Parminter down the braking zone. Number 17 just went way around the outside of Cameron Davies, and that's Ben Tiplady. He's on a charge now to try and catch these two at the front. Remembering he held pole position for the majority of qualifying, Ben Tiplady, and just lost it in the last dying minutes to Pike and Parminter. So Parminter just hanging on to that 2 or 3 car lengths this time, so he's noticeably closer as Pike. Has a look around the outside, no way through. Tiplady hangs on to that 3rd place, trying to catch up. Looking back down through the 6s, it's still Justin Ashwell's got a huge lead. He's actually up in front of a couple of the Mazdas. They're doing a good job there, former champ Justin Ashwell. As the leaders come into the hairpin. Look how close he is this time, Jared Pike. Just a car length between the two of them through the left-handed sweeper. Can he get a little bit closer? He's got to be right on his tail as they go through the kink, and he's 4 or 5 car lengths back, so no real attack at all from Pike this time. He's got his mirrors full though of Tiplady. Tiplady closing right under brakes into Power & Co. It shouldn't be long before you see him right on the tail. Through Castrol they go. Keep your eyes on that 3rd car, number 17. As they get the power down, and here he comes. You can see he's got way more down low and should go through on Jared Pike up to 2nd. Very quick car, that one. So he's up to 2nd. Down through the field, these sort of battles no matter where you look. Oh, Patton getting all out of shape. Coming into Power & Co, he's had to take to the grass, but he had 2 or 3 cars in front of him. Had a bit of a panic, took to the grass, and in the end everyone got through safely. The old track would just be slipping up a wee bit in that heat, locking some of those rear brakes. As the leaders come through, the left-hander again, still Parminter hanging on. Here comes Tiplady. What can he do? He might try and have a dive up the inside, and through he goes, easy enough, and we'll lead them into Power & Co. So a new race leader, Ben Tiplady. And let's just see if he gets a wee bit out of shape through Castrol, which allows Parminter to get right on the back of him, but it's a wee bit quicker in a straight line, and away it goes. So then we're back to Cameron Davies, then the number 12 car with Ben McConaughey. Then it's back to Flynn Mitchell, Andrew Brunt in the 20 car, and the first of the NZ6s. Still Justin Ashwell hanging on there by a long way. Good battle going on though for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. As we see the mobile entry having a look up the inside. Steve Gordon it is, trying to go around side by side with Frew down the back straight, and should go up to that 2nd spot for the NZ6s. So good pass there. Still not all over yet between those two. As the leader comes through, still a couple of laps to go for Ben Tiplady. Looking very tidy through Power & Co. About to come up onto some lap traffic. And just opening up that gap a little bit more with every lap, Ben Tiplady. And in turn, we've got a spinner down here. One of the NZ6s stopped. I think that's Dave Morgan in the 69 car. Had a couple of RX-7s coming up on him pretty quick, but they managed to get out of the way. Still number 17, your race leader, Ben Tiplady. In the RX-7 Batman. Then the 2 Jareds. Pike getting a wee bit closer this time. Just a car length behind Jared Parminter. Car number 8 sounds pretty good, that one. Sam Wallace it is, doing the old double clutch under brakes. So, looking back for our race leader, here he comes down now. Last lap board this time for him. It's a bit late coming out, hopefully he's seen it. But it's still Parmenter Pike with lap traffic coming up. Lawrence Anthony getting all out of shape in the big Commodore. He had a handful of it halfway all along the grass there. Managed to get away with it. Yeah, two Jareds going at it now. Looking racy is Pike, trying to have a look around the outside. He's going to have to go deep in the brakes here to try and get the slingshot through. He's got the right outside line if he can hold on to it around the outside, Jared Pike, and looks like he's made the pass stick. So a good move there on the last lap. You'll find it hard to get that back, Jared Parmenter. With only a quarter of a lap to go. That was good stuff. Lap traffic cut in the way again. As we look for our race leader, here he is coming down, car 17. Ben Tiplady will come through and get the checkered flag. And she's all on for second. Here comes Parmenter having a late run at the line, trying to thread the needle, but Jared Pike will hang on to it. Parmenter will have to settle with third after leading for most of it. Cameron Davies coming through fourth, and Ben McConaughey fifth, and then Andrew Brunton coming through in the 20 car, Flynn Mitchell. And as we look back for the first of the NZ6s, Dave Morgan coming through, he's a lap down. Here comes the NZ6 race winner, Justin Ashwell. And the big yellow and black Falcon, he'll take the win for the NZ6s. Second place is going to go to Gordon, coming through here, car 27. And we look back for third. We can battle between Frew and Cody Welsh. Frew will take third from Welsh. Christie will take fifth for the Roco 24/7 NZ6s. So some pretty good stuff there, fellas. A wee bit of off-track excursion there, partway through from Lawrence Anthony in the Celtics 81 car.
Very good effort there from Lawrence. We'll have to give him some mud flaps and a whip aerial and put some Hella spotlights on the front of that one, I think.
Yeah, it's a good effort to bring it back onto the track because he was correcting both ways.
A very entertaining race there from the Pro 7s and 8s and NZ6s, so 6, 7s and 8s as we've said. Now we are waiting for the South Island Formula Ford field to come out for their first race of the day. Big field as we mentioned this morning.
Yes, she's going to be interesting first couple of corners.
Being James Penrose from Rangiora.
Yeah, and in case you haven't heard James Penrose, he's running in car 98. He's won every race so far this season. I think it's something like 14 on the trot or something stupid like that. And in fact has led every lap except for I think one corner he might have been in second off the start line, but soon got that back, so has led every lap of the championship so far. So it's a pretty incredible feat for him. Another standout for me was Shane Drake, fourth fastest. He's pretty happy with that. Shane Drake, obviously former New Zealand Trans Am champ, has brought a 92 Van Diemen that was the factory car that McLaren had over there in England, and that's why he's put it back in its Marlborough colours. It's the colours that ran over there in England and was raced out here in New Zealand by Russell Ingall back in the championship back in about 93, I think it was. Bit of panel damage there on the 24 car. Wee bit of trouble at Mill going on down there in the pits, but no doubt they'll sort it out. So a wee bit of cement dust going on the back straight there. In fact, there's a huge puddle of oil all the way down through there, we can see from up here. Yeah, so perhaps that's why you say that Lawrence Anthony had that big excursion out in the grass there. There is a huge amount of oil out there. You see Nick out there inspecting it, giving it the old foot test.
Might be just about more oil than Graham Vaughan had in his Formula Ford.
Yeah, I know it's a wee bit to beat that record, Brendan. It's about 8 litres a lap, I think. 8 litres of oil placed out on the track in a beautiful racing line.
Yeah, that was the
50th anniversary here at Levels.
Graham Vaughan had a little bit of problem in his Hawk Formula Ford.
Perhaps if he had a couple of wing mirrors on at the time, he might have noticed all the smoke pouring out the back of the engine cover.
Yeah, his son did tell him to bring it down to Timaru and do a few laps in it first, but Graham's like, nah, she'll be right.
Yeah, it hasn't gone for 20 years, but she'll be right. So Graham Vaughan got the overall cement record here at Levels of about 8.5 full bags of concrete. And you'll see a wee bit more concrete work going off over there. It's a wonder they haven't called for a few reinforcements. Yes, there's a wee bit more inspection going on out there. Got old mate over there on the quad bike. She'll be a bit hot there today in the fireproof gears, I'd imagine. But he's having a wee look. You can see the whole line from here. They can need more than one guy on the wee coal rain shovel. Looks like we've got old Mad Mike out there once again in the tractor. Don't know if he'll be helping the process too much. One hand on the cell phone. Used to work at Paul Smith's, did Mike on the tractor there, and they wouldn't normally give him a shovel, let alone let him drive a tractor, so see how he goes out there today. Nonetheless, a few more reinforcements have arrived. And it should be pretty dusty out there for 2. Mr. Tupai's just been in for a few refreshments, get him through the rest of the day. Mr. Tupai, of course, Motorsport New Zealand Volunteer of the Year 2018, I think it was. See him at pretty much just about any meeting in the South Island, does speedway events as well. That's sort of how he gets his kicks. It's not often you see him jump out of the cab though, but doesn't mind towing things.
My gosh, that's a lot of cement dust I've put down there, Paul.
Certainly is. That tractor might need a wee bit of maintenance once Mike gets off it.
I think it's going to need all the filters cleaned, if nothing else.
So there'll be a few hot bodies just sitting down there on those Formula Fords right now, having to sit in there for 20
Some of them are lucky enough to have brollies over their head.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on down there at the moment, Brendan.
But
But as you know, and you too, B2, we've all driven single seaters. But you can get very hot and claustrophobic in those things if you're sitting there too long. And on a day like today, you've got the heat coming through from the onto your back from the engine compartment, and you're pretty tight in there.
Yeah, not to mention all your flame-proof clothing and your overalls and your helmet and everything else that's on there as well, just exacerbates it.
Yeah, I'm just struggling at the moment with balaclavas. We never used to have to wear balaclavas in 2K Cup. Now you do. And things move around a wee bit more with a balaclava on there. So it looks like they're just about pretty happy with the way things are looking. Of course, track inspections, they go on all the time, which is in accordance with Motorsport New Zealand. You must sort of inspect the track after each sort of race. If anything sort of sticks out, and go out and have a wee look at it. Normally the flag marshals will sort of look after their own wee area, depending on how fit they are. Shouldn't be too far away now, though, I wouldn't think. Old Mad Mike's got the tractor back over here in one piece.
All right, so in a moment we'll be waiting for the South Island Formula 1600 cars to come out onto the track. Should be led by 98 James Penrose, with number 1 Jack Noble Adams beside him on the grid. Then 21 Zach Christensen, 92 Shane Drake. 5th on the grid, car 20 Jacob Douglas, and then we have all the way from Auckland 55 Brianna Morris. 7th on the grid, car 70 Ethan Anderson. 24 Bo Hill. 63 Alex Crosby. 10th on the grid, car 5 Kim Crocker. 87 Geraldine Boy Daniel Brown, with 83 Thomas Flynn from Timaru beside him. 48 Simon Spencer. 56 Andy Downs. 85 Mark Doran. 53 Robert Tossack. 34 Steve Donaldson. Spencer Bauer, sorry, car 48. We've only got the first surname on the screen. Car 18 on the grid is 17 Dylan Petch, having his second only race meeting this weekend. And 19 47 Harry Wilson. 20 44 Noel Atley.
Yeah, she's going to be interesting stuff. We'll see if anyone can challenge James Penrose. A lot of them trying to avoid the mess along the back straight at the moment. It'll be pretty slippery.
Yeah, it might be interesting a bit later on in the race if the Formula Ford start forming one of their drafting snakes there, Paul, as they're weaving from one side to another, try and break the toe.
Well, I think they must have been told to go through the cement. There's a lot of them are and some of them that aren't. So try and get rid of it as soon as possible. Right, so a 10-lap race for the South Island Formula 1600s, and a big credit to Derek Wilson and all the team for getting this series back to where it is. So 98, James Penrose, keep your eyes on him. Beside him, car number 1, Jack Noble Adams. These two are going to they had a ding-dong fight last time they were here. Second row there, 21, Zach Christensen from Rolleston. And beside him, Shane Drake. She's going to be an interesting wee battle. Right, so just about got them all set up there. Good to see such a huge field of them. And so we're just about in the starters' hands. 10-lap race for the South Island Formula 1600. 3 lights, 4 lights, waiting on the start. We're away. A good start off the P2 position, Jack Noble Adams. He's going to lead them down to Power & Co straight away from Penrose. Then we go back to Drake, who's had a great start as well, up to 3rd. As the rest of them get through Power & Co quite nicely. No wheels touching or hitting, which is always a good sign as they head down the back straight for the first time. And if he can hang on to it, Jack Noble Adams, it'll be the first time that Penrose hasn't led a lap, but here goes Penrose down the inside, making a move straight away as they head down to John Joe Steele, and he's got the job done straight away, James Penrose. Back to the front, where he has been for all season. But the dust being kicked up there by a couple of 3 of them. But at the end of the day, I think they're all the way through. Oh, we've got someone off up there by the looks of it. Might be 1 or 2 off up there. The safety car is there, tucked in behind, the rescue car rather. Oh, Drake's dropped back to position already, back to that 4th place. Coming under pressure from Christensen. So Penrose leads another lap as he goes through of the for the series. Noble Adams in 2nd, there's Christensen. Ian Drake has dropped back a position back to that 4th where he started, and then it's line astern the rest of them as they all go through. So another spinner up the top there again. So down through John Jones Steele, still Penrose leading the way. Bit of action going on back there with the Drake coming under all sorts of pressure. Ethan Anderson it is, who's all over the back of Drake. Leader into the hairpin again, the Carter's valuation hairpin, just starting to open up a bit of a gap there, James Penrose. About car lengths. Back to Noble Adams. Noble Adams reasonably safe there at the moment in that 2nd place. Back to Christensen, through the kink they come. Here goes Drake trying to get their position back on Ethan Anderson. They come down in the braking zone. He should go through there. Shane Drake, we'll see still side by side the 2 of them through Power & Co, and he's managed to hang on to it, Ethan Anderson. Drake comes back across to them as they come into Castro, and no way through, so he hangs on to that spot. Ethan Anderson, Drake now back to 5th, and there Drake's got to watch what's going on from behind too, because car number 20's there, Jacob Douglas, and here goes Drake, pulls out, has a look side by side. Douglas might try and go through as well. Still side by side the two of them, but it looks like that Drake's got that 4th position back. Great wee battles going on there for 4th, 5th and 6th. And it's car number 95 who's had that spin on that first lap twice, Greg Inwood. As the leaders into the Carter's valuation hairpin. Penrose running away with it. Just about double that same gap. Last time through it was 1.4 seconds the gap, first to second. Just about be double that now as Ethan Noble Adams coming under all sorts of pressure from Christensen. Christensen has a dive up the inside, gets well up on the ripple strip, manages to get through up to second. So a good passing move there from Zach Christensen. Noble Adams now back to that 3rd place. And look at this gaggle of cars tucked in behind them. Shane Drake, Ethan Anderson. Then you got the 20 car, Jacob Douglas. And now you got the 55 car. That's the Rihanna Morris. She's doing a great job. First time here at Levels. And then wee battles going all the way down through the back there. Dylan Petch just having a look at one of the cars further down. Of course, this is Dylan's 2nd ever race. Very early on in his career, grandson of Mark Petch. Look how busy it's getting in behind Shane Drake though, as the leader comes through the left-hand sweeper. He's got that gap out a little bit further this time. 2.4 last time through. He's getting about a second a lap. As we go back to Christensen, it is now 3.5 seconds the lead it is, first to second. Noble Adams still hanging on the 3rd. Then it's Drake, Anderson, Douglas, Bree Morris. Bit of a gap back to Crosby. Crosby's coming under all sorts of pressure from Bo Hill. Daniel Brown just inside the top 10 in the yellow number 87. Down the back straight they go again. Here we go with some slipstream action starting to happen. Drake's under pressure here. He could lose a spot. And up the inside he goes, does Ethan Anderson. And gets that position, 4th place back from Shane Drake. But James Penrose, what a class act at the moment. Fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 6.3. Looks like Drake might have lost another position there as well. Here comes the race leader, James Penrose. It's getting a wee bit boring for him out in front now. He's got about a 5 or so second lead. Back to this battle, Noble Adams still trying to get their position back on Christensen. The gap's starting to close now. It's going to be a 5-car battle shortly. Drake sitting there in 5th. Some passing moves going on further down too. Car number 53, Robert Toshak. A good battle for the end of the field there. James Dicey just circulating there in car number 14. Another couple towards the rear there, 42. Keith Miller in the 39 car of Gary Love. It's race leader through the left-handed sweeper. Down through the kinks, got some lap traffic in the form of Greg Inwood coming up. 4 laps to go. Huge gap now back to Christensen, Noble Adams. Then it's Ethan Anderson, Shane Drake, and the 20 car of Jacob Douglas. Douglas all over the back of Drake now as they go through Castrol. No way through though. Zach Christensen still leads out there in the front of this battle anyway. And then Noble Adams. So there's a 5-second gap first to second. James Penrose. These battles continuing down the back here. The 85 of Mark Doran just starting to come under some pressure there from Simon Spencer Bauer, Andy Downs and Robert Toshak all tucked in there as well. Some of the older cars out there. Leader comes down. 3 laps to go this time for James Penrose. Another faultless drive at present. More like traffic coming into play. Thinwood getting in the way of this lot. Still Christensen, Noble, Adams. Still the way they were 2 or 3 laps ago. Should start to see some laps, some pass and move shortly with only a couple or 3 laps to go.
So fastest lap of the race that time from car 92, Shane Drake, a 106.118.
He's all over the back of Anderson too as they go up through John Jones Steel, but just got to have the right line and be close enough. Mark Doran now all over the back of Simon Spencer Bauer, who's managed to get through on him, so having a good wee tussle those two, swapping that position. Leader comes down. Be 2 laps to go this time. Got some more lap traffic coming up for him. So Christensen just opening up another couple of car lengths back to Noble Adams. Noble Adams now is pretty much defending rather than attacking. He's got Ethan Anderson all over the back of him. Looking pretty racy, Ethan Anderson. He's got Shane Drake in behind to sort of give him a bit of a push as well. See if he can get a good toe down towards the end of the back straight, Ethan Anderson. Doesn't look like he's getting any closer. So the toe not actually working for them down the back straight. Not like some of the other classes. They're getting pretty busy down there at John Jones at the moment as well. The local lad Thomas Flynn there getting involved in a bit of a battle. So leader out of the hairpin. He should get the last lap board this time. James Penrose. Last lap board out for him. Comfortable 5 or 6 second lead. Christensen looks comfy there in second place in that brand new chassis. Noble Adams is still under probably the most pressure from anyone. Anderson right on his gearbox now as they go through Castrol. See what he can do at the end of the back straight this time, Ethan Anderson. But he doesn't look close enough as they go past us. In fact, everybody's line astern. Not a lot of passing going on. Goes Thomas Flynn having a look on the 54 car. On Bow Hill it was. So leader out of the hairpin for the last time. James Penrose having another lights to flag victory off P1. Race 1 win for James Penrose. We go back to Zach Christensen. Hangs on to that second place. Noble Adams will get third. Drake gets side by side with Anderson, but Anderson hangs on for that 4th place. Drake will be 5th. And then it'll be the 20 car, Jacob Douglas. Bree Morris. Brilliant 7th for her.
Then we have car 8, Alex Crosby. 9, Daniel Brown from Geraldine. 10, Kim Crocker. 11, Thomas Flynn. 12, Bow Hill. Then we have 13, car 48 of Simon Spencer Bauer. 14, Mark Doran. 15, Andy Downs. 16, Robert Toshak. 17, Steve Donaldson. 18, Noel Atley. 19, Harry Wilson. And round out the top 20, Dylan Petch.
Right, next on the agenda we've got the Lucas Oils and Cobra Batteries Oscar. That'll be 8 laps and a rolling start.
So there was obviously some very fast cars in that field that were very close together. On P1 we have the number 5 Jaguar of Steve Ross. Second we have the Chev Corvette of Bruce Davidson. Car 10, Anthony Donaldson 3rd. The 222 car, Paul Brooks 4th. 42, Chris Brown in 5th. 6th, 25, Neville Stoll. 7th, 26, Gary Duncan. 8th, car 94, Gareth Evans. 9, the 17 car of Ben Tiplady that did very well earlier on in the RX 7 and 8 class. 10 is car 87, Jared Hansen. 11, car 350, Jimmy Lindberg. 12, 91, Andrew Gibson. 13, car 415, Martin Irvine. 14th is the 63 car of Tony Carstairs. 15th is the famous number 43 of Evan Munt. And 16th, car 41, the RX-7, Daniel Hurst. Might be Danielle, probably the correct pronunciation.
Yeah, should be some good close racing up front and down through the pack once again for the Lucas Oils and Cobra Batteries Oscars. Steve Ross obviously the man to beat in the old Trans Am. They're pretty hard to beat the Trans Am when they're on song. Very popular back here in the 90s, the Trans Am, when the first space frame models come out of America. And of course we ran the Trans Am series way back then.
Did attract some Australian drivers over here. Of course we had the Brocks and the Johnsons.
Yeah, the Sun Valley Trans Ams.
Okay, if you find a fob for the remote control of a car, Ford Falcon, could you please drop it into the Secretary's office? It's been dropped around the circuit somewhere, so it's a key fob for a Ford Falcon. To the Secretary's office, please.
Yes, so getting back to the Trans Am thing, it was back in the sort of mid-90s. You know, they had the Sun Valley Trans Am series and things like that. Space frame cars all come out of America, a lot of Mustangs and those Camaros. Andy McElroy ran one many years ago. There's still a few of those old cars around, but not too many. But it's good to see one here today in the form of Steve Ross's Jaguar, which I think used to be a Camaro at some point of its life, or a Mustang. They're all pretty much the same, and you just put a different body kit on it. This form is the Jaguar XK8.
So Craig Gilbert from Timaru, I think got second overall in the Trans Am Championship one year.
There's been a couple of these Jaguars around. Andrew Porter many years ago, Mark Porter rather, many years ago when he was alive, raced one. Andrew Fawcett also drove one as well. I think this one here might be the ex-Andrew Fawcett car, but don't hold me on that.
Let's see how they get these big beasties off the line. They'll do a rolling start, a bit hard on the old drivetrains of some of these beasties doing a standing start, then 8 laps.
You can see she's obviously hot out there. There's a few doors open already. It's pretty hot in the cockpit of one of these things. And it'll be the likes of Steve Ross's car. He won't be wanting to sit still. She'll be starting to get pretty hot. So away they go. Be rolling start for the Lucas Oils and Cobra Batteries Oscars. Car 222 will be one to watch. Paul Brooks and that Sylvia. He was sitting in pole position there for a wee while, and during qualifying, so he's got plenty of speed there with the big wing on the back of it. Chris Brown is just starting to get on top of this car now with the new engine. They've had a few reliability issues with it. Him and working away frantically on it. Gary Duncan will be another one to watch. Car 26. Timaru Transport RX-7.
And car 25, Neville Stoll, the Godzilla Skyline. He's a very wily campaigner. He won't want to give up positions very easily either.
Right, so it'll be rolling start. Obviously. Right, so lights are out on the Jackson's Transport Ute. Well, not quite. There they go.
Up to Steve Ross to lead them up to the start line as he best sees fit.
That's right, he won't want to light the Jag up too much straight away. Should be a gentle progression down through the kink. 8 laps for the Lucas Oils at Cobra back away. And he's got the whole shot there already, has Steve Ross. Davidson's going to sit in second. Then we've got car number 10 tucked in there. Too sure who that is. Then Anthony Donaldson it is, a late entry in, not in the book. So it'll be Ross leads him down the back straight the first time. Here comes Donaldson, gets out besides Davidson, and should go up to second reasonably easy. Neville Stoll now goes through on the 222 and tries to go down the inside of Chris Brown as they head down towards John Jones Steele. Looks like he's going to go through. Chris Brown left the door wide open for him, but he's gone wide. Neville Stoll out on the grass and has allowed Chris Brown straight back through. So had the move done, but just couldn't quite make it stick out there. Once you get down the grass, it's a wee bit bumpy through there. And you can unsettle you pretty quick, so you've got to keep in a straight line. And probably lost 2 or 3 spots out of that, I'd imagine. As it looks like we've got the 222 car slowing down way back there too. Just had a wheel up in the dirt on the entry of the hairpin as Ross comes through to reel off lap number 1. Then it'll be Donaldson, followed by Davidson. Bit of a gap back to Brown. Then Neville Stoll, then Gary Duncan. Number 17 having a wee dive down the inside there of Jared Hansen. Just about had it coming together there, Ben Tiplady. Doing double duty this weekend as well, Ben Tiplady, running in the Pro 7 class as well. Let's see how he goes this time down the back straight, tucked in behind that very quick wee car of Jared Hansen. The 87. He'll have a wee dive up the inside under brakes and we'll go through. Ben Tiplady does. So. The leaders into the hairpin. Still being kept pretty honest by Donaldson. That number 10 car. Through the left-handed sweeper, down through the kink. Ooh, getting a wee bit out of shape there, Steve Ross. He gets a wheel up on the ripple strip, coming through the kink. Kept it in a straight line though. Just trying to keep it tidy. Donaldson's still tucked in there from Davidson. Yes, he Stoll's all over the back of Chris Brown. Gary Duncan's just hanging on there waiting for something to happen. Let's see what Stoll can do this time down the back straight. The front 3 are pretty much well spread out. Battle is for 3rd, 4th. Here comes Stoll. He's got a good run this time, and he should go through. We'll see who's got the bigger brakes of the two of them. Brown should be able to keep side there and still get round there, but he's managed to make it stick this time, Neville Stoll. And now Gary Duncan all over the back of Brown as they head up round through the McKissick curve. Some problems for the 222 car. I'm sure he's slowed right down. He was up there in the top 5 or 6 there. Leaders out of the hairpin. Still Steve Ross. Let's see if he keeps it tidy through the kink this time. Kicking up a bit of dust in there. This time it's all good. Got the big Jaguar wound up as he heads down into Parenco. We'll just get leaving the braking just there. Wouldn't want to be any later, Steve Ross. He was just a bit out in the grass there. Managed to keep it on the island. Now it's Donaldson and Davidson. What can those two do? Not much at the moment. Donaldson's got too much in a straight line. Davidson will get him up through the tight stuff. You see Stoll stretching that gap out from Brown now. And it's going to be Gary Duncan all over the back of Chris Brown. He's going to want to try and get through. Tip Lady's managed to open up quite a big gap back to Hansen. And then it's back to Jimmy Lineberg. There's a couple of cars out there doing double duty this weekend. Jimmy Lineberg and Ben Tip Lady. Here comes the race leader stretching that lead out a little bit more this time. Davidson's reasonably close this time down through on the front straight, but just not close enough. Got to be right on the tail as they come through the kink, but he's 2 or 3 car lengths behind Donaldson at present. And Donaldson's pretty quick in a straight line. As we see them come out of Castrol, you'll see them put the hammer down, and the number 10 just pulls out that 3 or 4 car lengths and gives them all the time in the world when it comes down to the braking zone at John Jones Steel. Andrew Gibson having a quiet race out there at the moment. 10th place for Gibbo. Couple of the slower cars here, the BMW 415, Martin Irvine, Tony Carstairs and the Alteza. And the wee Toyota Starlet, the number 43, which has been famous throughout Oscar for all those years, the 43 number. Comes down to reel off yet another one. Steve Ross shouldn't have too many left in the bank to get through. But Davidson's still there with Donaldson. Like I say, he's a lot quicker through the tighter stuff. But when it comes to the back straight, Donaldson's just got a wee bit more down low as we see them come out of there. Put the hammer down and away he goes. Just opens that lead back up again. Putting a lap on Danielle Hurst going down there in the RX-7. Gibby now having a look at Jimmy Lineberg, trying to go up the inside. Andrew Gibson. He should go through easy enough with the Civic being a wee bit lighter than the Mazda, I'd imagine. Mind you, I'd say Jimmy's been at that with a few hole saws or two. Knowing Jimmy. Here comes the 222 back up to speed now. 3 wide down the back straight with Gibby there as well. Still must be a couple of laps to go. 2 to go, Brendan. That's good. There's not much that Bruce Davidson can do, though, in the Corvette, unless Donaldson makes a mistake in the number 10 car. Just got too much onto the back straight. Stoll now. He might have Gary Duncan to deal with in another lap. Keep an eye on these two. That car of Stoll's very quick in a straight line. We know he's pretty handy with engine management and stuff like that. Gibbo still in front of Jim Lineberg. Be bragging rights going on there, no doubt. Starting to come up onto some lap traffic now once again for Steve Ross and the former Tony Carstairs. He'll go around the outside. The last lap board this time for Steve Ross. And the other two coming through. So Davidson really needs to pounce on these. Even Munn had a bit of a spin down there at the hairpin. So everyone gets through the back markers fine. Steve Ross, if he keeps it together, should take the race win. Oh, problems for number 10 down the back straight on the last lap. Problems for Donaldson. Davidson goes through. Still seems to be circulating all right. Might be starting to starve for a bit of fuel perhaps. Perhaps someone might not have put a litre or two in more than what they should have. Nonetheless, that promotes Davidson up to second as the leader comes out of the hairpin. Steve Ross from Dunedin in the big Jag. Through he comes and will take the race win for the weekend here at the Thunder Down Under meeting for the Lucas Oils Cobra Batteries Oscar. Steve Ross from Davidson. And if we look back and see who's going to take the third spot, it's going to be Stowell. Neville Stowell will take third, from Gary Duncan to take fourth. And Chris Brown will come through, take the points for fifth. So a bit of bad luck there for Donaldson on the last lap. Looks like he might have stopped out there somewhere. The rest of them comes through. Ben Tiplady in the 17. Danielle Hurst, she's a lap down. And Evan Munt also too after his spin. And the 222 just coming through and getting Hansen right on the line, and then completely outbrakes himself, shoots across the grass, but takes that position. Andrew Gibson holds out Jimmy Leinberg. So a pretty good race there, a few good battles up and down through the field, and a bit of bad luck in there as well with Donaldson there from second place on the last lap, having issues.
Yeah, it'd be also interesting to know what was wrong with Paul Brooks earlier on. He fell back through the field, then at the end wound it up again.
Yeah, because that car's certainly capable when it's wound up.
What can we say? Good win for the big Jag.
The big Jag, Brendan. I know you're a big Jaguar fan. Probably disappeared down the toilets in the next 5 minutes for a couple of minutes, and then come back up. No, that's good stuff. So up next though, we've got the 2K Cup. Looking forward to this.
38 cars.
38
Good
cars.
start.
Yeah, that's right.
It's going to be tight out there.
Got one of the ex-champions up here in the box with us, Phil Gurney. Started in the 2K Cup and went on to win the SES Cup. So goes to show you that a class like this can bring drivers through. That is what it's all designed for. And give that man a cheer, Victor Catamol.
Good afternoon.
How's things down there? No dramas going on?
No dramas going on. Everyone's happy. Had nice. Was it? They were discussing it, were they? It was a couple of RX-7s having difference of opinion. But no, the 2K Cup boys are all happy, and girls, of course. And
no one's pulled out as yet?
No one's pulled out. No major dramas. I don't think any even minor dramas, so that's good. It's in good shape for a great weekend. Put on some more entertainment, some close racing, and yeah, a few beersies tonight, bit of a sausage on the barbecue, and everyone's happy.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? The 2K Cup.
Yeah.
I mean, we were talking about it previous. Guys that I've seen come into the class that have grown just in 2 years, the likes of Carl Storm. Johnny Prince is another one. Just come into it, didn't know anybody.
Yep. Never raced before.
Never raced before.
Just a passion for racing. It's that simple. Don't spend much money.
Yeah,
there's always a few cars available to be bought.
And another one this year too, Peter Thompson, who's about probably mid-60s, I'd imagine, decided that he wanted to give it a go.
Yep, and he's in. So, if you're thinking about, you like coming out, watching the racing, you think you wouldn't mind giving it a go, just wander down to the pits today or tomorrow, find the 2K Cup area and ask for one of the committee members, myself or Bill or JP or anyone, and yeah, we'll have a chat to you about getting into 2K Cup racing. Not a lot of money,
And let's
but
face
a
it, it's
heap
going
of
to be
fun.
a heck of a lot more entertainment than lawn bowls if you're retired.
What are you
That's
saying
right.
about lawn bowls? No, so you're never too old. So the car's starting to roll out. This is a scratch race, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, it is, as they qualified.
As
Yep.
they qualified, a good
Yep.
race for race 1, and then race 2 tomorrow, I think, is a marble draw and then a reverse marble draw.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
it's always been the topic of discussion, the marble draw, isn't it?
Yeah,
the whole way
it
through?
has. Because some people think that it's a little bit dangerous, and you know, maybe it is. But at the end of the day, everyone's got their race license. The rules are the same regardless of where you start on the grid. You know, the marble draw mixes them up. But what we're finding now is that even with relatively inexperienced drivers but quite good cars, there's about 3 seconds from the fastest through to the, you know, bottom 5. So everyone's fairly consistent in speed. So, you know, I think the risk of the marble draw is a lot less because the pace of cars is similar.
The best race I've ever seen in 2K Cup was here a year or two ago, and they had a reverse grid handicap, and that was amazing racing. Watching the fast cars come through from the back of the field.
Yeah. So we've got David Booth on pole, and then Will Kitching, and Will's only, you know, a young fella. You know, he's got a heap of
13,
talent.
14, yeah.
13 or 14. He's down there doing his homework in between races. You know.
Yeah.
And.
All you people from the South Island Fella Ford field, I hope you're keeping a good look at Will Kitching.
Well, there's a few guys and girls in 2K Cup that, you know, the talent scouts should be probably keep having a wee look at, you know, and that's what 2K Cup is also about, is entry level into motorsport. So learn some of the skills and then, you know, move on with Dad's checkbook or someone else's. So here we go, starting to grid up. Takes a wee while with 38 cars, as same with SS Cup this year. So 2K Cup's also obviously a bit of a feeder into SS Cup. So quite a few guys from 2K Cup are now racing SS Cup. They've either made their 2K Cup car a bit quicker with some suspension and bits and pieces, or bought another car.
Good to see Michael Gunstone out there and got his car all fixed up. Had involved in a bit of an accident up there at Ruapuna and got the new livery on it.
Yeah,
He'd just about be one of the granddads of the 2K Cup class. He's been in it for a long time.
He's a real icon of 2K Cup, is Michael. He understands the spirit of 2K Cup.
And he uses this car as his daily as well.
Yeah, that's
car
right.
number 7.
Yep. So if you check it out, it'll have a rego and warrant on it.
Drives it.
No tow bar though.
Drives it to every meeting.
Yeah. And drives it home again.
That's right, and it's good to see Graham Reynolds in car number 128 getting one over his son in the 129 car. The Reynolds, Graham and Warren.
Yeah, so there's a bit of family rivalry out there. Of course,
Yes.
the Reynolds, and then and the Storms. You know, Carl and Harry. Harry up on P6 there.
Yeah, and the
Carl's
178 Waistcoat car.
Carl's only a couple of grid spots back.
Right,
Okay,
so it
that's
looks
the last
like
of them in.
Yeah, it looks like we're not too far away.
We got 3 red lights on, 4. We're away. Good start by everyone. Paul got away well. Will's going to take it to him though. You can see, you watch these first 2, but this whole race is going to be all on.
I think Will's idea here will be let Dave Booth go and go with him will be the thing. So we'll see if these two can stick together. Look how busy it is through Paraco. They're 3 wide in places, and you just got to be patient through there. There's no use trying to do too much when you're that far back in the field. So for the straights, speaking of the straights, look at this down the back. Gunstone coming under all sorts of pressure there from Graham Reynolds it is.
Yeah, well, it's a bit heavier car to get going, but once he's up and running, and Michael's a very smooth driver, he'll settle into a rhythm and he'll be fine. So I think you're right about Will. He's just going to hang on to the tail of David Booth and see what evolves.
That'll be the message being passed down from the old man. We just stick with the car in front and see how you go.
The problem Will has is he's running for the championship and David's not. So, as you know, we've got a breakout rule. So if you go under a 118, then you
get
lose 3 points.
Yeah.
Right.
Looks like he's gone back another spot there. It looks like, is that Ryan's got up to second? It is 2.
Yeah, he has 2.
So Matt Ryan up to second place, Kitching now down to third, Reynolds fourth, coming under all sorts of pressure from Warren. Reynolds 2 there, Gunstone. Then it's back to Harry Storm, and then Mitchell and Carl Forbes. Good to see Forbesy back on the track again. Had a season off, and he's brought this car out of the North Island and brought it down here. Just running slightly different configuration, I think, to the South Island 2K Cup cars, but he should no doubt have that back to the rules down here pretty soon. But I thought he might have been a wee bit quicker in qualifying there, Carl Forbes. But as I say, new car, just getting to grips with it. So.
Yeah, he hasn't raced for a while as well, and so, you know, little bit rusty, but it's going to be interesting to see how he goes over the course of the weekend. And with 38 cars out there in qualifying, it was pretty hard to get a clean lap, to be
That's
fair.
right, yeah, it is. Lots of dust being kicked up the top again.
Bit of dust.
As the
Seen a
leaders
bit of
come
that
into
today.
the hairpin. Looks like it's still status quo there at the front. David Booth, car number 1, the current champion, who isn't running in the series per se this year. This is his first. He ran in Tiratonga down there a couple of weeks ago. Now he's here. He won 3 from 3 down in Tiratonga. He's another guy that should need a bit of cash thrown his way as well, David Booth.
David's already gone under the breakout time with a 1:17.9 on that lap. Everyone else behaving so far.
Yeah, and his first lap was a 1:20, so I'm just quite pleased about that, because I have a bet with him that on all 3 races, if he can break 1:20 on the first lap from a standing start, I have to buy him a beer. So I've saved myself on $6 or something.
Pretty busy stuff going through Castrol at the moment. Down in the sort of mid-20s pack. And as Victor said earlier, a lot of these cars only covered by 3 or 4 seconds. So even though these cars might be a wee bit slower than the guys up the front, you still have that great racing sensation that comes with it. Even though you're further down through the list, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, absolutely. And the great thing about the marble draw is that you can get someone that normally does, you know, a 1:19, mid to high 19 on a track like this, and if they start off pole, they can be quite hard to get past. You know, so they've got a good chance of winning a race, even though they're not the fastest car out there.
Will Kitching just lost another spot to Graham Reynolds, who's jumped up to the 3rd place. So he's back to 4th. Still good job though. Gunstone into 5th. Then it's Warren Reynolds, Harry Storm, Mitchell. Then a big gap back to Forbesy, who's got a lot of pressure over him. Jeff Poulter tucked him behind. Carl Storm, Johnny Prince.
Yeah, don't know what happened to Will there. He was a second and a half down on the other guys around him, so he obviously lost a heap of time somewhere on that last lap. But that's okay. Settle in. There's still plenty of racing to go.
Mark Van Esperen, car number 4, all over the place through Par & Co, coming under all sorts of pressure from the Ellis Lee Primera. Ellis Lee Farms Primera.
Yeah, that's the Waimate 50 sponsored car. So no Waimate 50 last year because of the COVID situation, but I've got it on pretty good authority that they're planning for this year. So Labour weekend at Waimate, big weekend of motorsport down there, which I personally love. So mark that in the diary.
It's one for the books. So
Best
leader
weekend in banjo country for the year, I think.
Leader comes down to reel off
taking your
another
Jag
one.
and your
David
banjo
Booth.
down there, eh?
Matt Ryan still hanging on to that second. He's not too far away from coming under all sorts of pressure from Reynolds.
David's done another breakout. He was planning on breaking out every lap, but lap 3 he didn't. So he'll be frustrated with that. Because he's not in the points, he just wants to go as fast as he can. Everyone else so far behind him has been good.
Car number 171 out there being driven by Jared Carnegie this year, this weekend rather.
Weekend, yeah.
Got the call up this week to fill in for Phil Shoemaker.
Yeah, unfortunately for Phil, we feel a bit of sadness in the camp. It's Phil's dad passed away just the last few days, so Phil had to pull out. So our thoughts go out to Phil and his family. So we now settled down into a bit of a race where you'll see, the guys racing amongst little groups in the 2K Cup, which is quite commonplace. You've got a big group at the front, and then you quite often get 2 or 3 groups, because of the similar speed cars. So it gets quite interesting, and that's part of the fun. Is that you might not win the race, but there's always someone to race against, or a few cars to race against. Now Will's back down doing 18.6, 18.2 his best time. So he's whatever happened in that other lap, he lost a second and a place. So he's settled back down again.
He's definitely not letting Reynolds get away from him though. There's only a couple of car lengths between them.
No, he's got some talent for 13-year-old, isn't he?
Michael Gunstone got all the pressure on the wheel from the other Reynolds, Warren Reynolds. Just getting a bit of a toe now, Warren, as they head down towards John Jones Steel.
Yeah, you can see Michael positioned the car on the back straight about 3/4 of a car width in from the left-hand side.
I think he started that as soon as he left Castrol.
Yeah, and so it was like, if you want to go past me, you're going to have to go around the outside, and hope you've brought your big kahunas with you. So, yeah, making it hard. That's okay.
See, look at these guys down the back. You've got the Celica there, then you've got the Lantis, and then the VW Golf. Nick Hilton there leading the way in the Celica, having a good battle between those guys. And they're not the fastest cars, but they'll be having a hell of a ball out there.
Yeah. Now, how come you're not out there?
Because I'm up here.
No, allowed to clone him yet, it's illegal.
Be back next year when Brendan takes over the reins. Here we've got Reynolds having a wee look at Gunstone.
Matt Ryan's done a 117, so he's broken out.
Right, so that changes everything. So that on the points table makes Graham Reynolds.
Who you are and the class that you're running?
So I'm Sam Wallace, and I run racing round 3 of the Mazda Pro 7 series this weekend at Timaru, the truck meeting. So yeah, it's been a good weekend so far. I qualified on pole this morning and had a win this afternoon in my first race. So all going well so far. Lovely day, so we're out racing, loving it.
Talk us through the cars themselves, because it's a very controlled class, and obviously you have to be a good driver to make them work. Why does it work so well for you?
It's a combination of things, really. You've got to have the setup, you've got to have the driver, you've got to have the team. So I know my car inside and out. I just love driving it. I've got some sort of, relationship with my car that I just can't drive any other car like it. So yeah, I love the RX-7.
And obviously last year you ran an RX-8. Why have you now made the step back into the Series 1?
Well, we were having the season off actually, so but we've got the cars in the garage, and we thought, why not? So I've only done 2 rounds this season so far. The plan was not to run, but here we are. But the RX-8's a lot different to the RX-7. Power steering, the brakes are a lot lighter, and everything's a lot lighter and easier in the RX-8. So it's a big change going from the RX-8 to the RX-7. Whether it's better or not, they're both so much fun to drive, and the class is awesome. There's awesome guys over there, guys and girls. The off-track camaraderie is just awesome. Have a few beers after the race and chat some happy yarn, So it's awesome class to be a part of.
How good is it to see club racing as strong as it is? Like, realistically, we don't get much of the premier events down here now, so to have club racing this good must be pretty fantastic.
Yeah, it's good to see everyone out, especially with COVID. We didn't know how we were going to be looking this year for racing, and that's one of the reasons why I wasn't going to run this season, but everyone's here, having a great weekend, a lovely day, and so we thought, come make the trek down.
luck for the rest of the weekend. Yeah, it's good. It's much better than last one.
Lap that they break out. So 3 points is effectively three positions as well, because there's the points are divvied out at 50 for a win, 49 for second, 48 for third, and so on. So each time you break out, you're effectively falling back 3 places.
It seems like she's been a pretty long race out there.
Yeah, 10 laps. So we're
just 2 to go. Last lap out now.
Last lap this board for this time for David Booth.
1 to go.
Who's really been one of the standout drivers. When the heat first started a couple of seasons ago, he was pretty green. Had to step into the boots of his big brother Paul. And they're pretty big boot,
Yeah.
and he come through pretty good in the end. Obviously with the P1 on the side of the car. So he leads down the back straight on the last lap. Matt Ryan sitting there in second to the Craig Gilbert number 65. Then it's Graham Reynolds. Oh, Carl Forbes got a flat right rear tyre.
Oh, that's just where he's sitting, is it?
No, he's definitely got a flat left rear tyre, but I get what you mean.
the tyre's given up. It goes, mate, you're sitting in the car on that side. I can only do so much, you know, the tyres. I quit, you know. No, he's not going to give up. He's going to try and bring it home.
He wants to get there.
So he's keeping out of the way. He's pulled down to the left.
So leader out of the hairpin. He's going to come through the left-handed sweeper. Down through the kink. Big Gavy's got the checkered flag out. And we'll take another race win. David Booth does it pretty easy in the end. Matt Ryan's going to take second. Then it'll be Graham Reynolds. And a good drive in the end from Will Kitching. Hangs on to that fourth. Here goes Reynolds trying to have a dive at Gunstone on the line. Gunstone will hang on to it.
Yeah, that's good drive from Michael.
Yes.
And Warren, you know, that was a great battle to watch.
That's right, Harry Storm and then Mitchell. Then car number 166, Tim Wallace. Jeff Poulter, Johnny Prince, Carl Storm. I thought Carl might have been a wee bit quicker here this weekend, but still the top 10's all good.
Yeah, I mean, when you say that, but, you know, they're all, like I say, they're all doing 118s, you know, well down the page. So a bit quicker, but there's only thousandths in it, you know, there's hundreds of thousandths in it. So it's being able to get past that car that's holding you up sometimes.
That's right.
That's why it's such exciting racing.
That's where the championship is won in the marble draws.
Yeah. And then being consistent, you know.
How good a pass you are.
Yeah, totally. I mean, the fact that 4 cars broke out, you know, with 117.9, 117.8s. Obviously, David was really quite quick, but, you know, he's a quick driver.
But he's not too worried about the...
No, and he's not too worried. But I think it shows that we've got the breakout in about the right place. You know, it's there to just keep a lid on it. And what that does is it stops... If people are too fast, then they can move on to SS Cup, or, you know, it keeps control over not spending too much on cars and trying to do things that make you go faster, because there's no point going too fast. You know, we want to keep it close, exciting, and affordable. So, and that's what we're seeing today. You know, another great race, good clean race, which we like. Cars coming in clean, and we'll be back tomorrow with 2 more races.
Thank you very much, Victor Cannibal.
Always a pleasure.
Next up, the first race for the New Zealand Mini 7 Championship cars. It's a 6-lap grid race. We do have Brendan McKenzie on pole, but of course he's in the very much modified and very fast Mini Sprint. Second, we have car 24, Nick Bartley. Third, 7, Greg Gordon. Fourth, car 68, Justin Neal. Fifth, car 15, Adam Box. Sixth, car 9, Barry Wilson. 7, car 65, Murray Lamb. 8, car 47, Evan Thompson. 9, car 32, Steve Scobie. 10, car 19, Paul Benison. 11, car 23, John Donaldson. 12, car 98, Andrew Johnson. 13, car 30, Paul Raymer. And 14th is 52 of Daniel Lamb.
So just waiting for the last of the 2K Cup cars to come off the track before we can send the minis out.
Takes a while to get all those 38 cars in through the gate. But well done, Digital Fusion 2K Cup. Entertaining race as always. And we're looking forward to more entertainment for those very mad, very mighty minis. And then after the minis, we are looking forward to the Mainland muscle cars to entertain us once again. Reverse Squib handicap race, as Johnny Hepburn alluded to earlier on today. That's for an 8-lap reverse squid handicap race. And then we will have the premier class of the weekend, the Super Trucks. Race 1 for them, which is 6 laps, a good start. But now just waiting for the Mini 7s to roll out onto the track. Just the last couple of 2K Cup cars pulling into the pits now, out of pit lane, and they've let the Mini 7s go. That very fast car 51 of Brendan McKenzie, the Mini Sprint. Sort of what happens when you cut half your Mini away, they go quite fast.
Yeah, it's right, of course. I don't think he's in the overall championship race. He's just here making the numbers up, I think. The NZ Mini Champs. Of course, I was saying earlier on about the racing here from the Minis back in November. There was only about 5 or 6 cars here, but it was the most exciting racing you've seen for a while. And that's what I like about these Minis. The lead can change so many times throughout the race, but it's all about positioning your draft for that last lap. Seeing cars from P4, P5 end up winning the race. See how much drafting goes on. Greg Gordon there, car number 7, all the way from Auckland. 24, Nick Bartley. 68, Justin Neal. 9 is Barry Wilson. 19, Paul Benison. 30, Paul Raymer. I think Paul Raymer's new to the series. And car number 98, that's Doug Drake's. I don't know if it's his old Mini or whether he still owns it, but Andrew Johnson is driving it here this weekend. As I said this morning, it's not often you see a field of Minis out there, Brendan, with the name Doug Drake not in the entry list. Been around for a number of years, going way back to the 80s.
Yeah, been steering a Mini as long as I can remember, which isn't as long as it used to be as I get older, I must say.
Good to see the sun out, and everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. Don't forget the bar's open here over in the Pit Stop Cafe. Hayden Dunn's probably in there propping the bar up somewhere. So a couple of cars down from the North Island. Greg Gordon, number 7. And 47, Evan Thompson.
So Greg Gordon's car does look pretty cool all in black, doesn't it? Black on black.
Does look pretty cool. Nick Bartley's as well. If you do come into the pits, do take the time to go and look at some of these cars for how old they are and what condition they are in. It is a credit to all of these drivers down there. all the way down through the field.
Six lap.
So waiting on the start.
Good start.
And we're off. Obviously the 51 will get away, but a great start from the second row from Adam Box, and car number 15 gets his nose up in front of Justin Neal as a head down through Parenco. It'll be Mackenzie leads from Bartley, then it's Gordon, then it's Box, and as they head up round through into Kestrel, that's the way it will say. Justin Neal, just a wee bit of a kick, it might have been into the side of one of the minis there. Adam Box, and yeah, it looks like he might have a problem, Justin Neal. I thought he might have hit the inside curb going through Castro, which kicked him off across into Adam Box. Perhaps a wee rub going in the front there somewhere, but he's lost a few spots already, has Justin Neal. So you want to forget about that. The race leader at the moment, Mackenzie, he's going to be long gone. We've seen him 3 or 4 seconds a lap quicker during qualifying. The battle will be in behind him. 4 honours as we come into the Carter's valuation hairpin for the first lap. The front two just starting to create a gap back from the third place car, the Adam Box. Should be a great battle between these two out in the front. Nick Bartley, here comes Gordon, is going to try and go around the outside already. Bartley comes across the middle of the track. Gordon comes across, tries to go up the inside, down the braking zone in Parenco. Just has to back out of at the end there, Greg Gordon, but looking pretty racy on lap 1. Adam Box under all sorts of pressure too, a wee bit further back from Justin Neal. Here's these front two. Head down the back straight again. Can he get a toe? You see Bartley come across to the middle of the track. Here goes Gordon getting the toe nice and early. Bartley comes across right. Gordon has to come across left, take evasive action. And of course he's made his one passing move now, Nick Bartley. And Gordon's gone through. Of course, if you're defending, you can only make one move. And once he'd done that, left the door open for him to go up the inside. And through he went. So Adam Box and Justin Neal still having that scrap going on there for 3rd and 4th. As the wee mini sprint of Mackenzie comes through. And opened up a bit of a lead already, has Gordon. Back to Bartley, looks to be about a 2.5 seconds. See how they come through. And they've both pulled away a huge gap back to Justin Neal on 3rd. Then Adam Box. In the first of the Lamb cars, number 65. That's Murray Lamb. He's got Steve Scobie tucked in behind him, then Thompson, then Wilson. A few stragglers at the back there. And then the last car through, car 52, Daniel Lamb. And so forget about the front two, they're long gone. Big gap back to Justin Neal. You just about forget about him as well. Battle's going on in behind. Murray Lamb, Scobie coming under some pressure from Thompson. Good passing going on further back in the mid-pack. Front 3 or 4 have sort of got themselves sorted out at the moment. As we see, Gordon must have had a problem because Bartley's managed to get back through on him. Gordon was leading last time through. He obviously had a bit of an issue up the top there. Bartley's managed to get back through again. And he was a wee way in behind Gordon, so must have had a good half a spin. Here goes Gordon once again trying to have a look around the outside of Bartley. Bartley's holding that high side of the track. Makes it pretty hard for Gordon to try and go around the outside. Bartley hangs on to it. The two of them race up towards Castrol. Cars changing all around the place. Adam Box must have had a moment. He's dropped back 3 spots as well. Keep an eye on these front two, though. As they head down the back straight now. Gordon's just starting to get that toe. And here goes Bartley straight across, pulls across to the centre of the track. Makes Gordon go around the outside. 2 of them had a wee bit of a touch there, I think. Down to the braking zone. And Nick Bartley shutting the door on Greg Gordon. 3/4 of the way down the back straight. Then it's back to Justin Neal still hanging on. Then Murray Lamb. And car number 65 doing a good job there from Wood End. And I think Murray's new to the class. I haven't come across him before. Him or Daniel on the 52 car. They keep an eye on this battle out the front. Nick Bartley's not letting him go away. Greg Gordon in car number 7 through the left-hand sweeper. Down through the kink. He's not close enough though, is Nick Bartley. He might just start getting a toe halfway down the front straight. But he's just not going to be close enough to force any sort of move. He'll try and stay high on the entry to Parenco and get a good run through there and perhaps have a look up the zone into Castrol. But Gordon closes the door on him. Trying to get a good toe down the back straight, Nick Bartley. Good battle going on back for that 4th place. Murray Lamb, then it's Thompson, then Adam Box, Barry Wilson, Scobie. Then the 98. Oh, problem here for Adam Box. Down the front straight. So that's not him over there. It's number 19 who's the car I was thinking of. It's Paul Benison. So Adam Box has got problems and has stopped at the end of the front straight. Shouldn't be in the way there at all of any of the racing, I wouldn't imagine. So she's still status quo out the front. Greg Gordon and Nick Bartley having that titanic battle. Bartley still tucked in behind as they come out of the hairpin. Just a car length or two between them. Looks a wee bit closer this time, does Bartley. He's going to have to stick with them down through the kink. Still only a couple of 3 car lengths. Still might try and go around the outside as he starts to get the toe working. Halfway down the front straight. Greg's holding the middle line. Bartley sticks out wide, gets a good run down through into Parenco. Might have a sneak up the inside as they go into Castrol. Nowhere near close enough. He'll want a good run out of here, Nick Bartley, and get a good toe down the back straight. He's got to make a move now. It is the last lap. Murray Lamb coming under all sorts of trouble there from Thompson. Down the back straight though, doesn't look like Nick Bartley can do anything. Just holding the centre of the track. There is Gordon. It's a long way back to 3rd place car, 68 there, Justin Neal. The Murray Lamb coming under pressure now from the 47 of Thompson. And Scobie and Wilson having a good go as well. So look at these 2 leaders in the hairpin, side by side, the 2 of them, trying to have a look around the outside. Nick Bartley, who tried the old up and under, right on his bumper this time.
So Tony, coming into the first race of the weekend for the trucks, how are you feeling?
Yeah, good. We've had a pretty good run up to this stage, so we're pretty happy.
P4, that's not a bad position to start from.
Pretty good for the old Betty, yeah, with Lee. Yep.
So how are you going to get past the 3 in front of you?
Well, hopefully they'll break down, or they'll have a big ding up on that first corner, and I'll just sneak through and we'll be sweet.
And how do you enjoy this truck on this track?
Good, actually. It's my favourite track because I've done the most racing on this one, and I do a few laps at night in my sleep. So yeah, it helps.
It must be a bit of a handful to get around such a tight circuit though.
It's not too bad. I don't know much different because I've never driven a proper race car, so it's like this is all I've driven. So she probably goes as good as a Bedford goes, and it's a bit funny sometimes, and yeah, other times it feels good.
So what do you enjoy most about driving trucks then, if you haven't been in a normal car?
Well, it's just fun. And it's a good group, the people you meet, and yeah, it's just great. We just think it's a little bit silly, so it's not quite, normal, is it? No, it's good. We just like it. And all our families in the team and a couple others, and we just get away from work and yeah.
Yeah, so we've spoken to a few drivers now, and a lot of them mention the family side. Is that something that's big to you as well?
Yeah, because we all come. We've got the son-in-law, the mechanic, and daughter-in-law, my other son's normally here, and Dean's help from, one of the guys helped us for a bit. He's non-family, but he probably feels like he is. He knows a fair bit about us. Mrs. does the cooking. It's quite good. We do like a beer, and prefer the DB, give the old DB a bit of a plug, but we are actually genuine DB drinkers.
Yeah, I don't know what to say to that. It's kind of insulting.
Do you want to have a look in the chili bin? Do you want one? I'm not allowed to have one until I have this last race. Then
that's good.
We'll be into it. Yeah.
Nice political correct.
Yeah.
Well, best of luck for the first race, mate, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yep. Cheers.
And I'll just go through the grid positions for this first race this afternoon. Sure. So on pole we have Troy Wheeler, then Alex Little, Malcolm Little, Tony Brand, who we just spoke to, Dave West, Ken Rowe, Tim Wheeler and Brent Jones. So that's all 8 on the grid. Been an exciting afternoon. Another 20 minutes and we'll go racing. See you then.
Couldn't have asked for better conditions today.
I was just going to say that, Johnny. She's looking pretty good, and it's amazing how much a couple of days of dry weather actually dries things out, because I was out here last week and it was green as anything.
Absolutely.
So,
I was here 2 weeks ago with the motorcycle racing, and it was absolutely superb conditions. Best I've ever seen levels looking at this time of the year. And then we have 35 to 39 degree days, and it's absolutely gone bang just like that. So there's a little bit of a slight delay up here at the final turn coming onto the straight. There's obviously a little bit of oil or something being down there. So they're just sweeping that off. And did I see the sweeper tractor heading up there just to sweep the cement that they put on? So it might be 3 or 4 minutes before we get underway, unfortunately, on this one.
No. So we've got old Mad Mike heading back out there on the tractor. Going to spit some of that stuff round, and hopefully shouldn't be too long.
Yeah, I just got a text up from Kay Donaldson, our secretary, who does a hell of a good job for us here. Michael Eden is actually lined up, but Greg Cuttins, he broke an axle in his True Blue Falcon. He's borrowed one off a Chev competitor, which is really cool to see. That car should go a lot faster, one would imagine, next time out there. But unfortunately, he's not quite on the line yet, so this will sort of be playing into his hands, I guess, with this little bit of a delay, and let's hope he gets out there in time so we can see what that Chev part does to that old Ford.
Yeah, I think we're expecting another good day tomorrow, so I know there's a lot more people coming out tomorrow that aren't here today, so it should be a good day, good day's racing in paradise tomorrow. Another full card gets under about 9 o'clock, I think racing starts.
I was talking to Rob Lewis there before to find out what happened to him on lap 1 of that other race when he decided that he wanted to do a couple of somersaults up the top end, and unfortunately his enthusiasm outweighed his talent there, and yeah, he couldn't manage to hold it on with cold tyres at the in the first lap up there, so that's why he went off.
It would have been a bit of a close one too, I think, going up the inside there.
Definitely, I know a couple of the guys just managed to sneak down the inside before he spat back across in front of them, so yeah, they said it was pretty close.
Well, to tell us how the handicap system works, Johnny, you just from qualifying and that, you just sort of reverse them from there?
Basically, it's the fastest time that you've done so far this weekend, so whether that be in qualifying or in the race, is where you start from the opposite way round. So the fastest guys are off the back, and we've got a computer program, and the actual guy who does that is Graham Allen, one of our competitors, who isn't here this weekend, unfortunately, because he just had his appendix removed. So he's actually done that for us from back in Christchurch. It gets emailed down to the timekeepers here and gets spat out. So yeah, the slowest are off the front and the fastest off the rear, and there's a group in the middle that their lap times are very close together, so they're all together, which normally makes it interesting because that slows it up for the fast guys coming through, and and they're the opposite way round too, so you'll have the slowest of that group will be at the front of that group and the fastest at the back. So it tends to make good racing, but it sometimes makes it a bit busy in the official room afterwards because in Mainland Muscle we have a non-contact rule, and sometimes that happens.
Does not adhered to?
Yeah, in racing it's not a deliberate thing. A lot of the time, sometimes I guess it is, but in our class definitely not. We've got some beautiful cars and we want to keep them that way, and that's the most important thing, to have these beautiful cars out there.
It looks like Adam Box's wee Mini must have dropped a fair bit of oil down that front straight. And that's so wee bit more frantic work going on down there. A couple of slackers over there though. That's it, mate. Two races to go in the day. Obviously the Mainland muscle cars up next, then the first race of the race weekend for the NZ Super Trucks. Looking forward to that. Well, it looks like all the guys are heading off. So they're heading off back to their situations there. Mad Mike's still going nuts on the tractor. So that could be a wee bit tricky in some of these big beasts coming down through there with it tapped out in fourth gear.
Yeah, it is, but it's a little bit offline, to be perfectly honest. If you're out that wide, you're probably in a bit of
trouble anyway.
To be honest.
You do see a few cars out there trying to pass around the outside, though.
And being a handicap race, that's where you could get yourself in coming down and you'd take the wide line there. So if it was me out there now in the warm-up lap, I'd be sort of having a bit of a drive through to get a feel of it. But and just see what happens, or even in the first lap through, just to stick a wheel in, and that normally tells you what it's like. And
they might give them a couple of laps warm-up just to try and kick that away.
We've got time on this side because it's only 5 to 4 and there's only one, the trucks after this. So, yeah, they possibly will, hopefully. Maybe the clerk of the course is listening to us.
That's right.
I personally think Bruce Tinley could be a bit of a dark horse in this one, because this morning in qualifying things weren't, 100% cool. And then in that last race, he accidentally pushed the button on his seat and it slopped back going on the warm-up lap. So he actually couldn't reach the pedals or the steering wheel that well. So his lap times aren't as good as what he's capable of. So he's a bit of a sly old dog too. You never know, he might be foxing in these races so he can win the handicap. But once he gets out in front, if he's going to be there or thereabouts, hard man to track down.
Now, Rod Heyman got the black flag in the race this morning. Was that for noise, was it?
He must have been singing in there, I think, because I didn't think the car was that loud, but Rob's got a pretty good opera voice from what I understand, being an ex-blue-collar type, singing and went to a pretty prestigious school in Christchurch. So he was part of that opera sort of singing thing, so he must have been doing a few yodels out there, I think, to get pulled up. But they shot away and, they put a bit of bird netting down his throat, so he should be right for this time.
So Mike Baldwin just getting the big Commodore sideways on the way out of the pits. Some of these cars must be reasonably hard to turn. These cars have got fixed axles, John, have they?
Some of them have, and there's Detroit lockers. There's all sorts of combinations out there, but yeah, they do push a little bit in the front in the slow turns when you're trying to get out of there. And they've also got like triple plate clutches, so they're either in or out. They're not the nicest to drive slowly. Once you get up on the plane, they're pretty good, but yeah, so they're hard to get off the line and hard to drive around through the pits. It's but once they're up and running, they get a lot nicer to drive.
Car 56, Rod Heyman with the most expensive tractor in Ohio. Grant Sissons there. He sort of impressed me this morning. Car number 13, up there running around the fourth place. I think he finished.
Grant's one of the original founders of this class too. When we all first bought these sort of cars, there was a group of 3 or 4 of us, and we were talking at Scope at Ruapuna to put this together. And it's good to see that he's still out there. He's pretty much, and his car was probably the fastest back then, and it shows you how much the class has evolved. But now with this lap time capping, you can't go over a 5.5 here. Is cool because it just stops it going berserk like Central has, to be perfectly honest, because some of those cars are getting close to $1 million worth, and you're also looking at people that are over 50 years of age doing faster terminal speed than a supercar, with no aero, and I personally think it's a recipe for disaster. So our concept, some people don't like it, but I think it's actually be the saviour of the long term for the class. So yeah.
So you're not running the big NASCAR motors like Central are?
Some of the guys are, but to be perfectly honest, they're not top runners that are running those engines, and they don't hold it full throttle at the end of the straight because they get scared or what have you. So, as someone like me, if I put a NASCAR engine, for example, I'm going to blow out the lap time. So what's the point in doing so, And you're better off having something that's a little bit slower that you've got to work really hard to get a lap time out of and race. So, and that's more fun, and that's what it should be about, because it's supposed to be shits and giggles.
That's right. So starting off the front there, you've got the 177 of Ross Wild, the VL Commodore, all the way from Westport. Done up in the old Walkinshaw colours, looks pretty cool. Second row, Paul Clark. He stepped in for Michelle, who's had a busy day really. I don't know if she's out of puff or whatever, but Paul's in the car. A couple of cars just out of spot there.
Paul Clark has had a busy day, considering when he arrived here he was only watching this weekend, and he sort of ended up driving in 2 different classes and 2 different cars. So yeah, it worked out pretty cool. So hopefully they'll get this underway in a minute as soon as Greg gets his car parked.
Looks pretty good. 8-lap handicap reverse grid, so away the first 2 go. That's a Ross Wild in the VL, and then Paul Clark. He'll try and keep him honest. Tony Densom's the next one in the 05 there of Pete Templeton. Then we start with the first of the big boys. Might be the dark horse there, car number 4, Bruce Tinley. He gets it away cleanly there from the 55 of Barry Morgan. And the rest of them are underway. Michael Eden off for a good start. And Sissons as well. Took Rod Heyman a while to get the big Firebird underway, but once he did, he was off. And we're holding the 2 quick guys back for a wee bit longer. We'll see a pretty ginger through Castrol for the first lap. The big V8s as they wind the power up down the back straight. And the next 2 are underway. It's the 70 of Rob Lewis and Brendan Mason in the 135. So 8 laps, and we've got the leaders coming into the hairpin already. Oh, and a bit of a spin there from Paul Clark. He obviously got in front of the VL and thought he was doing it good, and around she went on cold tyres. The big Holden.
He'll have trouble living that down when he gets back to the pits.
Surely will. Won't live that down for a while. As we have Wild leads across the line for the first time from Templeton. Then it's Densom. And here comes Tinley. He tries to have a wee dive up the inside of Clark, and the EH has to pull out of that one. There's Paul Clark come across in front of him, just about coming together between the 2 of them. Now we've got Eden having a dive down the inside of Heyman. Rod lets him through. Oh, Eden gets all out of shape on the exit of Par & Co. Manages to straighten it up again before he gets to Castrol. And she's a pretty busy down there at the moment. Mike Small trying to get through on Mike Baldwin in the 42 car. Here comes Greg Donaldson going through on Sisson. And Heyman might have a look up the inside.
Morgan once again ploughing paddocks up the top end. He must want a big crop of spuds, and I think up there he's done a bit of that today.
Good battle going on for these 2 fast guys at the back. Rob Lewis tries to get that position back on the crossover on Mason, but it's not the correct line up the inside there. You want to stay wide going into there. Nonetheless, he's right on the hammer. Oh, we've got another one going around up there. Rod Heyman again in action, locking the rears up going into the hairpin. And you won't be happy about that, Rod. In fact, is he going to park it? No, looks like he's underway again. He's used to having this car out in the dirt. He's told me it's the 05 of Templeton. They're going off all around the place, so she's pretty slippery out there.
The boys are trying pretty hard. They all think they can have a win, but as I said earlier on, Bruce Tinley was going to come through, and if he can get through early enough, he might be right, and he's already through to 2nd place, and there's quite a big gap back to the next big bunch of fast guys. So now that he can reach the pedals and the steering wheel, I think he just wants to impress his granddaughter who's here watching him this afternoon.
Yeah, a bit of a shame for Rod Heyman. That car's actually probably used to a bit of dirt being thrown around. He's told me he's brought the cows in with it a couple of times over the years. So just a wee bit more dirt to clean off it.
He lives up the top of a shingle road nearly though. So yeah, it's covered in cow shit and mud quite often when it turns up here. It's very close as they come out of the hairpin now. Ross Wild and Barry Morgan close to each other. It could be interesting. They're catching up on Paul Clark. If he keeps it in a straight line, will be interesting. Bruce Tinley's really sneaking up now on
We've got Barry Morgan just getting a wide out into that cement. Pretty dangerous stuff out there. But it won't be too long before we see a new race leader. It'll be Bruce Tinley in car number 4. Michael Eden being held up a fair bit by the VL Commodore there. He had to really slow up and behind it into Par & Co. The VL should pull over up the inside. He'll try and squeeze the big Falcon through. And away he goes, Michael Eden. Sisson will want to go through too, but he just hasn't. Doesn't really want to make the move.
Sisson's trying to thread the needle, couldn't quite do it.
No.
Greg Donaldson around the outside as well. Mike Small around the outside. It's pretty tight amongst those group. Sisson's now dived underneath Bushel at the top end, just heading out of sight.
So we should just about see Tinley take the lead this time from Denson. You're making it pretty hard though, Denson, I imagine, in the Tirana.
Both wise old foxes that normally do quite good in the reverse grid races, so yeah, both have won a few of them in their time.
Down through the kink they go. He's not close enough to force any sort of move just yet, Bruce Tinley. Must be a couple of laps still to go. Morgan hanging on to third, and here goes Eden on a bit of a charge too. With a couple of 3 laps to go, maybe he can get to the front.
Rob Lewis round the outside. That's brave stuff down the front straight, but he's done it too wide. It's run wide, unfortunately, but he had to give it a go. Those two are having a fantastic race there. Brendan Mason comes out the winner of it that time round. Yeah, at the end of the shoot, Bruce Tinley managed to get through to the lead, so he's got quite a big gap now for these to go. How many laps here to go? About another 4 laps to go, so yeah, there's still a wee bit of racing to happen and see what happens.
And Eden's on a charge too from about third spot, so have to keep an eye on him. But race leader this time is Bruce Tinley into the Carter's valuation hairpin. Denson's not letting him away though, just a car length or 2 between them. And look at this for third. Eden has a wee look up the inside there, and he's going to go through, or is he? No, Barry Morgan's got the inside line, and the 55 Sissons is right there as well. Here they go, still side by side as they come down through the kink. Eden will have the inside line. Morgan will have to give way to him and let him through. Now, what can Sisson do? And Mike Small and Donaldson, they're all starting to catch up now. And look at, round the outside of Ingley goes Rob Lewis. That's his favourite passing spot through there. Not only did he get through on Ingley, he's also got that spot back on on Mason.
It's actually pretty cool racing. Like, considering last lap round there, he had a big off and run it wide. He wasn't scared to give it another go. So, yeah, good on you, Rob. Someone's in the dirt up the top. That's a big spin.
Yeah, that's Donaldson, I think. Round he goes and into the fence, I think. He might be stuck in the gravel trap there. I'm pretty sure that's Greg Donaldson.
It's a pretty good sand trap there now. It was modified a few years ago, so it's progressive. It gets deeper. But whether this calls a red flag or a double yellow at the top of the course, it'll be interesting with 3 laps to go. Let's hope it's double yellows and they can still continue to carry on with this race. But this plays into Bruce Tinley's hands, which was, I thought would happen at the beginning.
So it's still Tinley from Denson. Then we've got Eden, who's pulled away there in third. Now we've got Sissons all over the back of Morgan. And let's see what the 70 does this time of Rob Lewis. He'll try and go. He hits the back of Sissons, gives him a wee nudge. He wanted to go round the outside then, but Sissons wouldn't let him through. Oh, Rod Heyman having another spin down through Parenco. And he's stopped down there at Parenco.
Rob Lewis just scooting out the back straight now, passing all of them. Barry Morgan, I don't know whether he's going to get him. He should be able to outbrake, but who knows? Barry might have do it. He passed before the yellow, so he'll be fine with that because it was up the straight. So they can't do anything now until the greens, and they can.
And we've got
dust up the top.
Double wave yellows down here with Rod Heyman stuck in at Parenco.
So it's the last lap when they come round next time round. But there's more yellow flags out there than there are green. So I know Rob's away, so that'll clear turn 2.
Away. So here comes Tinley. Get the last lap board this time through. Looking pretty good for him at the moment. Denson is still holding on to that safe second. Eden's not close enough to really challenge for that third. It's been a good drive through the field though from Rob Lewis. Then it's back to Mike Small, then Mason, Morgan, Sisson, Ingley. And then the 3-5-1 that's been in the mix there all race 2, Michael Bushel. He's been there or thereabouts. Then Mike Baldwin. He goes Sisson on Morgan. Bit of a drag race down the back straight. Can he go up the inside there, Grant Sisson?
Not allowed to because of double yellows, and he couldn't get it done because he hasn't got the horsepower, so it makes it very difficult in a situation like that. But he has a big look as they disappear into McKissick. Maybe this time he might get it through done in the middle of McKissick. Here's Rod Heyman that looks like he's been out ploughing with that tractor again. But yeah, Rod hasn't had the best of afternoons in this race. But as commentated earlier on, Bruce Tinley is going to take the win.
Yeah, as predicted, Johnny, by yourself, he's going to come through and take race number 2, the win for race number 2 from Denson. And now can we get him on the line? Eden's going to hang on to it. Eden from Lewis, and then it's Mike Small, then Mason. Then Morgan manages to hang on over Sisson, then Ingley. Oh, and Mike Baldwin just about shooting through into the Falcon. Pretty dodgy stuff there at the end of the race.
That's absolutely fantastic racing from Mobile One Mainland Muscle this afternoon. So I hope you enjoyed that, ladies and gentlemen. You're about to see some pretty good truck racing, which is the next one out. So we'll see you tomorrow morning out bright and early with a scratch race first thing in the morning. Then tomorrow afternoon another handicap. And that's where the fun begins. So excellent racing. Thanks.
Johnny Hepburn, expert comments from him. Thank you very much. We'll see you again tomorrow. Rightio, getting set for the Thunder Down Under, the first race of the weekend for these super trucks. We'll get all the officials off the track, and you'll see a fair bit of diesel being burnt over here in the pit lane at the moment. Trucks all lined up ready to go, so not too far away from the race for the NZ super trucks.
Looking forward to the super trucks coming out onto the track for a grid start. So as they qualified earlier today, reigning New Zealand champion, number 1, Troy Wheeler with a 1:19.435, but it's pretty close because truck 14, Alex Little, was also on a 1:19, did a 1:19.611, and then keeping him company is Dad Malcolm, truck 66. In third place, fourth on the grid is the KM Bedford, Tony Brand, truck 8. Then we have in fifth place, 26, Dave West. Sixth is truck 12, I should say, Ken Rao. 7 is 47 of Tim Wheeler, and at the back of the field, truck 8, local boy from Geraldine, number 10, Brent Jones, also on one of those. Geraldine, sorry. Ashburton. Having a look. You are correct. Ash Vegas, the Bedford KM.
So still waiting on the Commodore to come back in. Mr. Tupai has just been down there for a bit of a cruise, see what's happening. And the Hilton Haulage team's got it all under control down there. Greg Donaldson pulling him out of the sand trap down there. So once we get them back out of the way, we shall get the first race underway for the NZ Super Trucks. Big thanks to Trust Iraqi. Been with the car club for a number of years. Without their help, we'd never be able to get these trucks down here, and it costs a lot of money, so Trust Iraqi do help out with that. Also to Jackson's Transport, Brian FM, Tamuka Transport, HDPS, Huey Diesel Mechanical Services, and Allied Petroleum. Big thanks to all those guys, plus everyone that's on the back page. So we've got the big safety truck coming out now. Some poor buggers spent about 100 hours this week polishing the thing up.
You were having a look at this truck at lunchtime, Paul. It's just, it's amazing. Someone's put a lot of time, effort and coin into it, and it's a real credit to them. It's fantastic.
1969 International, so before we were born.
A few old guys on the bank going, oh yeah, I used to drive one of those. Crashing through the box.
Yeah, buying it a new gear linkage every year for Christmas because they didn't have the same horsepower and torque that they do today.
You got it wound up going down the back straight anyway. It sounded like an auto box to me.
I don't even know where I'm going.
So the Commodore's been extracted from the kitty litter down there. And,
back sheepishly into the pits.
Yeah,
Greg Donaldson.
Hilton Haulage truck and just removing itself off the track so these super trucks can get underway.
So they come onto the track now, the NZ Super Trucks getting set for race 1 for the Thunder Down Under race weekend. First man out, Kenny Rowe. He's been on the scene for a number of years, on and off. Tucked in behind him, the 47. We think that's Tim Wheeler. It is Tim Wheeler
It is
in the
according
47.
to our computer screen, which is the receptacle of all knowledge.
It is Brendan, and finally after about 10 years of asking, we do have a new computer screen up here, which it's a bit of an improvement. So hopefully Malcolm Little's fixed his saga of the non-closing door. I normally get a couple of laps, bit of a warm up the trucks, and they'll probably come round and do another one. And then they will had word come through too that we've had a lap record broken here today in the NZ6s. Justin Ashwell broke a 10-year record that was held by Todd Sutherland. So congrats to Justin, a 1:13.7.
Did you know, Paul, that car is currently for sale?
It is, and the price just went up by about $3,000 or $4,000, Brendan.
Because it's now the fastest one in the South Island.
So Troy Wheeler, multiple champion, driving the ex-Bob Middleton Freightliner. So the 8 trucks, it's a good number for this year. All still going and following around that beautiful...
Yeah, 69 International.
Yeah, the safety truck there all the way from Rotorua I see on the door, an ex-logging truck. I bet she can tell a story or two, this old girl. Hope they didn't drive it down, Brendan. It's probably done about 3 or 4 million Ks.
Probably been to the sun and back in its lifetime.
No doubt, and then she's just in retirement mode now. Just cruising around a certain racetrack. So it'll be interesting stuff here. You've got Alex Little on the front row beside Troy Wheeler, then you've got his old man on the second row.
Then we've got that giant killer of a KM Bedford in the hands of Tony Brand, the yellow number 8 truck.
That's right, he's in that third place. So getting set for race 1 for the Thunder Down Under. I don't know how many trucks we've had there, the most we've ever had on the grid. I think it was something like 14 one year. In Trans-Tasman series with the Aussies, we had quite a few trucks here. A couple of loose cannons over from Australia. Bo Hewitt, probably one of the loosest drivers of a truck I've ever seen in my life. But always good entertainment. He's hoping one day we can have that Trans-Tasman battle once again for the NZ Super Trucks. So lights should go out there on the Woolston Logging Contracting safety truck. And will be in Troy Wheeler's hands in the Freightliner Century.
6 laps of pure mayhem.
So here we go. They start to close themselves up a bit. Tim Wheeler and that being left behind a wee bit down the back, but we're underway. Troy Wheeler's got the whole shot, and we've got the two Littles side by side. Malcolm's going to go through up to second place as Alex leads him through, which you would expect. Then got Dave West side by side with Alex Little as they head up to Castrol, trying to go around the outside. Davey West of Alex Little still hanging out there, but Little's got that inside line, and they head down the back straight for the first time. It'll be Troy Wheeler in the number 1 Freightliner Century, followed by Malcolm Little, then Alex Little, and then Dave West, and then the first of the KM Bedfords, who's dropped back to 5th. He's dropped a couple of spots there, is Tony Brand. And he's got Ken Rowe all over the back of him. And then it's Tim Wheeler and Brent Jones at the back in the wee number 10 KM Bedford. And so Malcolm Little up a spot. As we come into the hairpin for the first time for Troy Wheeler. Just opening up a wee gap already back to Malcolm Little. Malcolm's a multiple times champion as well. These two probably the most experienced truck racers in New Zealand, Troy Wheeler and Malcolm Little. Down the front, straight he comes to reel off lap number 1. And already stretching themselves out. A wee bit of tyre chatter there from Malcolm Little as he tries to pull the big beast up. Dave West in the Freightliner Argosy there up to 4th, managed to get through on Brand. And just look at the power of the big beast as he gets it down. And you'll hear it stop very shortly. There it is. And that's 100 miles an hour in a truck. Pretty much right outside our commentary box window. And every truck out there will be hitting the limiters. And then throw every anchor you've got out the window when you get down there about 100 metre board, I presume, in one of these things. And try and pull them up. One can only imagine what they like to go around in. Back into the Carter's valuation hairpin again, Troy Wheeler. Then it's Malcolm Little. Alex is just leaving enough gap there that he's not really close enough to force any sort of move. He needs to do a wee bit more work, but then it is his old man who's paying the bills in front. So he doesn't want to go and doing any damage to his old man's truck.
You don't want to bite the hand that feeds you.
Did correct there. So it's still Wheeler from Little, then Little. And then Dave West, Tony Brand, Ken Rowe, Tim Wheeler in the 47. It's got a sound all of its own, isn't it, that truck? You hear the turbos screaming on the little Malcolm Little's truck as he goes past us. So looking at the fastest lap there, an 18.9 from Troy Wheeler. And I think about an 18.2 is the lap record, so 7 odd tenths away from it. So conditions not too bad. Of course, the lap record for Super Truck, a 1:18.2 from Andrew Porter. And Troy Wheeler, an 18.9. So 7 tenths is a lot to find, though, especially in something like one of these beasts. Here he comes, though. Got it wound up again through the left-handed sweeper. Down through the kink. Looking pretty solid. Reel off another one. Malcolm Little still hanging on to second from Alex. Oh, getting a wee bit out of shape there, Malcolm. Just manages to keep it on the black stuff. It's allowed Alex to get a wee bit closer. In fact, he's right on his tail now as they go through Castrol. And he's got the tail down, he's got the hammer down nice and early, Alex. But no doubt, Dad's got the better motor of the two. Just starting to spread themselves out a little bit now. Dave West sitting there in that 4th place. Handy enough we get back to Tony Brand, then Kenny Rowe. I think the number 47 truck that Tim Wheeler is in, that's the ex-Ash Hay truck, I think, that he used to drift around here many years ago. A lot of dust kicked up the top end there. Here comes the leader again. Should be a couple of laps to go. For Troy Wheeler. He's got about a 6.5 second lead back to Malcolm Little. And there's not much Alex Little can do from there. He needs a mechanical to try and get through on his old man. Good battle going on between these two now. Tim Wheeler just having a wee look down the inside of Ken Rowe, just trying to force him wide into Parenco so he can get out of shape. He gets a wee bit out of shape himself as he exits Parenco. He'll try and get the power down on the big international Transstar. But Ken Rowe's Volvo, we've got a wee bit more down low. And Brent Jones not doing too much wrong at the back there. Probably going as fast as he can in the wee Bedford. So last lap board this time for Troy Wheeler. He won 3 from 3 last year and then second in the Jim Thickett Memorial. Let's see if he starts off with another win. 1 lap to go. Still status quo from the two littles. Dave West being kept very honest by truck number 8, Tony Brand. So it's the last lap. Not many battles going on there. Perhaps the one that could change. Oh, getting all crossed up coming out of Castrol there, Tim Wheeler. And it cost him probably 5 or 6 truck lengths. But looked pretty cool in the meantime. That was going to be the battle. So leader into the hairpin for the last time, Troy Wheeler. This looks like he's just cruising along. Down through the kink he comes, and he's going to take the win for race 1 here for the Thunder Down Under at Levels Raceway. And he does it from lights to flag. Pretty easy stuff there. Malcolm Little's going to come through for second, and in the end, Alex Little's dropped back a fair way. Still going to take 3rd spot. And we go back to Dave West in the Freightliner Argosy. He'll take that 4th spot from the first of the Bedfords, Tony Brand. Then Kenny Rowe. And Tim Wheeler. Last one across the line, Brent Jones. And so they all finished. Looks like might have a problem with one of the little trucks there. That will be Alex. He has slowed down going into Castrol quite considerably. But however, that concludes race 1 for the weekend for the NZ Super Trucks. And that concludes our Saturday racing. If you're still not quite ready to duck off home, come on over and have a look around the pits, and don't forget the bar is open over here as well in the Pit Stop Cafe. But we'll see you all again bright and early from tomorrow. From 9 o'clock I think action gets underway with another Super Truck scrub session. And then it's straight into racing. 2K Cup, the first one up. First of their marble draws. And then we'll go through the card till lunchtime, which will be taken approximately 12:30. And then full afternoons on racing on the cards as well. So thank you very much to my 2 co-commentators here, Brendan Nichols and Brendan Cooney. We'll
Thanks,
see.
Paul.
No worries.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, we'll see you bright and early in the morning.
Those travelling home, travel safely. We'll see you tomorrow.